It started as a promise of something different, a promise of heroes. But the path to glory is never promised.
This is a knockdown, drag-out, no-holds-barred brawl.
What devastating loss.
Heartbreak City.
This is the largest mountain to climb.
But somewhere, a glimmer of hope persists. The promise of a new era.
The stakes get ratcheted up a notch.
Oh! No way does he win that! That's what you want to see!
Are you not entertained?
An era that celebrates where we came from. At a place we call home. Which heroes will fall? Which heroes will rise? The Overwatch League playoffs start right now.
Welcome one and all to Watchpoint. We are here live in person at the Anaheim Convention Center. Beautiful weather out today. The pumps are swaying, the fountain is babbling, and we're really ready now to kick off the Overwatch League 2022 playoffs. I am your host, Zoe Schwind, and joining me here on our brand new snazzy analyst desk are no other than my trusted analysts, Reinforce, Costa, and Danny. Unfortunately not with us. We traded him in for a desk.
Can't have both.
Worth it.
It was Desker.
Sorry.
It was Desker Danny. It was Desker Danny. Sorry about it. No, but Danny is feeling under the weather, unfortunately, so we hope you can join us soon. Get well, but you're with us in spirit. Costa Reinforce, it's finally here. The playoffs are happening, and I'm as excited as can be.
It feels surreal to be back at Anaheim as well.
I know, right?
It's World Cup. We have so many memories all the way back from 2017, so it feels like we're home finally.
It's a coming home. You just smiling. You just,
I
he's a happy
just
boy.
keep telling myself it's not BlizzCon, but it's the Overwatch League playoffs, all right? Because, you know, this is the home of Blizzard in many ways, and BlizzCon. So being here, it's amazing to be here in place, and I can't wait to get these playoffs started.
Well, you're in luck, because that's going to happen very, very soon. As we enter the final week of the Overwatch League 2022 season, we need to take a brief look back to catch you all up to speed. And it's also just so happened to be our very favorite segment. It is
Standings!
Music to my ears. Let's take a look at that. Season standings starting with the Western region.
Dallas Fuel locking in the #1 seed, followed by San Francisco Shock and the Gladiators. Those are going to be the guys at the top fighting for it all, but we had some other teams sneak in. Florida Mayhem dominating through the play-ins, while the Toronto Defiant just sneaking in at the end there as well. It could be anyone's game.
Absolutely. Now let's head on over to take a peek at the Western region and where all those teams landed.
Yeah, and in the Eastern region, Seoul Dynasty and the Shanghai Dragons been trading blows for #1 and #2. And then it was Philadelphia Fusion with the #3 seed qualifying for the playoffs, as well as Hangzhou Spark qualifying through the play-ins, beating out the Guangzhou Charge and the Chengdu Hunters.
I love that the Fusion placement still makes Costa shake his head. We just can't believe that it happened.
11 and 13 qualified at the 3rd seed in the East. It's such a
If it's enough. That's how I see it. Now let's take a quick look at the bracket moving forward for this week. Of course, the top seeds are waiting to choose their opponents a little later this evening. But that bracket, man, like that got us hyped last week. When we saw that, I mean, just looking at the first match here, Spitfire Fusion, what a throwback.
The memories.
Absolutely.
The memories.
Yeah. Rematch of the 2018 Grand Finals. And because the teams have shifted regions, of course, it's the first time we're seeing London Spitfire take on the Philly Fusion since 2019.
It just went back and forth, right? You mentioned that a little earlier today, which is kind of crazy if you really think about it.
Nuts! Like, we haven't seen like the matchup versus since 2019. It's pre-pandemic. It's nuts. I can't wait to see this.
It's from the before times, everyone. Before times. I barely remember those. But I do want to take a quick look now also at what we're all playing for. What is this worth? The cash, the money, the glory, the infamy. This is what it's all about. $1 million for the champions. The second place will take home $500,000, and the third will be granted $350,000, and the rest you can see on your screens. I'm a little too lazy to read it all out for you, but I think you guys can figure it out yourselves. But it's a lot on the line for those teams as we're heading into those playoffs. So a lot to play for, but of course there is a lot of history here as well to catch everyone up to speed. Yeah, these are the previous champions. As you can see, San Francisco Shock. They won that title twice already. Can they make it thrice?
That's really the question. San Francisco Shock, they have been one of the more dominant teams in the history of the league. The Shanghai Dragons trying to repeat their performance from 2021. But our first match of the day was the 2018 finals, as we're talking about. There's a lot of history going back there. Carpe and Poco are actually playing in that match today as well. And they were on the same team in the Philadelphia Fusion. Now they're playing against each other.
Yeah, and we have so many contenders this time around as well. Usually we have like 2-3 teams, yeah, they could probably win it all, but this time around, it's like 5-6 teams that like could possibly win the finals. We're blessed with so many amazing teams joining us this week.
Yeah, I mean, throughout the entire season, right? The middle of the pack has been so stacked. It was just really unsure who's going to like emerge on the top at the end. But we're here to find out. Now, we'll see who comes out on top this year. And Overwatch, of course, has always been a game about adaptation. And this year is going to be no different as we're playing on a new patch for the playoffs. So let's take a quick look at the patch notes. Guys, please walk us through it.
Yeah, starting off with the damage heroes, we got Sombra and Genji having some, changes to themselves. Sombra, of course, dealing less damage to hack targets as well as a manual hack ability. The duration is reduced from 1.75 to 1.5 seconds. Genji as well, reduced maximum ammo, goes from 30 down to 24, and less shuriken damage from 29 to 27. So we've seen tons of Genji already, so I don't think anyone's going to miss Genji.
But that being said,
yeah, come on, don't be ridiculous.
What?
Everyone wants to
Genji?
see.
Come on, we've been watching all season. But yes, this probably gives us the hint that we'll be seeing less Sombra and less Genji throughout the playoffs.
Xayah also got hit pretty hard with the nerfs. Her bubbles will not last anywhere near as long, 20% shorter, so her survivability drastically goes down, with the cooldown also being increased by 1 second. So probably less Xayah, but the big one for these playoffs is Kiriko is going to be playable in the playoffs. So this will be the first time we'll see the professional supports get their hands on this hero. How will that affect the meta? We'll find out.
Yeah, and I hope everyone else at home takes note on how to play Kiriko. Right, Kosa?
You're looking at me as if you think I'm really bad. Am I not supposed to be in the enemy's backline?
No, you are not.
No,
Thank you very
really?
much.
Oh, okay, that's news to me.
Well, we're going to learn this week for sure. Now, last but certainly not least, I want to take a look at the map pool because we do have some changes here as well. Maybe you guys want to walk us through how this could impact some of the teams.
Yeah, so taking a look at Hybrid and Escort, we will not be playing on Midtown or Hollywood, and for Escort, we will not be playing on Gibraltar. So how that affects teams? Well, if you're Dallas Fuel, I mean, you removed the 3 worst maps that they have in their pool, so they're laughing. They're having a great time. Houston Outlaws, you're removing some of their best maps, so this will definitely affect the team's performance throughout the week.
A little bit of Texas bias coming in from Sean Miller, I'm starting to think on that one. But also Esperanza, the new push map, we have not seen that be played in the Overwatch League in the past as well. Just came out with the launch of Overwatch 2. How will that map change? It's very different to all the other push maps. Very big, very long spawn runbacks. So I think it's going to be a very different look for the league.
I am so excited to see what the teams are going to make of that map pool and who's going to come out on top. Now, we've checked a lot of boxes here on the pre-show setting the stage for the Overwatch League 2022 playoffs already. But what good is checking metaphorical boxes when you can check literal boxes? So I think we should bring in our best PA, actually.
Who's this?
This is Sean Miller. He's our new PA.
Okay.
And if he works really hard,
Welcome
he
to the
might
league.
one day get to the top of the league.
Thank you, Sean Miller,
Thank
for
you
your
so
hard
much,
work.
Sean Miller.
Oh, what is this?
Oh, look at this bingo
That's
board.
right.
There it is.
Time again. We're going to play some bingo here. Thank you so much, Sean. I'm going to put in a good word to your bosses for you. Now, I will keep an eye on this very bingo board throughout the playoffs, so all week long. And also, we should all keep an eye out on the teams that we think will make it through the playoffs in our perfect bracket competition. So if you haven't done it yet, please head on over to pick'em.overwatchleague.com and pick your perfect bracket. Win some league tokens, of course, to spend on some really nice skins and a chance to get some really, really neat prizes. We'll make our picks for who will win the championship a little later in the show, of course. So if you haven't done that yet, make sure to do that right now, as you still have some time before the games are starting. Now, before we continue on, we want to share our condolences around the heartbreaking Itaewon tragedy that occurred yesterday in Seoul. This is really rough, of course. Seoul and South Korea have just been such a big part and such a beloved part of the Overwatch League family. So we all mourn alongside our Korean OWL community. Our hearts do go out to the victims as well as their families and all who have been impacted by this terrible loss. Welcome back to Watchpoint. All year has been building to the playoffs and it's finally here. So it is time to make bold predictions, to put a pride on the line. I would say. Always. Yeah, we're known for that on this desk.
It's like a game to you.
Yes.
It actually is. I think for once and all, we have to declare who we think will win the whole thing in our new segment, Who You Got.
Oh, no. I
Yeah,
don't want to
right.
stake this claim too early.
I don't know why you guys are making such a big deal of this. I'm the one who's losing in Preds. If
It's actually
anything, I
true,
got like the worst rep over here. And you're moaning and whining. Let's make some Preds. Let's go.
Yeah, let's just do it. So let's start off with Danny's prediction, actually. He unfortunately isn't here, but I still want to have his pick represented. So a few weeks ago, actually, Jonathan, you've been like all in on the Dallas Fuel. And that just so happened to be Danny's pick to win it all.
Oh, was it?
So it was, yeah. So the surprise. But now I want you to make a case for his case, if that makes sense.
See, I thought Danny was going with Toronto. But okay, if it's the Dallas Fuel, all
Not
right.
7 times in a row.
The Dallas Fuel is like the most layup-y of layup picks. Like, they are the #1 seed going into the tournament. They are our most recent champions in the Western region for the Summer Showdown anyway. And they are stacked. They have 2 of the best tanks in the game in Fearless and Hanbin. It doesn't matter what the tank meta is because they're going to rock up with like a top 3 tank in any role possible. 4 great damage players and a Roll Star worthy backline with Chio, who has been our best rookie main support player, one of the best Lucius in the game. And also Fielder, who earned himself Roll Star honors last year, and I'm I'd predict that he gets it this year again because he has been so phenomenal in that role. So there you go. The number 1 seed, most recent stage champions, as well as a roster full of role stars. I think Dallas Fuel, they're an obvious pick to win it all, but we got some more spicy stuff in store.
That's true. So, I mean, Danny, all right, taking the low-hanging fruit, but that's also why he's ahead of us in the predictions. So he's
True.
One would say he's smarter than us.
Johnny wants to go lone every single time, and that's why he's at the bottom of the leaderboard,
True.
unfortunately.
Well,
Well,
it will work. It will work its way out. We'll figure it out.
It'll work out.
I'm reiterating.
We have an entire week, okay, to figure this out. Now, I think the next one, that's going to be my pick, and it should come, it's no surprise, or dare I say, shock.
Wow.
My God, that's right. I picked Proper to win the grand finals.
Who? Proper alone.
Proper. Yeah, well, the San Francisco Propers.
San Francisco Propers.
San
That is so
Francisco
rude.
I guess Proper and the Shocks. No, but San Francisco Shock is going to be my pick. Seems like an easy one too because they've won it twice. Why not make it 3 times? However, yes, I have Proper, and yes, I've been harping on just how insanely talented he actually is. Of course, the rest of the team is very stacked too, but I think what it really comes down to, for me personally, is the coaching of that team. Yeah. The fact that they've managed each and every season to be so competitive or even win it all with completely different rosters, it really just speaks absolute books of the coaching from that team, how they just always manage to make it competitive. And I think just coaching in general is something that kind of goes underappreciated in our league. We don't talk about it enough, probably also because we don't have as much insight in it as we would like to. But I think Shock is a prime example where coaching is really, really on top of the game. And this is what you need, especially when the meta has shifted so close to the playoffs and to the finals. Like, good coaching is essential, and the Shock, they got it. And also, they still got Proper if all else fails. So there is that. There's Scott, who you got?
Okay, I'm going for the Gladiators. I think the Gladiators have the most stacked roster in this league. They have so much diversity depending on compositions, and as you just said, we're entering into a completely new meta, and I think the Gladiators have no holes in it. And I want to take a look at their resume from just this year because they have had a lot of success. They are the most successful team this year. They won the Kickoff Clash in the West. The last time we had an international tournament in the Mid-Season Madness, they also won that as well. Obviously, the elephant in the room is that for the Summer Showdown and the Jotes meta, they did not make it, but they have since bounced back in the Countdown Cup going 6-0. I think the Gladiators are going to be back in a big way, and if we're going to play the dive style, Reiner and Kevster, when they're able to play that Winston Tracer, that is why they were so successful in the Kickoff Clash. They have that hive mind mentality that the Dallas Fuel, we always trap for how good they are at that as well. The Gladiators are going to come up clutch, and if that's not enough for you, Kiriko meta, shoot. I don't even need to say more. He's going to be so good at it. We talked about how you need to play aggressive on that hero, and Shu is mechanically the best one that we have in the league. So I think the Gladiators are going to feel comfortable in this meta going into the playoffs.
Yeah, I don't think any of us actually ever deboarded the Shu train,
No.
so we're still very, very hype on it and going its merry way to the grand finals, potentially. Now, Jonathan, as I said a few weeks ago, you were still very high on the Dallas Fuel. I do believe you even said they're going to win it all, but you just announced some spice.
Can I pick 2?
No.
No, okay.
You cannot, but this
All right.
this better be a spicy one. Who you got?
Spicy one.
Spicy.
Give it to me.
Well, I felt a bit alone in
Very
this one.
demon of
I felt a
you.
bit lonely, but then I
Okay.
realized that I actually have an army of supporters behind me.
Oh boy.
This one goes out to the Smurfettes.
Oh,
I'm going
no.
with the Seoul Dynasty, all right? And for good reason. I mean, they won their first stage title earlier this year, the Kickoff Clash in the Eastern region, of course. And they have an incredible lineup. First of all, you have Smurf, of course, one of the best main tanks to ever play the game. With the San Francisco Shock, he won the 2019 and the 2020 Grand Finals, of course. Just take a look at his resume. He won a bunch of stages,
A lot of
and
ones.
Yeah,
he won 2 Grand
lots of
Finals,
ones.
and he brought that first stage title to Seoul Dynasty, an
I'd hire
iconic
him.
franchise, League of course. And that's not all. Okay, you have like an all-star main tank. What else you got? You got the greatest of all time. It's Profit, all right? He won the 2018 Grand Finals with some incredible clutch plays. You can see his resume as well. And yeah, they didn't win 2020, but they got second. So Not only do you have one of the best tanks in the game in Smurf playing the Winston, you also have arguably the best player of all time and the best Tracer in the game, Prophet. So if we're heading into a Winston and a Tracer meta, this could be the most lethal duo in the game. I don't care about, watching some of the other teams around the place. I just want to watch Smurf and Prophet dive on the Winston and the Tracer lineup. This could be absolute insanity. They've been waiting for this meta to come around all year long, and now when it's finally here, I gotta go with Soul Dynasty. Look, if your nickname is Playoff Prophet, probably means you're good in the playoff, because you don't get the name Playoff Prophet by being bad in the playoffs. So I'm very much looking forward to seeing Smurf and Prophet in action. They got a stacked roster overall, but those two star players, they stand out for me in the playoffs.
Just a slight little counter argument there. Yeah, Playoff Prophet, we know what he can do in the playoffs, but we also know what Soul historically does in the playoffs. Will Playoff Prophet counter out Playoff Souls?
They got second in 2020. Come on, that's pretty good, right?
An immovable object hits an unstoppable force. We'll find out if
You
Soul can
guys are
break through.
throwing shade at my pick. Leave me alone with the Smurfheads.
Smurf heads fall.
No!
Honestly,
It's unbelievable. I didn't say this about your picks.
I'm sorry,
I
this
hyped
is
you
rude.
up. I
I'm sorry.
gassed you up, Scott. And you give me this? Come on now.
You know what though? Like, you're a good salesman. I would have absolutely bought the Soul off of you. You got me so hyped about seeing them on a good old-fashioned dive that I almost want to change my price.
Yes.
No.
Join the Smurfheads.
It's against the rules.
Come on.
Flipping is against the rules. This is who we got until the very end.
All right, or die, Shock. You better make this work for me. Anyway, that's who we got winning it all. Of course, this is still subject to change over the course of the next couple days, but it is now time to get into the matches. London versus Philly, a repeat of our 2018 finals, is the first match of the 2022 playoffs. We'll get into that match right after we come back after this break. Welcome back to Watchpoint, live here from Anaheim. And in our 5th year, we're going to throw it back to the inaugural Overwatch League season. London Spitfire will be taking on the Philadelphia Fusion. I know. Feels good to say that out loud and not just in my dreams. Of course, the rosters have drastically changed over the years, and the meta likely shifting as well. So, Costa, I want to hear it from you. What do you want to see from that London squad in this very meta?
And that's really the big question that a lot of us have for the London Spitfire. They've had an incredible season. None of us predicted them to be this successful, coming in at the number 6 seed, just automatically qualifying for the playoffs. So they have been successful, but they've played a little different to everyone else has in this league so far. They've always had that ace up their sleeve, which was playing that Reinhardt with Chatty and playing that rush style, catching teams off of guard. But if we're going to have a look here at Hardy's map win rates right here, very successful on the Reinhardt, very successful on the Junker Queen. With Winston, he's only won 7 maps for a 41% map win rate. So when they have had to play that dive style, they haven't been as successful on the other things that they're more comfortable with. As we go into this meta, where it could be Winston, Kiriko, like we are expecting, what are the London Spitfire going to play? Do they go back to their comfort, try and force rush against teams that will not expect or have experience against it? Or will they stick to the meta? Will the meta be too important to play and they have to go against the grain of what usually makes them great? Obviously, they're all still a great team. Backbone has shown us a lot of versatility as of late, playing other heroes. They have Khan joining their backline as well, so who could be a very good mechanical player on the Kiriko. So that's really the big question that I have for London. What are they going to play? Are they going to go back to their comfort, or are they going to go to the Winston and defy the expectations that we've had from them this season?
Absolutely. Now, I mean, some players might have to pick up different heroes heading into this meta. However, I do think that Sojourn is still pretty good. And the damage line for the London Spitfire has been very impressive. I specifically want to take a look here at Sparker, a player which really stood out on his Sojourn, and probably a player which a lot of people didn't have on their radar heading into the Countdown Cup or general even into the season. But I really think he held his own on that Sojourn. I have no idea why you're smiling like that.
I Swedish, he was on my radar.
Okay, well in that case,
Go on, carry on.
No one else but Reinforce had him on his radar. But I mean, playing Sojourn, like, what you need to do is get those picks.
Yeah.
That is your job, and if you're doing that, you're doing great. And he has been doing that, and some on top of that, because he actually is 3rd in first elimination rate in the entire season, and 1st in the Countdown Cup itself. Unfortunately, the team is not doing very good at actually winning team fights on the back of those first elims he's getting. So he's pulling his weight, and he's doing what he needs to do as a Sojourn. It's now all up to the team to follow suit and follow up on those first elims, because he has certainly been doing really well.
You spoke like a true ranked DPS player right there. I'm getting the picks. Everyone else really needs to step up for me right now.
If it's true, it's true.
Stats. Don't lie.
Don't lie. I wish I had a stat card like that in my ranked game, so I can, you know, show them that it's not me, it's you guys. Yeah, that's how it is. Now, Reinforce though, I wanna have a quick talk here about Philly, because that team has been a bit of a conundrum. And that's not just this season, everyone. That's been since their inception. So, yeah, the big question I think we all have here is the DPS. I want to know who's going to level up in our new segment, Leveling Up, presented by Butterfinger.
Yeah, we got a couple of questions about the Philadelphia Fusion, because of course Zest has been their standout damage player so far this season. He's a rookie on the team, and he's been fantastic in that flex damage role. But he sustained an injury just a couple of months ago. We saw him in a cast in his arm, of course, and he couldn't play the game. So we had Carpe fill in. Now Carpe, he's no slouch. All right, Carpe is one of the best damage players to ever play the game. And if we take a look at his all-time stats, if you're new to the Overwatch League, you need to remember the name Carpe. Just take a look at the ranks. 2nd in hero damage, 2nd elimination, 2nd in final blows. This is not per 10 minutes stats. This is all-time totals in the Overwatch League. These 5 years we've been playing the game. So Carpe, he's one of the all-time greats throughout the league. But if you take a look at this year, he's taken a bit of a step back, specifically on the Tracer, which is his signature hero. You can see 3rd eliminations, tied for 4th in final blows, but the hero damage isn't quite there, and his pulse bomb kills. He really needs to step that up for the playoffs. Now, the Philadelphia Fusion, they've already tweeted out their starting lineup, in fact, and it is going to be, in fact, MN3 and Carpe, who we expect in this meta. So we'll see. The rumors are we're seeing a bit of Tracer and potentially Reaper in this meta as well, which plays to Carpe's hero pool strengths. And if you're really down on Carpe from his performances so far this year, Costa, he actually did look pretty decently recently.
Yeah, you're seeing replays of this match against Seoul Dynasty, which was their most recent match that they played. Yes, they did go on to lose, but Seoul is the best team that we have in the East, and Carpe performed at a very high level, better than a lot of us have seen from him this year. So if Carpe comes back into form, that could be a big thing for the Philadelphia Fusion.
I also would like to add quickly as well that if you're looking for someone to root for, I would say that Carpe is the best player to never have won anything in the league. So if you're hoping, hoping for someone that like finally can win something, a stage title, a playoff championship, Carpe is your guy. He's been around forever. He's an all-time great, but he still hasn't won a tournament. We're looking out for him to do that the playoffs.
And how fantastic to have Carpe, like a legend, potentially returning to old form, still playing for that Fusion team as well, which, I mean, you said it before, and I was actually not aware of that fact.
Yeah, he is the only player since the inception of the Overwatch League to stay on the same team throughout forever. Carpe is literally the Philadelphia Fusion, what it feels like at this point.
Yeah.
If he can come back into form and win the Philadelphia Fusion a championship at the very end, it would be history.
What a story.
It would be
What a
monumental.
story.
It would be crazy.
Yeah, that'd be a real good storyline. Also because Fusion just is very well known to be the bridesmaid, always, never the bride.
Never the bride.
Always coming second. So maybe this is the year where they change their fortune. For now, though, I do want to just take a look at our predictions for the very first match. Do we think that the potential underdog London Spitfire will pull through, or do we?
Oh,
Danny.
Fusion?
Okay.
Oh, Danny, you believer. I can't believe. Ah.
Danny is a bit of a London predator, though.
Yeah, he
He
is.
is sided
Does
with
love a
Hardy and the
London.
guys, a lot of times.
Well, here's the thing. I'm actually surprised that so many of us went for the Philadelphia Fusion. The London Spitfire are the higher seed. For me, the reason I went for Philadelphia Fusion is I think this meta lines more up with the way that they like to play the game compared to London. But I would not be surprised. Philadelphia Fusion will have no experience playing against the Rush if that's the direction London want to go into. So they could catch them off guard with the ace up their sleeve that they keep pulling.
Yeah, and it's weird that this ace is not in their sleeve. They're literally wearing it outside. Like, this is not a surprise. Like, if you play against a London Spitfire, you should know that there is a potential of that rush coming at you.
Yep.
So if you're not prepared for that, joke's on you. We'll see how it goes for the Philadelphia Fusion in our first match here today. But that's it for Watchpoint. It's now time to get the Overwatch League 2022 playoffs started. The matches will start right now.
It started as a promise of something different, a promise of heroes. But the path to glory is never promised.
This is a knockdown, drag-out, no-holds-barred brawl.
What a devastating loss.
Heartbreak City.
This is the largest mountain to climb.
But somewhere, a glimmer of hope persists. The promise of a new era.
The stakes get ratcheted up a notch.
Oh! No way does he win that. That's what you want to see.
Are you not entertained?
An era that celebrates where we came from. At a place we call home. Which heroes will fall? Which heroes will rise? The Overwatch League playoffs start right now.
If Overwatch lives and breathes, ladies and gentlemen, then we are coming to you live from its beating heart. That's right, Anaheim, starting to feel the tremors of what is to come in our Overwatch 2022 playoffs. Matthew, what an exciting time it is. Finally, we get our top cut of Overwatch League teams from across the world. 12 of the very best converging at the Anaheim Convention Center to vie for supremacy and, of course, the championship title.
Yeah, finally, right? It feels like a very long time these teams have been battling through, regionals, the mid-season tournament, right? And, to just play-ins to get here to this moment, have everybody under one roof, being able to see the best Overwatch played with, all of the new kind of additions which came through with the balance updates, Rico, new maps. It'll be exciting to see.
Absolutely. So much ground to cover. So much as well. Unknown territory. We really are on the bleeding edge of developments here in the professional Overwatch scene. And we have two teams to take this new patch for a spin up first. That's right, those sheets and those chairs rather are nice and shiny, and these players are about to plonk themselves in them and show us what they've been working on. The Philadelphia Fusion and the London Spitfire. Both of these teams, it's been a long time since they've gone head-to-head, of course, and it is a rematch of teams from our very first ever Grand Final match that you and I had the pleasure of presiding over in New York at the Barclays Center. These two teams have been able to avoid play-ins, crucially. So they've both had plenty of time to acclimate to this new patch and prepare something special for us today.
Yeah, but both teams do come in with their own flaws, right? London, they have a style of play that they would ideally like to play, you know, a rush style of play, you know, basically right around that Reinhardt with his hottie specialty. But sometimes that's always not in the meta, right? You know, whether Zarya comes in again or kind of stays in the meta, or maybe we see some Winston. Could end up, like, affecting London's game a little bit. And Philly, I think, as a franchise is... you know, they've had awesome teams going into these big moments that we've had, and just for whatever reason, not able to get the job done.
It's been a pretty tough season for the Philadelphia Fusion, Matthew. They, in fact, come into our 2022 playoffs with a negative win to loss. Not by a whole lot, but by all accounts, they've very much snuck in here to the playoff cutoff in that Eastern region. This is a team that has had high highs and some pretty low lows across the course of the year, but then been able to adapt. They've been able to keep pace with many of the front runners. So many of the matchups that featured the Fusion and the Seoul Dynasty, for example, a team that we tout as one of the very best in the East, went to 5 maps. So this Philadelphia Fusion team definitely knows how to take it to those top teams. A really tough matchup on their hands today, as well as we have a different look at the roster as venerated captain of yesteryear comes in. Carpe will be playing at DPS.
And what does he bring to the table, right? Like, you know, we've heard teams maybe experimenting, playing some Tracer here in this meta coming into playoffs. Is that what we see from Carpe? You know, Zest has been very good throughout the season, so to not have him available here for the playoffs is pretty difficult.
Again, the last time these two teams played was back in 2019. With Zest out of the picture for the time being, the Fusion are going to have to rely on something else. And it was highlighted on the desk. I think Scott wanted to make a real point of this, that when Carpe did come in, despite his detractors, despite people sort of criticizing his ability to keep up with these young guns that keep getting brought into teams like the Fusion, he had a really solid showing on this team. He's a veteran. He's obviously had to flex those leadership muscles a heck of a lot. And this team, ups and downs. But again, I'm expecting to see big things from them as they've had time to prepare for this patch. And you'll notice that Bellisria here in the starting lineup, quite often a play we saw on dive tanks for the Philadelphia Fusion. We'll expand upon that in a moment. Let's now bring out the London Spitfire, a team again who really have blown our expectations out of the water this year, Matthew.
Yeah, and look, I think you kind of thought this team would be like a fringe playoff team. They were really good throughout periods of the season. Admiral and Landon, in terms of the supports here to start things off, I think that means you're not going to really see any of those flex supports. Maybe we see some of Kariko, maybe we see some Lucio in play. And then even when kind of Zarya was strong at points, like they still kind of kept Hottie in. So Hottie will stay in that tank role. But for me, huge matchup here, Mitch, is like between Sparker and MN3. I think that is going to be a crazy matchup, as we've seen both of them play some insane Sojourn all year long.
Yeah, during the Countdown Cup, I think Sparker been excellent all year, but really came alive on the Sojourn. Again, was noted in the pre-show. The kind of player setting up a lot of those early picks that were not always able to be capitalized upon by the rest of his team. He does come out of the Countdown Cup #1 in hero damage on Sojourn, crucially 2nd in solo kills. Something, again, that's very closely tied to the ability to manufacture a first pick to give your team that 5 versus 4 and enable you to ease into a fight that you hope to win based on that player advantage. This match is not an elimination match for either of these two teams. The loser would then fall down to the lower bracket, but still a lot on the line. You really want to avoid these hungry teams also falling down to the lower bracket, and that fight for survival is scary.
Especially when, well, I think it actually, so it's obviously not an elimination match, but with a new meta kind of forming, I think you would really go into panic mode losing this match for either of these teams. If you're London, it's like, do you have the roster to be flexible enough to cover the different types of things we could see throughout this playoff week? And if you're Philly, it just kind of breeds into more of the same, in which has kind of happened and plagued them throughout playoffs in their history.
Of course, ladies and gentlemen, this will be a first to 3 series here. Loser selecting maps. Lijiang Tower going to be coming up first. And we wait with bated breath here to see what these teams have developed in the time that they've had. The Spitfire being at 6th place in the West region, like I mentioned, are able to circumvent that grueling play-in stage that saw Florida Mayhem just go absolutely hog wild on their opposition. So you'd think they've been prepping something. But what we normally see from Hardy, of course, is very Reinhardt-centric play. This is a patch, this is a meta that may not allow for that as smoothly as before, but London have always bucked the trend. Every time they've been told you can't play Ryan in this meta, they bring him out, they play Mei, especially on control maps, and they frustrate the heck out of their opponents. We'll see if they're able to get away with it here, or if it's something different up their sleeves.
And you know, how much experience, let's say if they did end up pulling some of those Reinhardt different compositions out, does Philly have against that type of playstyle? I don't think much. But I also just don't think Reinhardt is in a spot right now that's going to be quite useful in this type of meta. I think you're going to be looking at more, you know, if you're going to play Karika and you find Karika to be strong, right, with the things that she provides, you're going to play an aggressive style of play, right? You're going to be playing fast. So you're going to be looking at characters like Winston, no, even Sojourn, who can get into the mix and brawl a little bit more for a longer range damage dealer, as looks like both teams here at the start. You know, Winston as the tank with the Lucio Carrico as that backline, and then yeah, Reaper in the mix with Sojourn. So Reaper really going to try and become a nuisance to the enemy Winston.
Bellisria so low early on, perhaps not expecting a Reaper there, but Carpe is also on that particular pick. Landon, of course, able to capitalize on that large Winston headbox and find him there with one of those knives. A great opening here with Bellisria already out of the mix for Philly. Not an auspicious start for them.
Yeah, and you don't know what actually he took that large chunk of damage from. It could have been the Sojourn rail shot. Could have been Reaper. I also like, you know, it could have been like a rail shot plus like the Kariko headshot, right? The Kariko headshot does triple damage. I mean, can really take out an enemy quickly, and that's going to be an NF3 hitting a rail shot of the Spark.
It's the perfect opening here. Just as Spark is starting to get comfortable, and as the team holding the point, he can play in a pocket of safety. He gets picked out of the mix pretty much straight away. And now the Fusion will look to try and hold the bridge as much as they can, or at least try and telegraph the enemy Winston's movements towards them here. Bear in mind, a lot of free Sojourn charge coming off of these Winston bubbles, so may see more of those rails here as the Fusion give up the point.
They just get bullied off. They get that first pick, they flip for a little bit, and then they just get bullied back off of the point here by London. So London able to get control again. Both teams will have their Karika ult, so expect to see loads of damage and fast action coming soon.
Here it is, Kitsune rush from Aim God. They're trying to catch Hardy in the middle of their team, and he gets absolutely blown to smithereens. A good open up, both teams lay down the roads as Carpe wants to push out here. The sound barrier used by Fixer, something not available to the Spitfire in that fight, and maybe a key component in them regaining control at some point. Backbone needs to be wary.
And I think even if London had that sound barrier, it's better off to save it, because now you can come in and engage with the sound barrier, connects on to everybody, and look at this, they get a kill right away.
That's classy. Bellisria caught out of position at the start of that fight. He gets moved to the side as the Spitfire engage with that sound barrier. He's forced to look on in dismay as the rest of his team is sent to the chop shop.
You just need that sound barrier, right? They use the overclock there as well for Sparker to just get high charge on that Sojourn, just hit a rail shot quick. See, if Philly tries to push in here, Mitch, you could end up seeing like a Death Blossom from Backbone, but you're not even going to need it.
Unbelievable picks here from Sparker. First up on MN3. Protection Susie thrown down there. It's getting a little bit dicey for Carpe. He's trying to farm Hardy for a little bit of that help, but he gets turned into an edgy pancake. As the Winston jump claims him, and the Spitfire now head to 72%. Crucially, Death Blossom available here for both sides, and that Primal Raid will be in play.
But just how does Philly attack this? Like, London is playing so close and so aggro that if Philly is going to try and get towards that point, they're probably going to have to spend a ton of ultimates to do so. And when they get there, it's probably going to be like close to, you know, 95% for London. Where London can save and be pretty conservative in this fight and then just come back and win one more.
Is MN3 again, who serves that pickup on a platter. Or do the Fusion need to really fight for their meal here? They definitely don't seem like Apex Predators right now. That's a Death Blossom there. That was from Backbone. Carpe's going to get out with the Wraith Walk here, and Belisari is trying to disperse the Spitfire as well as he can across the point. MN3 with the overclock. It's a lot of damage, mostly just getting pumped into Hardy right now, who's able to get away. Landon not so lucky though. His head gets a steaming hole bored through it, and Carpe's able to bring Sparker down. The Fusion, they fight doggedly for this point, but as you highlighted, Matthew, the Spitfire will have plenty of time to get back in the driver's seat.
Plenty of time. I think this next fight, though, will be pretty interesting and pretty telling about how, you know, this could go, where London could end up using this Kitsune Rush and getting the point back rather quickly. But Philly, a really good counter to that is you can just kind of send that Reaper in with the Death Blossom, just force everybody out of that area so they lose some of that attack speed.
Protection Suzu could buy you a little bit of time to get away from the epicenter of that Death Blossom. But if Carpe positions this correctly, Spitfire won't know what is coming. Again, Sparker, much like MN3 has been, probing here at the start of these fights. Nothing easy to farm for this charge until the bubble comes down. He can build some of that up, but MN3's already found Admiral. Headshot with the railgun. The perfect antidote here to whatever the Spitfire were cooking up. And they're out of the picture again.
So they had to use Sound Barrier to engage there and go in and make a play, but you're looking at like last fight territory, so at least Philly gives themselves a puncher's chance here at the end, right? With how good Sojourn is, with like some one-shot potentials. You see MN3 just trying to farm some damage there to be able to get like a high-powered rail. You know, one shot, whether it be on like a Lucio or a Rico, seals the deal for your team.
Carpe trying to preempt the fight here. He's managed to catch Sparker immediately. So now the sound barrier only applied to 4 players. Carpe's able to disengage while most of the sound barrier expires. And that ace in the hole for the London Spitfire gets used a little prematurely here. Lander, looks like also there was a Casino Rush involved in that last fight. So the Spitfire now a little underarmed as they try to approach the point once more. And Belisari going for the Primal Rage. Was hoping for a knockback kill, but look at the damage on him there. He'll circle back, but Sparker and Backbone have already done their fair share of damage. Belisari in Primal, that's expired. He's down, and it's only Aim God left. Nowhere to jump to here as the London Spitfire come out on top. This one is going to be quite the brawl.
Very back and forth though, and you just see how powerful the overclock is. And Sparker was, you know, towards the later half of the season, right? One of the better Sojourns we had, you know, in the Western region. Really able to come up with clutch plays time and time again. So Admiral, nice movement on the Lucio, able to get in, get that touch, but Sparker and Backbone seal the deal there for London.
For MN3, so many of his kills, in fact, almost all of them come as first picks in those fights, right? Which is huge to open up those engagements. Where Backbone just gets to throw himself into the mix here. You see he waits for it. Carpe had already fallen to Sparker, so crazy to say that this is almost overkill in this situation. Saw the protection Suzu used there by Aim God. No one really able to benefit from that. Is just Belisari getting lit up for a moment and then eventually getting cut down to size.
Yes, no comp changes here going into the next round here on Lijiang Tower. As I think these are going to be some of the comps that we see throughout like a majority of the playoffs. You know, Reaper really good, you know, in terms of like self-survivability and also putting pressure onto that. You know, Winston has a little bit of an invuln of himself, being able to escape with a Wraith form. And in Sojourn, we know how powerful she is at the highest levels of play. I mean, just being, you know, the players just nail these shots so easy.
With those Zen in play, you definitely need something else to answer just a very large health fall off the Winston. Sparker charged up here, Matt. Oh, a lot of pressure being put down there. Philly extremely low. Not in a great position to contest right now. MN3 hope to find a railgun there as he peeks the left-hand side. Comes in with very little, and the Spitfire doing a great job of just pulling the Fusion away from the objective here. Again, Belisari's out of position for the time being. He kind of gets knocked across on the left-hand side. The Spitfire are happy for the Fusion to figure out how to get to them first.
That first fight, it's the real difference there, where it's like Sparker hits a rail shot and just gets a player or two weak and just backs them up. But it's going to be the Kitsune Rush right away, the protection there, giving everybody the invuln for a little bit, and then Philly's going to die.
Okay, that's enough to clear the Spitfire away, but eventually they're going to look to be coming back to reclaim what's theirs. Point does get flipped into this fight here, and it's going to be a sound barrier now for the Fusion, who want to hold on to this. But it comes a little later from the Spitfire, which means right now they have that extra durability advantage. Sparker doesn't opt to go for a railgun here. The Fusion again just gets shoved away from the objective, then a point's flipped back.
London just seems to have a great understanding of like the pace and flow of the game right now in terms of the meta, right? Where they know that they can back off for a quick second, give up for a little bit. They know they have the ultimates, the abilities, just in general, to be able to flip that right back and get the advantage. It's 2 players with that Death Blossom. Belisari has to use Primal, and he's going to get absolutely nothing for it. It's London in complete control.
Regardless of the metagame, this is actually something London are very good at doing, right? They control the point, they push up, and then someone just gets a little out of position. In that case, it was AimGod, who had to swift step away, but he'd already taken so much damage and Hardy had a jump available. They go in, they block Chirico. That's a great way to begin the fight. This is a very effective zoning element for the most part here. Belisarea cops one sweet. There is he's forced back for even longer at 72%. This is a mirror image of last round so far. How did the Fusion get back in now with that MN3?
And you also have Hardy with a Primal Rage, right? As they try and push in, use some of that speed. Death Blossom, that's going to result in nothing as you're just so desperate, Mitch, just trying to make it towards the point.
Carpe just looking for anything at this stage. Still, London gives them absolutely nothing. It's a late Kitsune rush from the Spitfire, and they're going to use this to capitalize here. This is so classy from the London Spitfire, Matt. They know the Kitsune rush has a limited length, so they disengage, such that the Fusion have to move off of their own Kiriko ultimate and lose that haste bonus. And then they use one of their own as they're getting pushed into. Lovely stuff from the London Spitfire. Just their comprehension about, like you said, Matt, the way this metagame works, at least in this matchup, really shining through.
And you can see where they put down that Kitsune rush, where Hardy was actually able to, get in the middle of it, use some of it on the outside, and dip back into it, and then go to the other side and go, attend some players and put some pressure down, and still have that haste buff. Really good use of the character there at the start of the London Spitfire.
Yeah, great opening, and again, Backbone really critical on that Reaper. In terms of skill expression in that hero, not always easy to show you the highest of heights and the peaks of what Reaper is capable of doing. But Backbone's the perfect kind of player to put him on like a consistent output hero that has a very impactful area of effect ultimate. He's exactly where he needs to be. He stays alive, and he's there when it counts. Nice stuff here for the London Spitfire. Good opener is Philadelphia now left scratching their heads. How do they answer this? They're losing out in the mirror.
The Overwatch League is brought to you by Upper Deck, the official trading card of the Overwatch League. And by TeamSpeak, the official voice supplier of the Overwatch League.
Claim event perks live at the Overwatch League playoffs and grand finals through the mobile app. Get all broadcast perks, plus 100 tokens, new in-game cosmetics, an exclusive spray, and all new drops across games. Tickets available now.
And so it's a shell-shocked Philadelphia Fusion that we see as they meet the initial onslaught of the London Spitfire, a team who we raised a bunch of questions about, Matt. Can they acclimate to this meta? Does Hardy have what it takes to strap on that Winston and just go absolutely wild? The answer, I guess, to both questions is yes. London, with their coaching staff, who we've just spent a lot of time complimenting this season, have crafted a style that seems to suit their approach really well. They're an aggressive, relentless team who love to identify and then make the most of small gaps, small opportunities to push in and get a fight win. Very impressive opening from London.
Yeah, and although it's like a Winston-based comp, right, you wouldn't necessarily call it something like reminiscent of a dive, right? Like if you kind of subbed out the Winston for, let's say, like a Zarya, you would probably be calling this comp that looks very similar to something like a rush style of play, which is right in the London Spitfire's wheelhouse. Like that's the exact style of play they want to do. So at least after that map 1, good things looking for the London Spitfire. Yeah, really enjoyed the way they managed to get a lot of value out of Reaper. Again, we discussed it a little bit. The backlines here, quite often, you know, you're looking for a bit of utility from your supports. The kind of utility in some cases when you use Zenyatta that can let you pressure down tanks a little bit easier, especially ones that don't have static shielding. But because that's not available, because Kiriko obviously is very powerful and Lucio is required for that burst of speed, you bring Reaper in, who's just a bona fide tank killer. It's his job to really start cutting into that Winston's health pool as soon as he turns up. Eichenwald is going to be our next map in the series. Yeah, and Philly, you picked this, right? This is a little bit more of like a dive-centric map that has some high ground control that you're going to need to have here. So maybe they can throw the London Spitfire up. But we've seen London put together some really good performances on this map throughout the season. So you know, although an interesting pick here from Philly, I still think London's going to be very strong and effective.
This was the kind of map, by the way, that people took the London Spitfire to during their Reinhardt and May days to try and punish like, their lack of range with that composition. London still would manufacture ways of turning the terrain of the map to their advantage, even when they're attacking on that, you know, that precipitous climb in the second phase where you really feel like it can be oppressive to play into enemy high ground plus long-range hit scan. They still manage to find ways to make it work. Philly don't want to change their composition here. They're very much locked into this. And again, a lot of the focus is going to be on how effectively Hardy's going to be able to close the gap and start to pressure into the fusion. I just want to say it, Matt, it seems like Philly have been very happy to give a lot of ground in that first map, right? You mentioned they were getting bullied away a lot. It definitely seemed like they were disengaging quite frequently, you know, at the risk of just getting blown out in a straight-up fight.
Yeah, and I think you probably see them disengage because I thought actually in the first map, you know, Sparker was doing a great job nailing some of those shots on the Sojourn, right? Those rail shots can just take like large chunks of HP from an opponent. And also there's like not a lot of like burst healing, right? Like you don't have like a Baptiste like regenerative burst or just the healing that he provides. Like you're playing Lucio. Oh, Rico, and that's a beautiful shot there. Dude, we've seen Backbone do that.
Oh, there's the smile.
Backbone not,
we put an L in chat.
Historically, not historically a Widowmaker player, but has been able to do that time and time again.
Oh, he's got to let him know, doesn't he, Matt? Backbone switching over to Reaper now because his work ostensibly is done. No Sojourn at the start of the fight for the Philadelphia Fusion. They have to disengage there, no doubt about it. Find a way to come back in here. And in they go. Here's the dive. Bellisria booped up and going to be blown up pretty quickly. He's not going to get out. There's going to be protection Suzu employed to make sure he can walk away in one piece. The London Spitfire almost 3 ticks on this point already. And oh god, the Fusion step off the point.
It's playoff time. You can tell by the way the Philly Fusion are playing right now. So, oh man, is no, not the best of starts right now from Philly is. You know what? I mean, London now 5:30 plus on the clock. You gotta have like some type of like big play, I feel like, happen for Philly, right? You get like a fight win, you know, something really goes your way. You can start to build some momentum because right now, London, I mean, every time we go to like individual shots and player camps, right? Everybody's laughing, they're loose. They feel like they have a great understanding of the game.
They don't let up, do they? The London Spitfire, they can take it though. Don't worry. There've been many teams that have been more than happy to have fun at their expense in years gone by, but now they've worked for this to be a team that can threaten the likes of the Fusion, and they're making the most of it in the match chat. Philly, though, very much focused on the next phase of the plan, which is go, oh God, help us, oh God, stop the Spitfire at all costs. They got a Kitsune rush up their sleeve here. They've got to keep Carpe alive. The Okuda able to reach him. And here's Kitsune rush from both teams out. This is going to be pretty intense, man.
I mean, just so much damage that's unanswered. But you have the sound barrier available for the London Spitfire first. Let's see if they can capitalize in that brief moment. They do. They get a kill on Aim.
Yeah, that's huge. Fixer went for the sound barrier, but Aimgold wasn't able to capitalize or benefit from it, rather. Now Sparky can peer in from the periphery, but Backbone's able to clean up Carpe with the Death Blossom. MN3 finding an exit kill, we'll call it, as he backs on away. Very quiet start for the Fusion here.
And you also had a little bit of a window there where Admiral had the sound barrier and the Philadelphia Fusion are still kind of like building up towards it. And Philly gets it probably like, I don't know, like 3-4 seconds after, but that's enough for London to locate a player who's weak and finish him off, which is Aimgun.
Spark is overclocked.
Oh, you lose Carpe.
Gets picked off at the start, apropos of absolutely nothing as far as we can tell.
He just walks up to the car.
He must be trying to LOS with it, right? Maybe he doesn't expect a face full of Hellfire shotgun pellets from Backbone. And that's another checkpoint given up by the Fusion. They had 4 players alive. They're under a lot of pressure, granted. But it's not a great look either, as the Spitfire now are absolutely blasting through the map. No, Backbone, love a little bit of techers.
Yeah, being able to get that teleport in midair. I saw a clip, Seagull playing Symmetra. He was able to get a sick teleport back on the map. Just the tech here, man. This is an insane time from the London Spitfire. 4 minutes plus to take the final point. And it's not even just the final point, Mitch. Like, they're going to get, like, almost around this corner where the end of the map is right there.
Carpe just trying to keep people away from the card here. You notice he's really not extending outside of the payload sphere of influence. Hardy dives in, but not too deep. It's going to be another Kitsune rush deployed here. Aimgod doesn't have his yet. Backbone's going to be firing it extremely fast, and I think the Fusion know we can't fight them inside this ultimate.
Yes, I mean, what do you do? I mean, Sparker's able to get 2. You have the Reaper on the cart. You can't get rid of him. Vixa touches. Aimgod has nobody to teleport to, and that is a full... This is a Philadelphia map pick. And the London Spitfire on their opponent's map pick just runs it down, finishes the map with the 407 in the bank.
I mean, I'm watching Aimgod try to heal Fixer, right, with the Ofida. It's like he's trying to give out, like, you know, first-class tickets to Morbius, and Fixer's like, no, I don't want that. Just, you can't get any of the healing because the bloody bubble just got dropped on top of the card, and not a lot going on. So, London Spitfire feeling very good. 20 final blows for the whole of the Spitfire. 8 of those for Backbone, 7 for Sparker. A paltry 5 for the Philadelphia Fusion. Oh dear, they are not ready for this. Carpe unable to get on the board with that Reaper, whereas Backbone has been cutting a bloody swath through his opponents.
I think the London Spitfire in the chat, they were talking about Secret Agent and James Bond. I assume, you know, Carpe, there's a thing in COD, you know, you put out that 0-7, the 007. He was, you know, a little James Bond style line there to start the half. That's rough.
Admiral, look at this. Now, Swift Step's available, but he touches the... Okay, so he touches the death zone before that ability can actually activate. Now, bear in mind, there
is like a little bit of a channel to it, yeah.
Right, and there also was an invulnerability window with that ability. But invulnerability sort of frames don't really care about environmental deaths. You sort of will die regardless of those that overwrites them. And plus, that invulnerability phase has been cut much shorter in the latest patch.
So how do you bounce back from this? If you're Philly, like,
bro, you need Carpe.
You chose
Carpe to wake up.
Yeah,
you Carpe. There it is. Okay.
And there it is. Yeah.
Cuckoo clock going off there. Backbone going to be dispatched early here. MN3 has a pocket to play in, and Admiral's not able to get out of his line of sight quickly enough. Good start for the Fusion here. 2 big picks to open things up. The Spitfire maybe not expecting the Fusion to probe in that particular manner. Carpe just had that one on a silver platter, but he'll take it.
Yeah, beautiful start there. I mean, you kind of, I asked, like, how do you bounce back if you're Philly? And that's exactly how, right? You end up getting Carpe in, getting Carpe a kill, MN3 able to hit a nice rail shot. I think even if you don't get the best game from Carpe, if, you know, MN3 starts to do some of the things that we've seen throughout his, his run throughout the season on the Sojourn, it doesn't really even matter what happens with your Reaper, right? I think you can really start to turn the tide.
That's a great point. I mean, can you expect that out of MN3, right? Who's, you know, obviously coming into this team pretty fresh start of the year.
I don't want to say it's easy to play great during the regular season. It's not. But, you know, you got some teams in the regular season not up to par with some of the way that some of the teams here in the playoffs are going to play. Like, now is the time you got to show up. Like, it's great you show up in, you know, week 2 of the Summer Showdown, but really, this is what matters the most. If you can't put those performances here in the playoffs and against the top teams, it kind of goes for naught.
Interestingly there, Backbone again gets caught right at the start of that fight there. Is the Spitfire defensively finding a little bit hard to navigate their Winston composition.
This is looking good for Philly, dude, too. Look, I mean, you're going to have 5 ults coming into this fight. Admiral not even close to Sound Barrier with how fast these fights have gone in favor of the Philadelphia Fusion. As you're in a spot where Philly, where you could actually put yourself in a position if you win this fight to actually end up with like more time in the bank going into that final checkpoint.
Bear in mind, these shots pierce. Fusion definitely going to break line of sight and trying to avoid clumping up there around the card. Hardy trying to stop them here as they go in. Sound Barrier for Fixer now as Landon's going to go with the Kitsune Rush him in 3. Much of this damage being dedicated to the enemy Winston. He needs to get him out of the picture here. Over the top, he comes again. Ain't gone. Oh dear, okay. Yeah. Can't get out of that. He actually switch steps to a teammate as he goes over the edge and gets caught in that death blossom by Backbone, who now turning up here in his second half.
I tell you what, though, man, that was the fight that they needed to win for the Philadelphia Fusion. Now you're going to allow the London Spitfire to stabilize here, get control of the top of the castle. The Sparker is going to be able to rain down. I mean, this is such a good angle for the Sojourn. Like, you do not want to be trying to fight that angle from, you know, low to high, trying to hit those shots. See the Disruptor shot just end up there, like kind of forces them off of that ledge, just trying to get them into that castle.
Another Disruptor shot will be up here for Sparker, which gets extra annoying if you try and take the stairs as the Fusion. They instead opt to, well, dally a little bit here. They're trying to get the Junkenstein challenges, fair enough. Cramped by their land, boys. Primal Rage here for Bellisria.
Disruptor shot just knocks, you know, puts a way to get through the door, just blocks it, and look at that. Bellisria goes right over the top, and the London Spitfire, they just Sound Barrier and speed boost right on through, and Backbone just insta-kills Carpet.
That's not the first time that the London Spitfire have done that. This is characteristic of them, and we saw it actually on Lijiang Tower guarded, right? Bellisria tries to engage, he gets booped to the side, and then Admiral Sound Barriers speed boosts the rest of the team in. Bellisria is caught outside the plate.
Well, what's terrible for Philly as well, as it took like, what? It took like a minute off the clock to set all that up, and it was over in seconds. I mean, they really got nothing for it. Look at this, Hottie just getting a good survey of the land, seeing where everybody's moving for the Philadelphia Fusion. They can set up this next fight.
Sparker losing charge here as he's not made contact with a foe for a minute, but he's still maintained a little bit. Disrupt the shot, giving a tickle there. Hardy emerges within the midst of the Philadelphia Fusion now. Okay, Kitsune Rush now off towards that right-hand side here. Carpe forced away by the Primal Rage Winston, but Hardy takes a licking as a result. Still able to play around the card. Philadelphia, they want to push this in. It's Backbone's Death Blossom though. That is a death knell for the Fusion. It's another push getting stuffed.
And Hottie has been so aggressive, man, getting into the backline of the Philadelphia Fusion, and they have not made him pay for it at all. I mean, how many times do we see Bellisria just jump in, and he's getting hit with whether it's like a headshot from the Kariko and some, you know, Sojourn and Reaper damage, and he's like basically dead by the time he gets in there. They are not punishing Hottie at all.
Also Admiral. Admiral's making it impossible for Bellisria to actually get in a position to get damage off of his jump, let alone be in range to actually do damage with their Tesla cannon. Keep an eye on how Admiral just repositions Bellisria as he tries to engage. It's really frustrating for the Fusion who can't get him in that position. Again, we're fighting in the castle. Another great place to disrupt the shot, and everybody's lined up. This could be scary. And then 3 gets taken down. Sparker just has to wildly aim to the turning mass of Fusion bodies as they try and push their way up the stairway.
There.
Absolutely nothing for that.
He Death Blossomed in that corner to try and maybe, like, they were going to bait in, run on in, and nobody took the bait there from London. Is what, now you have to back out here. Things have gone terribly for the Philadelphia Fusion after their point A take.
Philly can't read London. I mean, Carpe's expecting them to follow up on that, but they already get 2 kills from that engagement.
And you see where, like, Hottie's playing. it's like, they're almost kind of like stalking the Philadelphia Fusion. It's like, okay, we'll let you guys get in that position. And then they just start positioning London around them and collapse on them from so many different angles, and Philly can't do anything about it.
He might be waiting as well for MN3 to use his slide, because he knows that there's no mobility for the Sojourn to evade him as he tries to jump in. And then he probably calls his boys, come out the trees and start knocking heads. Here come the Fusion, grouped up now. Past the disruptor shot, MN3 doesn't have a good angle to make use of this overclock, but he's got no choice. He has to try and find some value here. But his Spitfire sitting in the corner. They're just waiting. 2 support ultimates online, but MN3 is able to find backbone at the start of the fight. It's a good opener, to be sure. Kitsune Rush used here, but the Spitfire in no position to come out and stand upon that hallowed ground. They're forced back inside the castle. And finally, the Fusion finds some picks from MN3. Bit of a Hail Mary, but they'll take it.
Well, the MN3 gets a really good first pick, but they also, Carpe turns around, and with Vixa, they take care of Hottie instantly. Hottie just trying to be a nuisance in the backline time and time again, was not getting punished at all. That time they adjust, they turn, they take him out fast, and they're able to win the fight.
It's an air rush here for the Fusion, they're far from done. Again, the Spitfire disengaged. Make it so the Fusion can't benefit from that haste. Well, they'll return to that area, but great disengage, something we've seen a bunch from the Spitfire. Admiral really has this on lock. To the high ground goes Hardy now, he'll just tickle from that corner. Backbone hoping to punish Bellisria as he repositions as well. Wraithwalk had to be used. Not a lot of burst healing for the Fusion, so it will take a while to get Bellisria fighting fit once more.
And London's okay with this. Like, they're okay with Philadelphia just kind of like posturing and playing a little bit slow here because of how much time they have in the bank.
Bellisria finds himself just in the middle of that bubble with Backbone. He's trying to dance it. Spark is just able to find a window to get an easy headshot kill.
And I feel like this is like the wrong approach with a meta like this. I feel like you just need to take as many fights as possible, as it's a big Death Blossom with the Disruptor shot making it difficult for players to get out. Because, there's so much burst damage here, Mitch, that like if you just play slow and wait to just try and get the perfect fight, the fight ends before you even have a chance, right? Whether it's like a Raper shotgun, like insta-kill in close range, a railgun shot, that I think you just need to take constant fights with a meta like this.
Down barrier for the Fusion, they're going forward here. Both support ultimates from the Spitfire and the Fusion are a long way away from the cart. No chance of touching there. And I love what you mentioned, right, about the idea of just trying to take these fights early and often. The Fusion might be playing with the mindset of a previous meta where your fights were predicated on the ability to get it, pick with Sojourn, or allow your Genji to zero in on a low health target and then jump in and make the assassination, speeding the rest of your team in. Now, you don't really need anything special to start these fights. You need your Reaper in a good spot, close enough to the enemy tank, and you need that speed boost available. That's about it. The Spitfire say, we can make the Taj Mahal with, Flint and Tinder right now. We're willing to use very little to turn it into a winning fight. And you'll see the stats if you get a chance to. So many fights taken by the Spitfire, even when they're ostensibly in control of objectives. We saw that on Control a bunch before. Philadelphia will have to find a response, maybe get their land legs here as the London Spitfire constantly keeping them off balance. Stick around and see if this team from the East has got enough game to hang with a Spitfire. "222 days since our screens were last graced by the Overwatch League. So good to be back, of course.
The Nano at the ready for Crimso could give this Marvel or Striker on the tack visor. He wants mini room control, but got zoned off by Foles, but he's gonna come back around. Full 360, Striker coming for the backline and the kids. 4K, he strikes again as Foles goes back to spawn.
Oh, the prodigal son of the Boston fans has returned home. Did you miss him, Boston? Happy might find themselves an angle here as they take a look. Sees Twilight, what in the world was that? Someone call E-Sick. There's no way Happy hits those. All those!
Oh my god! And okay, the Zarya's cool, but she got a lot of health. Okay?
Sheesh!
Are we gonna be in someone's YouTube video? Do I gotta shout out my mom? Happy. You're cracked.
Paddy a little bit scared of Finn. I would be too, to be fair. He's got a lot of utility. Nano available. Nano blade for Sam. He dashes straight to the backline. Insta-killing. Landon, Sparker dead. Backbone 2. There's Admiral. Another 5k. No! Proper steals it. Come on, man. Oh, you're supposed to give him the clip. Sam, though, still with 4 kills. Nice work.
The Fjord's doing a great job of draining time off this objective, and Pelican gets caught in for a little bit too long. However, Merritt, as Attack Visor gets 2, looking for a little bit more. You're looking at Pelican, you're not looking at Merritt, he's got 3, and the Outlaws, that should be enough to take the point.
That should definitely be it. The good thing here for Fuel is that they built a lot of time off the clock. This is going to go down there, but Merritt getting a lot there, a lot of value, and this is just continuing to show as the fight breaks down, Soldier is so dangerous.
The Mayhem didn't really have a chance to respond there with ults of their own.
Nope, I take it back. Nero proved me wrong. Nero proved me wrong again.
Are you serious, Nero? That was a massive anti from Ultraviolet. Nanoed. Nero with the 5k. Okay, there's the smile that I wanted to see. Forget map number 1. Eichenwalde is yours.
Oh my god.
Oh, okay, so this is the anti-nade that set the entire thing up. Oh my god. What is more satisfying than that? I cannot name a single thing. Carpe again! And M3 is going absolutely nuclear!
As catches and instantly finds 3 kills.
Leading the charge of his team application matrix as well, but Fury, excellent gravity flood.
Spark had the numbers, but Bellistry has the space. The mines! The double kill!
Shot through AimGod. He's looking for the elimination. He goes on the offensive, but AimGod shuts him down. Oh, everybody really low inside of the valley. Nixa gets 2 for himself. Okay.
There's still time to get your tickets, that's right. Join us at the Overwatch League Grand Finals and catch Leah Denise and Charisse Booth, the voice actors for Junker Queen and Sojourn, live. Tickets are on sale now. Come hang with us in Anaheim. Eventually they're gonna pry me out of this garage and bloody send me over there as well so we can all enjoy the vibes together, ladies and gentlemen. It is going to be absolutely mental. No better place to return than the Anaheim Convention Center, which is, I mean, for me, Matt, it's really the epicenter of where some of the most incredible moments of Overwatch have occurred.
Overwatch, I mean, I've been there for like amazing Call of Duty events throughout the year, just like an awesome esports venue, just so many great events that have happened there. Where I'm excited to see, you know, with obviously the first 2 maps of the playoffs in the books, kind of how things shake out for the rest of the field as we go towards next week.
Absolutely. If this is anything to go by, the play in this meta is going to be fast and furious. You'll notice that neither of these teams really making any changes, any sort of you know, to the lineups, right, in terms of our hero compositions. They are sticking with very much the same formula all the way through, Matt. London just seemed to be better. I mean, Philly better hope that Route 66 ain't the end of the line, if you know what I mean.
Yeah, you know, what was, you know, Game of Thrones Season 1, it was like a life for a life, right? I feel like, you know, hexagrams to get the Eagles back on track, sacrifice the Philadelphia Fusion. They look dead right now, man. I mean, that's tough, the way they lost Eichenwalde, because they actually put together a really good offense on point A. It was just after that, things fell apart. I think they gotta up their pace of play. Like, I think just, you know, with how this meta is, and I think, like, how fast some of these kills and fights go down, and I think just historically in Overwatch, like, the more fights you take, I think, like, the better off you are. just really slow for the second part of the map. Now, they end up having like 4 minutes plus going into that B checkpoint, trying to attack that castle. And they just kind of like walked around for a minute plus before that second fight took off. And what happens? Backbone just kills Carpe instantly. There's nothing even happened. By the time you get to the next fight, right? You burn about 1:40 on the clock. It's impossible to recover from stuff like that.
Well, for this sort of more moderate healing output that Lucio and Moira and Kiriko, provides, there's not much you can really do about being in the middle of the fight and then a Reaper headshot.
You're used to playing on live, talking about Moira.
Yeah, God help me. I mean, but if you get headshot by a Reaper, there's no way you're coming back from that. There's just not enough time to get you topped up. Maybe if you've got an incredible Kiriko, she can throw down a protection Suzu, but that's it.
Backbone excels at these Widow headshots off the rip. Let's see. Everybody playing close, though, for Philly.
They don't know that because they're obviously not using a Sonic Arrow like the days of old to scout this out. But they're well aware now as Hardy pops his head up there to look over the back fence and sees his neighbors having an absolute party. And God has the Suzu himself, steps away.
Yeah, he has to TP pretty far away over to MN3 to be able to live there, and has to use the invuln on himself before even using the Swift Step. So you have some of those cooldowns out now. You see Philly playing a little bit further back now. Hottie goes deep there trying to make a play for MN3 in the high ground.
Fellas, Rhea gets caught. Yeah, it's going to be traded though. MN3 and Spark are both striking blood here. London Spitfire probably happy with an exchange like that now, as Carpe wanted to buy a couple more seconds, comes out of that right walk. A couple extra shots in the backbone to force him away. And Aimgod's knives go to work.
Yeah, because I think that's the right move for Philly. You have to play close. I think playing close probably gives you like 3 fights versus 2. You get another fight here and then probably another one there at the end.
Oh, man.
With a kill on an Aimgod, that is massive. You have no invuln there. The healing output of Kiriko is really strong. As everybody just kind of has to just run on in, try and get his kills and maybe trade here. It's not going to work out for Philly.
And you see Sparker's timing is immaculate there. He knows that Bellisri is going to try and deploy a projected barrier mid-flight because he's worried about getting headshot on his way in. In the days of old, Winston's used to turn their back on their dive target so they couldn't be headshot, like by a Widow, for example. But he actually gets a charged rail headshot just before Bellisri deploys that bubble. So the timing's perfect. And it's like a half-health Winston that touches the ground, and then he gets swarmed on by the rest of the Spitfire. Not the start I think the Philadelphia were looking for here. They trade up at every occasion at Carpe. Oh, buddy. Fish out of water, am I right?
Yes, that'll be point A taken there by the London Spitfire. And it's interesting, in the break, I actually saw, Crimzo kind of tweet whether it was like power rankings about the teams right now, but he also expected to, kind of put a note. They expect to see, a little bit of crazy results with a meta like this. And I think you can kind of see why, right? With, Sojourns being able to just, one-shot players before fights even kick off, how new Kiriko is. I think when you look at teams who have these, really strong Sojourn players who can pop off at any time, those are ones you could look at for maybe creating some upsets, where Spark are playing lights out today.
MN3, nothing doing when it comes to those railgun headshots. He's got to find something here. Landon's already dealt with Carpe. The kunai come flying thick and fast when you're standing inside that Kitsune rush. Very, very scary, especially if you're hitting consecutive headshots on large targets like Winston. The Spitfire now want to slow things down just a little bit, but Spark is not able to get on the same program as the rest of the Spitfire quite in time. Bellisri here, most of what he's doing is trying to check Hardy's position with this primal range.
You saw Sparker a little bit further out and decided to make a play in. To be honest, you needed to make a play at that moment in time because you were getting absolutely nothing from the rest of the squad, and now you lose MN3. Sound barrier used for both teams here, just trying to keep players alive, as maybe you can now push back up to the cart and gain some control for Philly.
Carpe and Bellisri are on the docket here to try and get them out of the situation they've found themselves in. So they do. They pressure forward. Hardy eventually gets caught out. Later in the fight, Carpe's able to come alive. Sparker returns over the flourish. He's able to find that one elimination with the help of Landon. And Backbone wants to keep fighting. Again, London exemplify this keep going play style they've been showing us.
Well, Reaper is so difficult to just dislodge from areas, especially when you're playing that Winston, because he's so tanky, whether it be the lifesteal, you have a Wraith form for some, invulnerability, you have the protection Shuju now for invuln as well. Lots of ways to just keep Reaper just surviving on the point, where Yeah, if the enemy Reaper's down and, you know, you're kind of like in an even matchup, you push forward if yours is alive. You know, use that Reaper as like a battering ram.
Right, here come the Fusion. They get caught on the high ground though. And look at Hardy sort of sewing them quite effectively. He gives up his life in order to do so though. As the London Spitfire though still get what they came for, don't they, Matthew? Another checkpoint to their name. Philly just have to try and make this a convincing fight win. Try and generate some ult charge. Start to dig in for the next phase of the map.
Yeah, if you're Philly, you need to stop the bleeding, right, so to speak. You need to play close here. You need to rattle off a few fights in a row. Because, you know, you lose a fight, you're going to give that ultimate advantage over to London Spitfire with the way the game looks right now. And they're just going to walk this thing home with how they've been playing so far.
God, they're trying to stay mid-range as much as possible. Away from the Reaper, but close enough that the healing doesn't take too long to get to Bellisrea. Travel time on healing, something that we haven't really explored much in Overwatch. It's much of it's instantaneous. Oh, there it is, MN3. Big pick there. The Fusion not in a position to take like a full fight quite yet, but they'll move up here and posture more aggressively.
I think they should be playing more aggressively the entire series, right? Like, you know, they end up like backing up to play from this corner, and that continual rush comes in. Like, they end up having to back up even more. They give up some space there, like force London to use those ultimates like right outside of their spawn door, as opposed to just kind of inviting them in and giving them some payload progress. You know, not a ton of progress, but still, it's something.
Brazen play there from Bellisrea. Even if he was in Primal Rage, he looks to try and cut Backbone away from the rest of his team. He's able to do so for the most part, but he'll be back for more. Backbone absolutely doggedly pursuing the back line. Great beat timing there. A second later, and that's the end of MN3. He still goes down anyway as Backbone gets his teeth in and won't let go. AimGod, meanwhile, out of the picture here. Very scary healing situation now for the Fusion. Carpe has to turn tail again. Philadelphia constantly being staved off by the Spitfire, fight after fight.
They disrupt sure shot damage enough to take out Carpe at the end, so Bellisrea has to jump onto the point, but you see how weak he is right off the rip.
Yeah, he's in deep trouble. Again, the healing comes quicker from Kiriko with that haste buff, but it's just not enough to keep them alive. Not against the burst damage of Sparker from the top of the truck here. Carpe trying to go for a gambit, looking for a Death Blossom, and only comes up with Admiral. And that is far, far too little.
And dude, it's difficult to finish this map in general, but to finish with a minute 29 in the time bank, it's just another gut punch, I think, to Philly, where this is their map selection yet again, as you just see London has such a command over the flow of the game right now, in my opinion.
And again, you said you'd like to see Philly just be more aggressive in general. You know, I know that obviously having to play without Zest changes the calculus a little bit, right? There's no doubt about it. But getting Carpe into a position where he can succeed is such an important part of making this composition work. He's been able to make a couple plays alongside Bellisrea, right? Late in the fight sometimes, they're able to coordinate. But Sparker's been all over MN3 in terms of finding those first picks in these fights.
But when you look at like the comps, so Mitch, right? It's not like you're missing out like Zest playing like, you know, something that is highly mechanical, right? Like a Genji, an Echo, a Tracer, right? I feel like the Reaper is just mostly like positioning, cooldown management, decision making, right? Like, although Carpe has not played a ton, this is still a pick that we've seen from Carpe in the past. He should be able to play it at a high level here.
Having a slightly better time than the last couple of maps is all well and good for Carpe, but it's going to take more than that to put the Fusion in a position where they can actually have tempo. That's the word I'm looking for. I don't think the Fusion have had any sort of tempo throughout this entire series. London just are more than happy to engage very quickly. I do wonder like how London divine their win condition in some of these fights, right? A lot of the time Backbone is trying to wade through the massive bodies and just find MN3.
It looks like Backbone was setting up there for some kind of TP up on the high ground. Had the button hovered, but look at this. It's interesting that London will allow them around the corner here. Maybe they want to just give them some space to just kind of maybe have Philly actually split themselves off from each other. You know, force Philly to play aggressive.
Well, give Backbone like an easy flank route that includes a health pack along the way. Might be the answer. Oh, okay, he doesn't expect Carpe to be behind him, so he takes a bunch of damage, gets the Suzu treatment. Fusion are grouped up here, except for MN3 playing on the cart. I think London just neglect that, or leave him. They think they can take a 5v4, but Sparker immediately blown up.
You see how so much, you know, the Karika's used in just kind of for offensive purposes, right? You know, that triple headshot damage really strong, you know, especially on squishies, but even for the Winston, as you know, Philly has done a nice job here getting the cart moving here right off the rip. London can't lose control of this high ground here on Big Earls.
It's tough for Kiriko to find good damage when there's a Winston bubble in play. She does nothing to them, generally. Really hard to break them. And doesn't want to be inside one for risk of just getting too close. She's very fragile if she gets caught out. Hardy is picked off, though. So the Fusion, now this is where they have to go. You think of the player advantage, they really need to pressure it a bit more. Okay, Kitsune Rush going to be in their face. Carpe's going to be rebuffed from the backline he intended to get to there. Spitfire holding a little bit longer, but Admiral obviously not opting to sound barrier here. Stall if he can, but there won't be much in this defense for the Spitfire.
And the fights that they've been successful in, the Philadelphia Fusion, it's been MN3 getting a pick off on the Sojourn, which I think, you know, even for London, they've been really good, you know, at that as well, capitalizing. And then making Hadi pay for jumping into that backline. That time it was, you know, Fixa with some help from Carpe. Once that happens, you're able to push the Reaper and the rest of the squad in rather, you know, easily. And it's good things that happen for the Philly Fusion. They gotta punish Hadi for it. Once he jumps in, he gets close to that backline, gotta make him pay.
Credit to M3 there. A big pick as Carpe was getting turned away with nothing after that first engagement. Again, they try to access him, and Hardy's able to find the response. Crucial way to even the ledger somewhat, and Hardy even going to stop off for a mega, as his team's pretty dispersed at the moment. See Backbone sort of tracking back a little bit here. Angol wanted to follow Carpe in there with the Swift Step. Fortunately, there's going to be a sound barrier in play from Fixer, and Backbone cannot hold up in the middle of this Fusion melee.
And this is really good for the Philly Fusion. You needed to get some type of momentum back in your favor. Nice body blocking here. And Velastria just preventing some of those players to walk on through back towards the spawn, as you're going to get Sparker because of that. You have the primal here too. You can play up on this high ground. You can actually just play for this door yet again. As Philly could put themselves in a good position to finish the map.
They definitely have some ground to make up. When the Spitfire were in this position, Philly ended up, well, not being able to touch the card even though they had all their players
the lower route, yeah.
I think Hardy scouted with that jump. That was all it was really supposed to be, but they have to act quickly, and they've lost MN3. Or rather, they've lost Landon. MN3 was able to sit up on that high ground with the London Spitfire choosing oddly not to engage in that fight. They just get picked off. MN3 has his slide to be able to get away here. Hardy's going to have to look elsewhere. Right now, he'll be seeing nothing, sent back to spawn, and here come the Fusion now in this last phase of the map.
And you see how different the game looks when they're able to protect MN3. You know, Hardy's not back there causing problems, putting bubbles down, you know, causing issues. And you give him lanes to shoot from, and he's you know, as good of anybody in the league as Sojourn, and you know, you hit those shots, it just forces London back, or it just gives you an advantage early on in the fight.
Velastria able to drive a wedge between the two sides of the Spitfire now, but gets caught a little bit too close to the thorns here. Backbone brings him down. Fusion forced to back away slowly here. Plenty of time to work with for Philly. It is tough to defend with Winston-based compositions. We see it on many maps here. London are getting a couple of these individuals caught out, namely Backbone sometimes just overextending ever so slightly. That's another big pick from MN3. I don't know how he expected to see Sparker coming on that flanking route.
And that was Sparker's overclock as well. Sparker was coming from that angle with the overclock and just trying to maybe get a pinch on with the rest of his team. But MN3 with a headshot takes him right out, and he's got an overclock. He can sit up on top of this trailer. I mean, this could be, you know, an even faster time than London.
The Fusion can create a safe pocket for MN3. This ultimate could be devastating. This is quite the narrowed lane to play in right now. MN3 sliding away. Suzu has to be used there. Not available here. And MN3 might be macabre artwork if he's not careful. No, sound barrier timed as well. But of course, Kitsune Rush here for the London Spitfire. They double it up with the sound barrier. The Fusion don't want to peek into that. So they wait a little bit, and here's that overclock from MN3.
Yeah, you see everybody trying to get behind some type of cover here for the London Spitfire. Waited out, but MN3 gets right in the mix.
Might be the man right now, Matthew. In the moment, MN3 comes alive. The London Spitfire now struggling to answer the threat that is his Sojourn. But Carpe's going to be brought down by Admiral now. The brute force aspect of the Fusion's lineup has been taken out of the picture for now. And Hardy's able to force MN3 away by nothing but his vault. This is a great spot for this from Backbone. Pix is opening well, and the Death Blossom yields a team fight win.
Oh, and that got dangerous there as the payload so close to completing the map. As what had to happen there, Mitch, is everybody from the London Spitfire trying to come outside of that the spawn door from the left, and that's where like Bellisri and the rest of the team playing. And Hadi can't really go back to help them because he has to be the one contesting the points. So he's set on the point to whose job is it to clear that area out. It's Backbone. He gets over there fast with a speed boost, gets the Death Blossom right in the mix, and takes a few players out. That was massive.
Once more into the breach for the Fusion. Carpe has a Death Blossom this time around. First, forces Backbone away. That Ray 4 plus Mega Health Pack means that his opposite number will be safe for now. Pretty early Winston Bubble used there by Hadi. But Landon is able to pick Bellisri out somehow. Getting rid of the enemy Winston. Philadelphia. Their spear is no tip.
Yeah, and he's, obviously not going to be, a target to be teleported to from the Kuriko because not going to TP into your own death. And Lucio's not going to be able to get over there to heal anyway. So Bellisri really with there's no like honor, Zen to be able to heal a little bit at range. As soon as you break that line of sight and you're in a little bit too deep, there's no helping you.
Philly now have less time to get the map done than the Spitfire have in their bank. Just getting the map done at all is going to be their main priority here. Spark is able to force Fixer to run away here, meaning Aim God's the only one with the proximity to heal properly, and even he's out of the picture now. Spark is just able to pick Bellisri out of the mix, and again, the Towering Titan for the Fusion picked off early, and Aim God even, he even went for the ultimate.
Yeah, that's what I mean. Carpe, you see him underneath. Phalo go try and TP away. As London, they get that fight win. They hold on to Primal, which is going to be great to stall. They have Sound Barrier, and they're going to have the Casino Rush. I mean, they are in a perfect position to win this. I think if you're Philly, you're looking at what? Does Carpe have an Overwatch 1 Season 1 Death Blossom kind of in the mix, right? That takes out everybody. I think it's more reliant on MN3 to hit some of these shots.
Carpe doesn't get where he needs to be, or so he thinks, but Hadi was a decent target for him. The Primal Rage, so it makes it harder to capitalize on. Kitsune Rush now down for the Spitfire. The Sound Barrier is going to be there as well. Backbone coming in with the Death Blossom, and MN3 is felled. Bellisri clinging to life, and you know what they say, Matt, the more things change, the more they stay the same. Once again, the London Spitfire dominate the Fusion in a post-season game. What a showing from this Spitfire. Really hard to have criticisms of their play in this match.
I mean, no, they look lights out awesome in this matchup against the Philadelphia Fusion. They look like they had a real understanding of how this meta is supposed to be played. Sparker, goes toe-to-toe with, MN3, who's fantastic on the Sojourn himself. London with a really good first win here.
And what a proof of concept for their take on the current meta. Looks like they've had plenty of time to work on it. Looking very, very clean. On occasion, right, the usual suspects for the Fusion turn up. Or the usual suspects, rather, as MN3 is able to show us some death-defying antics on that Sojourn. But it's not enough. Even with Carpe having a much better map on that Reaper, his performance is not able to sort of take things over the top for the Philadelphia Fusion. But outside of the individual, I think our biggest criticism is leveled at the Fusion's hesitancy. I mean, their lack of interest in sort of taking these fights early and often, and their difficulty in getting Bellisri into a position to actually pressure backlines.
It felt like they started to get in a little bit of a groove there late on Route 66, but it's so late in terms of the game and the series, right, that you put yourself so far behind. It just felt like a little, too little, too late. Which, now you drop into the loser bracket for Philly. I mean, there's going to be killers down there, right? I mean, there's not going to be a tough team in that, not going to be a easy team in that loser bracket. So, I think if you're Philly, you got to watch this VOD again, go over what you can improve on. But I think I agree with you. Just up the speed of play, pace of play.
Let's talk play of the match now, Matthew, in this first playoff game. It's the one, the only, the German dynamo known as Hadi, leading from the front, like all good leaders should. From start to finish, a squeaky clean performance on Winston, a hero that he faced a ton of criticism on, especially last year. People said he was feeding, he was dying too often, out of position, you name it. It was leveled at this guy. But now his game has been taken to another level. The hard work that he's purported to have put in, absolutely paying off. This first delegate from the Eastern region, absolutely shell-shocked by the Spitfire's relentless assault.
Yeah, and I think what you saw from Hadi, specifically in those first 2 maps, he was able to just cause so many problems for the Philadelphia Fusion backline in MN3, and there was no response from Philly for those first 2 maps, and that's why they were able to really dominate the London Spitfire. This 3rd map, Route 66, they definitely made it harder on Hadi, but a fantastic series on the Winston.
No doubt about it. Dealing with Winston, going into a lot of these Reaper-based compositions is always a pretty scary prospect. And yet, Hadi has less than 4 deaths per 10 minutes, which is a really very, very good result for a hero like Winston, who needs to be in the enemy team's face, who only has very limited windows of durability based around his bubble. The fact that he's able to get away with having such a high impact with this over 20 eliminations per 10 minutes, he's involved in every fight in a very key way, and the rest of his team are preventing him from falling to these really nasty tank killers like Reaper. Great showing from Hadi, really important, another step in the evolution of this London Spitfire team. It must feel good for them to come on, into this tournament with even footing with a lot of teams. They've had a decent amount of time to acclimate to the change and patch, and this metagame, I don't think Philadelphia are going to be the first of their victims in this regard. There should be a lot of teams, even from the Western region, even who placed higher than the Spitfire, that should feel it going forward,
yes. Yeah, I absolutely agree. I think with the way that this meta looks to be shaking out, favors teams like the London Spitfire, who can play this fast, aggressive, brawly style of play constantly, but also have a really good Sojourn there, in that backline, able to nail shots like Sparker. So I think teams like, London, I'm excited to see, some of the other teams like the Gladiators play in Dallas in this type of meta. I think it's going to be really interesting.
That's it. There's much more, of course, to come from today's matches. Ladies and gentlemen, so stick around for more of your Overwatch League 2022 playoffs. Don't go anywhere.
I'm on the shot, guys. I'm pushing in, Reaper one, solo, so one.
Let's go, nice, boys. Nice. Spitfire sweep.
The Overwatch League is brought to you by Butterfinger. Crispity, crunchity, peanut buttery. No one lays a finger on your Butterfinger.
Welcome back to the Watchpoint desk here for our game break, and we now have Backbone from the London Spitfire joining us for a quick word after a convincing victory. Backbone, congratulations, how are you feeling?
Thank you, feeling very good.
Very good. Wonderful. We take that. Now, you went up against the Philadelphia Fusion. Obviously, that's a historical matchup for everyone watching. Not so much for the players playing, though. You also didn't, I assume, got exposed to them very much this season, given that you're playing in different regions. So what was your preparation looking like heading into that match against the Philadelphia Fusion?
We weren't really prepping specifically for them. We were just playing what we thought, is good, what we know most teams are playing. Yeah, just playing like the matchup today. That's what most teams play, so it's not anything new. It wasn't really any specific Philly practice. We weren't really scared of them at all, to be honest.
Not scared at all. Well, talking about what's good, I wasn't expecting to see this much Reaper in the meta. Give me the lowdown. What makes Reaper so good with the Winston and the Kiriko?
I mean, the Kiriko makes Reaper, all of Reaper's worst parts are better. The new DPS passive with Reaper makes him really strong. You get an Elim, you get faster and better reload speed. That's two of his weakest points. And then Monkey's just Monkey. He's just good anyway. Like, it doesn't really matter.
Monkey's Monkey.
Yeah.
So I feel like London Spitfire, you guys are just like perpetually, underrated and underdogs into every series, of course. So how are you kind of like using that as fuel going into this playoffs, and how far ultimately do you guys think you can go this playoffs?
I mean, I don't think anyone really expects us to go far at all. I mean, no one's expected anything from us at any point
Danny
this season.
does, actually.
Yeah, Danny does. Danny's always got our back. No, but I mean, we're just having fun. I mean, I don't know if you heard at the end of that route with the after comms, but there was a lot of barking going on. There's a lot of barking going on in our comms right now.
We heard London Spitfire sweep.
London
sweep.
Yeah, there's a lot of just we're just having fun. Like, so many of the teams here feel the pressure that they need to win or get the finals. We're just here to have fun.
Awesome. We love to hear that, and we can't wait to see more from you guys in these playoffs. So once again, thank you so much for joining us, and big congratulations to the first W.
Thank you.
Cheers, Backbone.
Right on. So let's dive into the match highlights. 3-0. Not really a result any of us would have expected.
We were all wrong.
Yeah, we were all wrong except from Danny.
Good job, Danny.
You're doing great, Danny. But I do want to talk about what I feel like is a little bit of a disappointing look here from the Philadelphia Fusion. They played so passive with a composition which doesn't really allow for you to play that way.
Yeah, it was an interesting look. The reason we predicted the Philadelphia Fusion is they've shown better performances on this dive. They have good coordination, but none of that was really on showcase in this match. They were flat-footed, they were slow, and that really allowed London Spitfire to be the aggressors in a lot of ways, and they were aggressive, to say none the less. Hardy was getting in there, not being punished, and Backbone, Death Blossom after Death Blossom getting maximum value, so Ultimate's being used better as well. Other than MN3 coming alive on that Route 66 on the Sojourn, falling a little flat, and very disappointing first performance from the Fusion.
Yeah, I think if anything, maybe you'd want to see them force Tracer duels more, because we know Carpe is a fantastic Tracer player, right? And while we know that Backbone, maybe not the strongest Tracer around the league either, so maybe Fusion, looking back on this, are there other maps in the pool where we perhaps could have forced a Tracer duel instead of a Reaper? Definitely seems like Reaper is here to stay, and it's going to be the mainstay so far. But there are other teams around the league that are probably looking at this matchup themselves going, oh boy, we gotta play Reaper the entire time. It's going to be tough for us.
Yeah, and I think Backbone made a really great point. I didn't think about it when we added that new DPS passive of you get an elimination, you get more reload speed, movement speed. That really plays into everything that makes Reaper a weak hero. So that is why he is really coming through. So something we weren't expecting, but you should get used to it. It might be a staple for these playoffs.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, it's exciting to watch, isn't it? But I reinforce, Backbone just said it best, monkey is monkey. So let's discuss that very topic, because I really felt like the Philadelphia Fusion, they didn't really play that Winston like you're supposed to be playing. You're supposed to take up space. You're supposed to be aggressive and do something for your team, but one of the two Winstons just kind of stayed back.
Yeah, I think Belos Ria from Fusion, he fell a bit flat in this matchup and really just like handled on a Spitfire a pretty uncontested win here. If you want to break it down, big picture, I think a Winston generally has two jobs, right? It's contesting space and it's disrupting the enemy team, right? And Fusion, they didn't really get to contesting the enemy backline because they just had so much trouble controlling space, right? So Belosria, taking a look at the stats against Hadi, of course they lost 3-0. They are going to look bad, okay? I don't want to overemphasize on how bad these stats are because they did suffer a brutal loss. But what I want to highlight is almost twice the deaths right there, and also the lower knockback kills and final blows. It really didn't feel like Belosria wanted to go in there. I want to highlight on these specific highlights right here. Belosria, he's almost like away from the fight. He's so scared of contesting the Reaper from the Lona Spitfire that he's trying to stay out of these fights. He's doing big leaps up into the air. He's not really being present within the fights themselves. I'd rather see him, you know, create some space for the rest of his team here. Be like in the front line and try to at least make it a challenge for the Lone Spitfire to grab this space to get into these fights. This jump right here, just jump straight into the cart. You cannot do that. And you see he's immediately headshot by the enemy Sojourn, 100 HP, and then he's out of the fight. Instead, utilize the high ground on your surroundings, because you can jump to the high ground, wait a couple seconds, and you get that leap back quicker, right? He didn't try to do anything of that. Instead, it was either all in and he died to the Reaper, or it's like, oh, I'm gonna jump in and then kind of be like, you know, have fun, guys. I don't want to be part of this. So
it was
a bit disappointing.
It was strange because watching that, it almost looked like he was not doing the shot calling. Like, he was just kind of following suit with the rest of his team. But really, when you're playing that Winston, you kind of have to be the aggressor. You kind of have to call the shots there.
I do want to give a little bit of credit to London, because even in the very first team fight that we saw for them, Belosria jumped in, tried to take that space, and London was like, absolutely not. And that really set the tempo for the rest of the series. So Belosria needs to go back to the drawing board and the entire Philadelphia Fusion to find a way to enable him.
Yeah, you have to find a way. You have to find a way to contest the enemy team and know your limits. You can't shy away from your job as a Winston because you're scared of a Reaper, you're scared of getting picked. You sort of have to do your job in a serviceable way. But Belosria, he just stayed out of the fight most of the time, and when he did go in, it was just head first and like, please don't dive. You know, it's 2 meters,
like,
you know, with the pool or whatever.
Winston has to like do calculated overextension. That's kind of how you have to play Winston.
I love it. Calculated overextension.
It's kind of what you do, right?
It's Johnny's career in a nutshell.
It doesn't work out for everyone, though. That's a problem. Now, I do want to quickly preview our upcoming match. It's going to be the Spark going up against the Shanghai Dragons. The Dragons coming in, of course, as the favorite here. But I would like to take some time to take a look at who needs to level it up. In Leveling Up, presented by Butterfinger and Costa, which of these teams need to really step up their game for this one?
It has to be the Hangzhou Spark. This is a team that in our last international tournament, the Mid-Season Madness, had an incredible performance on the back of Shy's Sojourn. This is something that they can lean back on again, but as of late, in the last two stages, in the Summer Showdown, in the Countdown Cup, they have been struggling. They need to level up. Look at this, 1-5 in the Summer Showdown, 1-5 in the Countdown Cup. If they can get back to that previous performance that we saw in the Kickoff Clash in the Mid-Season Madness, they could be in for a run. They played well in the play-ins, and that's why they're here today. Need to keep that going for them.
Now, I do also want to get a quick hint at what we could expect or hope map-wise, because he's going to be our map guy.
Johnny the map guy.
Johnny the map guy.
I'll be your guide.
He has like
things you don't want to hear.
He killed
from
at least 5 trees to get every information humanly possible printed out on everything map related. So what do the stats say?
Well, I will tell you this. Out of all the playoff teams, Hangzhou Spark, they are the 3rd best hybrid team.
Oh, wow.
So the second map looking pretty good for that. They are the worst escort team by far. They have like a 32% win rate on escort. So if you go down 2-0 in the series and you have to win escort, bad luck for the Hangzhou Spark. If I'm a Hangzhou Spark fan, I want to see them win hybrid or control to give me an opportunity to get the push, and then maybe we can win out the series.
All right, there you have it. I hope the Hangzhou Spark listened in on that segment. Good information to have.
So bad at escorts.
Now, I do want to take a look at our Preds, although I doubt we're going to see any surprises. However, I mean, Danny, you know, like...
Yeah,
we didn't talk about Shy. Shy is like one of the best Sojourns. So he could throw this for a loop.
But they can't just keep relying on Shy to kill everybody. Your strategy cannot be Shy, go kill everyone.
Actually,
well, it worked in the Mid-Season Madness, but Shanghai Dragons are the 2021 champions, and they are such a well-rounded team. I don't think they're going to give Shy the opportunity to do that, especially when the guy on the other Sojourn is Lip, probably the best Sojourn we have in the world. So Spark have a tough task ahead of them.
Absolutely. Let's see if they can get it done. For now, we're heading into a very quick break, and then afterwards, we're going to be back with match number 2 here in our 2022 playoffs.
Well, if the first match was the fuse being lit, then I'm telling you, fireworks are about to go off here, live from the Anaheim Convention Center. We're up to our second match of our Overwatch League 2022 playoffs. And this one is going to be a head-to-head rehash of rivalry between Eastern Region rivals, Matthew.
Yeah, and I totally agree with everybody taking the Shanghai Dragons in the series. Obviously, historically, a fantastic team outside of Season 1 in the Overwatch League. But I actually think the Hangzhou Spark is a team that, when you look at teams that potentially could cause upsets, right? You know, Guxue on the Winston, Shy on the Sojourn, like, you know, putting players in their best roles, you know, best heroes, like comfort picks, and they just have insane mechanical skill. I think they're a team that could really be a sleeper pick.
I mean, this is the same Hangzhou Spark that gave us an incredible 5-map series against the Los Angeles Gladiators in the mid-season madness, a team that really made a deep run in that bracket. It was a great time for them, a great metagame for them to shine. Things started to take a turn for the worse, though, as we moved into Summer Showdown and Countdown Cup. That's when the Sparks started to find themselves foundering just a little bit more. This team, though, like you mentioned, a huge roster, gigantic team, so many players that can be rotated in, and so many specialists that are waiting for their chance to take to the stage when the meta suits their best heroes. And you've already hinted at seeing Guxue, someone who we haven't seen much of lately, right? Bernard has been in at main tank for this Hangzhou Spark team, and they had to get through the play-ins. It was a 3-0 win against the Chengdu Hunters, but that game, both teams were throwing haymakers. This Spark has to hope that now is the time, the right time for them to peak, because going up against the Dragons is going to be quite the task indeed. Let's not waste any time, Matt. Let's jump into this. Let's welcome to the stage here at the Anaheim Convention Center, the Hangzhou Spark.
And I think this is going to be a good meta for the Spark. Is it good enough to beat the Dragons? I don't know, but I think if you were looking at, you know, players on heroes we know they can excel at, I think you have a really good shot with the players that the Spark is going to roll out here today.
We talked about a lot of the metrics in that last match, I feel, that made Hardy so successful, playing the Winston, coming in at main tank there. And one thing we really pointed out was his survivability, right? The fact that he's able to play up against these these Reaper-based compositions and still find success. That's definitely going to be something we're going to be looking out for on the side of the Spark here, because Guxue currently holds the title for the highest time alive as a Winston player and the fewest deaths in the entire league coming in to these playoffs. He has got to come alive here and stay alive in many of these fights to have that big impact.
Yeah, and I think you're really looking at Guxue and Shy. Like, if you're going to turn this series in favor of the Spark, you're going to have to see it from the Winston and the Sojourn that most likely you're going to see from this team. They have all of the mechanical skill that you could need to take it to a team like the Dragons. It's just the Dragons, you know, are going to come in as a, you know, well-oiled machine, right? They're going to be, you know, on the same page. They rarely make mistakes. Can the Spark play up to that level? The scary part with the Spark is sometimes we see that, sometimes we don't. Which Spark are you going to get here today?
And genuinely, if you want to look at previous results for this team, you know, spoilers, they haven't been exactly compelling against the Shanghai Dragons. You could probably throw that script out a little bit here, as we have a pretty significant shift in metagame. One thing that Eastern Overwatch fans have been treated to frequently is this matchup of Sojourns, right? Lip versus Shy. Either one of them can take the game over at the drop of a hat. I've got to be honest with you, we are dealing with a championship caliber team on the other side of the stage, so the Hangzhou Spark had better be ready for the Shanghai Dragons.
So the Dragons, we know, are tough for anybody to deal with. And I feel like a little bit of a, do you want to say like a chip on their shoulder, so to speak? I feel like they've come in with not, like, everybody's picking the Gladiators, you know, Seoul Dynasty's a pretty, you know, hot pick. The Shock, I feel like the Dragons have gone a little bit under the radar to where, you know, maybe they want to come in and put together a really good showing, let everybody know that they're still the real deal.
Look, I think that probably has a fair bit to do with the dominance that the Seoul Dynasty in sort of more recent history have been able to bring into this region. Shanghai, though, you know, despite maybe some rockier periods in the Countdown Cup, have been really strong. I think, you know, you look back over their records and losing to Guangzhou and Philadelphia, sort of in back-to-back games there at the sort of end of September, not the most auspicious signs for this team. But no one, even the people that are the lowest on this particular team are going to deny the caliber of players on this particular roster, right? Between Fate and Void, you have a lot of options here. Fleta has always been incredibly reliable, and the backline of this team is just quite exciting, right? I think a lot of people are looking at Izayaki and going to be asking the question, all right, how well does he develop? How well does he adapt? He's a veteran player in the league now. You're putting Fleta presumably in a position, maybe to play Reaper. You feel confident about that. The guy is so reliable. The guy's so consistent. And that's what you really need from Reapers, right? Just not to get blown up at the start of fights here. Does he have to pop off and have these like legendary moments on Reaper? No, he doesn't. He just needs to be a consistent force in these fights and capitalize maybe when someone like Lip opens the way.
And I think if you're the Spark, like the path to victory here is probably what? Shy plays a game in which he can kind of like neutralize Lip in the Sojourn matchup. And then you have Gushue just make it so difficult for, Izayaki in the backline of the Shanghai Dragons, which allows like Alfie and the rest of the crew to play a little bit safer, a little bit more, up on the carts and objectives and use that Reaper as a real big damage source.
That is assuming, of course, if these teams are subscribing to the same theory on the best way to play right now, which you probably suggests that they do. I don't really think the Dragons have been a team that have always opted to go for wacky stuff. I think that when this team looked strongest this year was actually, during Hua Yu's stint, playing a lot of their Genji on this team. That was very, very, very strong for them and very, very scary. This is your reigning champions, the Shanghai Dragons, who, like many teams, have had to contest a lot of big meta changes as the years gone by. And they've really weathered the test of time in that regard. So there's a lot of reasons to sort of pick them as, I can't believe we're saying like an outside chance here. It's 18 wins and 6 losses, right? The Dynasty have 19 and 5. So realistically, they're one game behind the leader in this Eastern region. Should be expecting them to bring their best here. And I guess everyone looking at Hangzhou going, okay, you've got a different main tank. We've got a different tank player helming this roster now than we sort of had in more recent history. Is that a difference maker? Gushue, the Primal Blade, as he's known, can he have the impact? Can he make the difference? I mean, his opposite number is a true veteran of the league in Fate.
Right. I would say, though, like, if you're looking at, in terms of playstyle, you would probably categorize, like, Fate and Fleta in more of, like, a conservative, like, safer playstyle when you look at, like, the Reaper and Winston players, where, can they play, like, if the game gets ratcheted up to a really fast pace, right, and the Spark are really pushing them to another level, can they play at that level of aggression and pace? Because, like you mentioned, I think the best point we've seen from the Dragons when we've seen Who Are You in, Who Are You is another big-time playmaker to put next to Lip, right, especially when he's on the Genji, and really can, open things up for himself. Fleta, I think, is more of he can play everything at such a high level, and not as much like the playmakers maybe like from a few seasons past.
And I guess we're going to get an answer to the question in this matchup. Like, what degree is there wriggle room in this sort of 5-hero composition, right? Looks like most teams seem to be in agreement that this is just absolutely the way to go. Both teams coming out mirror compositions again. Sojourn, Reaper, the Winston with the Kiriko, and of course Lucio. Maybe the Spark to opt to take the high ground position to start with here, hoping to give Shy some really nice sight lines to find an opening.
Yeah, and Disruptor shot from Shy onto one side to try and force him to the other, and Gushue already in the window. Oh, that is a slide up to the high ground and a headshot right in Shy's face.
You just don't do that.
2 kills from Lip.
That's
insane.
That doesn't happen. I mean, you really expect a lot of Sojourn players to bide their time and and let their Winston go in first, but Lip is essentially leading the charge and absolutely pummels Shy.
I mean, just Lip with a solid 4K there in the feed to kick things off. 4 from Lip, 1 from Fleta, as the point goes over to the Dragons first.
That is disgusting. Shy, again, the kind of player that you expect Hangzhou to really try and use as their secret weapon here. Lip gets in his face and says, the court belongs to me, buddy. Great way to make a statement early here. Again, not so subtly, to the high ground goes Alpha Yi, joined by Gushue. Lip again maintaining a little bit of an off angle here and is sitting in a relatively safe pocket. Now as Fate just wants to disengage for the time being, as Lee J got a little low in that middle pillar. Shy's able to find Fleta though.
Yeah, that's a huge pick off, and this is what you want to see if you're a Spark fan. you know, Gushui get right in Liv's space, make a play.
Very early Kitsune rush there from Izayaki. Soundberry also combined with it. Looks like these teams are trying to use those ultimates in conjunction early and often just to make sure they have the durability to back the haste buff up. Hangzhou are going to try for one of their own, but Super Rich is busy sipping his tea in spawn. No chance to build up that barrier yet.
Oh yeah, Gushui, the Primal Rage, who's trying to make a play for Lijigan. He actually ends up getting Izayaki, as I believe he teleports right to him, and he's going to get lit.
That's two, the Primal Blade, that's why they call it that. Somehow able to find an inordinate number of kills from an ability in Overwatch 2 that really is used for disruption and sowing discord among ranks. Gushui, though, incredible juggling prowess displayed. And the Spark are going to get back in. They give up a lot of percentage in order to do this, though.
Yeah, it's still like, even though they flip the point, you're going to see more players come in here for the Dragons, because you have the Reaper, you have both supports, and it's just Gushui on the point right now.
Guy making the play here, overclock used. Dragons pulling their heads back inside. Do not want to expose themselves to this, but Feta has no choice. Shy rounds the corner, puts one right between the eyes, and now Fate really wants to just try and buy some time. Izayaki to the high ground here, Lips able to find Shy, so the Sojourn threat is down, but the Dragon's a little undermanned in order to have a full takeover of the point, and Izayaki doesn't have Swift Step for now. He'll play safe around the corner. He has very limited options about where to go.
As Fate just stays within his range, gives him an exit there as Shanghai, they'll have both support ults here, Mitch, in their Death Blossom. I think this is their opportunity to flip the point back. You're going to get pretty close to tying this game up with a Spark.
Let's see if Shanghai had that same bloodthirst as the Spitfire did. Looks like, yes, they are going to lead with both those support ultimates here. Alpha Yi staved off very quickly. The Spark might just opt to give this up here, especially losing Gushui now. Hard to stall a point out like this when so many support ultimates come into play.
Yeah, they have to. It was a nice attempt there from the Spark. They actually have Gushui jump down and put a bubble right on top of Alpha Yi as he's trying to use that Death Blossom inside of the Kitsune Rush, but nothing home there. Not able to connect with anything. And also a really nice play from Lijigan. With that bubble, like splitting players off, still able to connect with everybody with the sound barrier.
They're trying to start the fight off on the Dragon's terms here, but he gets just clobbered by Shy. Primal Rage there from Gushui again, gonna make it hard yet. Again, it finds another kill. Lijigan going down. The Dragons get to 99 though. Hangzhou want to hold on to what they have left as they're in a win position here. Now they're back at 64 and counting for them. It's a long road to hope.
You see Gushui wanted to put that pressure and take out Izayaki, but didn't want to go right into the Reaper and still able to take him out and get out with his life as pushing on forward. Spark getting aggressive, and this is what I feel like they can really excel at against this Dragon. Taking the fight to the Dragons, make the Dragons be reactionary, not kind of take fights on their terms. I think that's where the Spark can see success.
Hangzhou support ultimates are out of phase though. It's either Beat or Kitsune Rush, and never both of them in this game so far, owing to Super Rich dying early in that first fight. Okay, so that was Gushui's start to the last fight. He dives in on Liv, and Izayaki's already going to be felt there by that disrupt shot. Let her find very little value from the Death Blossom. Sound barrier owing to that in a big way, and Hangzhou just happen to have that come up at the right time. They're in charge now, and the Dragons are going to be forced back. Shanghai, again, the way they're playing these fights, Matt, right, using both their support ults at the same time, in theory, I guess, less opportunities to have these explosive team fights with extra durability or haste.
Yeah, but so what you also saw there in that first round, like, think about every time you saw Gushui use like the Primal Rage, right? Like, it's kind of been a thing historically in Overwatch where he's been so good with that Winston ultimate. I can think of like at least 4 kills he got during that first round with that Winston ultimate, which is usually used to just kind of stall, where nothing really on the Shanghai side of things with Fate, where I think that's going to be really difficult for them to deal with this high-tier Winston play from Gushui.
And again, to what degree is like Super Rich's shots from downrange, the Cheerios, helping out in that kill? It just looks like Gushui annihilated Lit so quickly. You couldn't ask for a better pickoff there, and a great way to start the fight. A really high arcing jump there as well to give the rest of his team time to get in position. Beautiful opener. Master Winston play here from Gushui.
And Alpha Yi, he gets really low, so that's where they have to back up. And now the die is going to come in from the Dragons.
Teru at range here, trying to play safe if he possibly can. Down the pit goes Gushui. He'll be able to join the rest of his team in just a moment here. A little bit in disarray are the Spark. They try and group up in the right side room here, but the Dragons are posturing further forward. They see Teru, but they can't get to him, and that buys enough time. Shy is able to take Fate down. Now again, the initiator is off the table for the Dragons.
And I really like the way the Spark played that. They move into that room, and you don't want to actually just send the Winston in to go kind of head on into the Reaper. And you're just kind of stuck in no man's land, right? Fader's just kind of like stuck in the middle of nowhere on the point. Doesn't want to go in, can't really kind of stay there, not even making an attempt to actually get the point for Shanghai at the start. Puts them in a really tough spot.
It's in a rush to the point here for the Dragons, but when they play the point, they step out of that. Spark put one of their own, they'll be able to play on the point with this ultimate. Flutter force back there, Wraith walks away, and the door shut in his face. Care of a disrupt the shot. Doucheway drops down, health pack. May not be enough to keep him up, but the sound barrier sure will. Good timing from Super Rich here as the Dragons still struggling to find purchase on the point, finally flip it in their name.
And they backed off of it there for the Spark. I actually thought they could have used that sound barrier and really sort of juggle the point, where maybe you have Doucheway just jump back in with the Primal Rage. He's going to use the Primal Rage. Their player down.
Going for the kills here, Doucheway.
Everybody's so low, though.
They're going to slip away, and somehow Doucheway comes up with 2.
He is so good, bro.
Lee J Gon gets limp from limp. His extremity is used as a club. Now as Doucheway looks to follow up on that scary display. Hangzhou flipped the point back. Doucheway gets out alive because, of course,
dude,
here we go.
His Winston is just next level, man. Like, may not see it in a bit, but it's still, he just has such a mastery over that Primal Rage. That allows him to flip the point after a lot used by both teams.
Well, the clock's from both sides here. Both Sojourners trying to peer in for those picks, and Super Rich is down first. Hangzhou control the point here, but they might have to rely on Alpha Yi's Death Blossom if they can get him in position for it. Lip again, very slippery, hard to catch, and that Suzu's a second too late from Teru.
They finally do get a flip here as they'll take out Shy as he's just kind of existing for a little bit. But this is also like, this should have been percentage in theory, right? Mitch, it should have already been just going over to Shanghai, right? Like, Spark had about like 50 or something. Like, Doucheway able to use that Primal, flip it, gives them about an extra like 15% or maybe a little bit more. It could be big later in the game, right? Just having that extra time already banked for the Spark.
Shanghai back to the point here. Perhaps want to try and play around a Kiriko ultimate on the point itself. Pleasantries exchanged by the Reapers here. Flutter forced to get away. Here comes both Kitsune rushes into a Maelstrom of Madness, and Alpha Yi comes out with 3. He explodes forward. Reminds me of the Beyblade days of old. Lays waste to the Dragons.
Okay. And I think Lee J Gon was going for the sound barrier there, and I'm not sure he got it off. Take a look at this replay here. So, yeah, Lee J Gon tries to beat during it, not able to get it off. That is huge there from Alpha Yi.
There's just no saving anybody on your team when you have that hasted Reaper. Ulti.
And the Spark now have their own sound barrier, and they're going to end up with a Primal Rage out of this. They could steal map 1.
Super Rich here trying to make sure he can get a good barrier. Doesn't have to worry about the shield breaking it up now. Here it is. Beat is thrown down. The Spark going to go forward at 97%. The Dragon's not going to have a chance to get test here. Death Blossom from Flutter. It gets the kill on Shy at the very least here. And overtime has been secured. Doucheway can't quite break through the Reaper here. So he turns back to ward Fate away from the point. It's going to be 4 players for now for the Hangzhou Spark trying to hold on. Fate being topped up here and someone being forced out to the side. Terror able to get away, but Doucheway gets caught amongst the massive Shanghai Dragons, clutching at a chance to stay alive in his first map. They flip the point and they're going to come out on top in this fight. What a crucial one to win here for the Dragons.
And Flutter gets,
wait!
Wraith End pushes in and he's going to die.
He overextends. The Spark though, not in a position to capitalize all that quickly. They'll try and be fast about this if they can.
Oh, they're going to try. I mean, you're going to use Overclock and try and get right in there.
The Dragons have a Kitsune Rush available here. Overclock from Lip could be around Ender. Fate very, very low here. Force back. Here's the Kiriko ultimate and Lip goes forward now. Where are the targets? Alpha Yi! Oh my gosh! You can't be serious! The Dragons are ready to contest that. And Teru and Shy both are correct. The Dragons, at the end of their round, are unable to touch the point. That's Charlie Nida.
And look, I would not have picked the Spark to win this series. I think Shanghai, with what they've displayed over the course of the whole season, but I think you kind of see what I was laying out at the beginning of the series, where you get Doucheway on the Winston with Shy on the Sojourn and Alpha Yi playing this Reaper just in the mix. You put players on some of their best heroes and they can really set the pace against this Shanghai team. And they're dangerous, man. The Spark steal map 1.
Scary stuff. We knew this would be the time for the Spark to show their best work with Gushue at the helm. They look unstoppable so far. Shanghai need to double down and find a way to answer the big burly Simian threat that currently looms over them.
This is the absolute highest tier Overwatch that you really can get.
4 minutes out of the Hangzhou Spark, they clear the point, they get it. 70% is Bernard crashes through 2 to get the eliminations.
Shy on the Sojourn has been putting up numbers. Finding 4 members in that fight.
Shy is a one-man army.
Finds Fit, Blade pulled out immediately. Finds Prophet, finds Smurf, Architect. Huge. Picking up 4 eliminations with the Blade itself. Nano does go in, he comes up with 2 quick kills. Izayaki and Lip both falling. Gets a third. For the Hangzhou Spark, they can absolutely contend with the best of the best.
Map 1 has told us that there can be no doubt about it, but Gushue, man's got hands. 10 final blows, 3 deaths in that first map, leading his team in a metric that you rarely see Winston players lead in. At times, maybe you'll see him be very much a key part of fights, but I'd love to know how many of those kills came from Primal Rage. I'd say almost half of them Stunning work.
Yeah.
Again from Gushue here. And look, look at the Dragons, right? Incredible players, seasoned veterans. Fate's not that guy. He is not that high-flying player that takes Winston's skill expression necessarily to another level. That's not been his role. It's not been his job. It's not been what's expected of him. The Spark just have that to fall back on here, and what a great opening here in this series. Shanghai down a map already.
Yeah, and Shanghai, for their map selection, will end up taking us to King's Row. And does that change anything we see in terms of the meta? I'm going to kind of go and say I believe it doesn't. I think we're going to kind of see this mirror matchup unfold over the course of a lot of the maps throughout the entire weekend. Maybe, quite frankly, all of them. But King's Row, definitely a staple, a just kind of like home field for just about every team in the league at this point.
It's been in the game for a long time. Definitely one of the most iconic maps. I will say, one that we don't always see in metas that have more options maybe for tank play. Don't always see Winston be the go-to here. But again, as defenders, you have natural high ground advantage that you can use to your advantage. And as attackers, you can absolutely use Winston to try and gain control of that high ground and transition into it. So not out of the question that we see that again here. And you have to feel like the Spark are favored in any situation they can bring the Simian Scientist into the fold.
I would just believe that if you were going to see some different things, you probably would have saw some adjustments in terms of the lineups, right? Like if you were going to see some type of like Sigma play or, Zarya play from Shanghai, you probably would have saw Void come. Sure. The same on the other side for, Hangzhou, like Bernard. But I think with the way these rosters are constructed and with no subs coming into this game, I think you're going to see more of the same, where the Winston can still, he can kind of control the high ground, but he can at least threaten, right, and kind of like position for it.
Tough to defend with Winston comps in general, right? I think it's something we observed even in the previous series where the Spitfire were the better team by at least half for almost the entire series. And even at times they find themselves, trying to engage as defenders and getting blown up pretty quickly. So there's always that level of lethality that, a defending Winston has to be very aware of when he tries to drop into a composition that is shuttling a Reaper at them at speed. Terry here?
Yes.
Pardon? Okay, Izzyaki might have had to Suzu himself there and might be able to swift step away. Interesting little opener there as both Kiriko's using that wall climb to get info and poke a little.
Also can get out of harm's way with that swift step, right? Can just TP right out. Oh, and that's going to be Shy getting that first kill, getting the better of Lip there as they're just trying to march on in. And this is where Gushue can do his thing, get aggressive.
And again, first kill for defenders here. They can drag this out, Matt. They can make it hurt for the Dragons, who have almost lost an entire minute already. It's passed in a flash.
I'd say as well, I think this is really good that the Spark start things off on D here, right? Because you take that map number one, any team, right? Regardless of how confident they are, like a little bit of doubt will creep in a map like that. Teru's still going. It's like, Lip is so low already.
Teru essentially says he's
going to steal this half. You're in a good spot with the Spark.
Teru, I think, says he's playing with house money because of his ability to swift step away, right? He finds like a couple headshot connections there, or at least puts like mad heal pressure down on the Dragons early. That puts his team in a significant advantage. And the risk isn't that great for him, right? He can dash back to the rest of his team, rejoin them before the fight begins in earnest.
Once they get the Reaper out of the equation, Gushue just goes, able to get access to the players in the backline and supports. Teru not going to be able to play on that flank.
Yeah, he is.
Side of that.
Guy will not be denied. Kitsune rush for both sides on the point here. Soundberry is though being held in reserve for the time being. No blood drawn yet in this fight. Shy holding, of course, swap side. This, you have to feel like this favors Hangzhou now if they can force the Dragons to play out of this choke. They've had to go for Lee Jae on Soundberry here, but what do they get as a result of that extra durability, Matthew?
Might not be anything as Gushue trying to make a play. I believe this is Yaki up on the high ground. They know Fled is still back here as well, so you have two more players still split off here. They know Fled is probably around here somewhere, but it doesn't look like they're actually going to go look for him. He's just in the middle of nowhere.
Coming into this game, you really have to reassess your expectations, I think, for how this match plays out. Now you've seen what we've seen. Shanghai are down to less than half of their time to attack with here. They do have Primal Rage, but they've lost Lip again at the start of the fight. Lip opened the series with this absolutely harebrained assault on Shy, just running into him, getting the headshot, but now it's all been about Shy, and that sound barrier really may not even have been necessary.
I think you would have wanted that sound barrier for this next fight, or just the threat of it holding it coming up, right? I know Overclock, Death Blossom, Primal. You're not gonna have anything there to hold on, but I tell you what, I mean, this is about as good of a start to the series as you could have asked for if you're a Hangzhou Spark fan.
Deru heading back to the rest of his team after his initial forays, once more probing for weakness. Great walk used here, and yeah, there's that Primal Rage making it impossible for Shy to get away. So Fate gets one on the board there. Shanghai have the ultimate advantage to work with, and looks like the Spark may not be in a great spot to get use of it right now. That is that Kitsune Rush, of course.
They haven't been on the point the entire time. Are you going to be able to come back and challenge this again if you're the Spark?
No reason not to.
It looks like you're actually... Yeah, it looks like...
Where was that go? Where'd that come from?
Able to take him out, and he was like in the choke and then TP'd out.
That's insane. Okay, the good start for the Dragons here. Here come your Kitsune Rushes. Alpha Yi standing on the paved road as his Flatter wants to push forward. That Death Blossom is devastating under these conditions. All too easy for the Dragons to finally pick the Spark apart, but prior to that, it was anything but.
Yeah, and I mean, the kill on the Shy there from Izayaki is massive. I believe he just kind of like pushes forward and actually is able to take him out with a headshot and then TP out. But I think Super Rich using that sound barrier. Like, imagine that sound barrier there. That's a much closer fight. If you're the Spark. Yeah, let's take a look at this. I don't even think he's really aiming for him. I think it's like Super Rich and other players coming through the choke.
And I feel like it's actually at the start and end of fights where Kiriko finds that value, because Winston bubbles really make it hard for you to do that. You're better off just healing for most of the time. But this initial probing try, or this like at the end of fights, just sort of throwing knives, seems to find some pretty impressive purchase from these Kiriko players.
That was sound barrier used by Shanghai to try and keep everybody alive there as they were putting pressure right before point ugly. And Dushui ends up using the Primal, and he ends up taking out Lee Jake on there towards the end. So he'll take that trade any day, I think, if you're the Spark.
Lip trying to slip away there as he hears the overclock from his opposite number. Shy, disrupt the shot here. A lot of people have to play inside that one. I mean, rock meet hard place.
Right. Looks like a disruptor shot just on one side of the doorway, a Death Blossoming Reaper on the other side. No options to survive there if you're the Shanghai Dragons. So, and they don't, when they push up, they're trying to like get a lot more cart progress than this. They don't even really make it clear around that first corner.
Not a great spot for the Dragons to be in. They've had their successes at times here, right? You're capping the point, and then that sort of next fight. A good opener from Lip. He's been pretty quiet outside of that so far, Matt, so this is absolutely necessary. Shy's having to trade it back, though, and they've lost Lee Jae gone. Where's that impetus going to come from now? No speed boost available for the Dragons. They're trying to peer in and find just picks here. Lip got to be topped up as he's getting put under extreme scrutiny by Gooseway there, but Fate deals with Super Rich and Shy deep in the enemy backline. Great peel, great awareness from Fate there to salvage the fight for the Dragons.
It's Lip, even without the overclock, comes up with 3 there. Just massive plays from Lip. Is Shanghai going to get really close to taking this second checkpoint? We're probably going to end up in OT. And Super Rich has this sound barrier, which is going to be the main difference going into this fight. Yeah, and Primal too.
Overclock from Lip. Can he find an opening at the start of the fight? Looks less than likely here, but the rush is going to charge the Dragons forward here, try and close the gap, take the space away from people like Shy. Primal Rage now coming out from both sides, distributing these Spark plays a bit more sparsely across the card. But Fate is low on health, he needs to get away. It's going to take a while to top him up. Izayaki going to work with those administrations, but he's only at half health as he tries to contest here. Death Blossom for Flatter is going to be huge. He needs to find a way to get in here, but they've already lost Fate. Is this going to be enough? Sound barrier there for the Dragons. It's Flatter's at least able to find Super Rich here. Alphagi clinging on. He's able to find another as Flatter, and Teru is able to slip away at the last moment, but Flatter knew where he'd turn up. Shotgun to the back of the head, and now Alphagi has to try and stand and trade blows with Flatter. It's about buying some time here, but in overtime, the Dragons will scrape into the last phase of the map.
And that is why you love watching the Shanghai Dragons play, and you love their chances in a long playoff like this. I mean, just to contest the payload and wait out the sound barrier there used by the Spark, I mean, just perfect the way they just kind of juggled it between the responsibility, the Lucio, the Winston, the Reaper, and then just building up towards their own sound barrier and able to take it. And that's another shot there from Lip to open things up.
Not even the slightest twitch from him there as he sets off that railgun. Smooth like butter from Lip. And now the Spark will be stuffed back inside their spawn. This is a lot of ground to be gained by the Dragons, who still have some time to work with here. And another overclock for Lip. Hangzhou need Shy to make a retort here in some way, shape or form.
Yeah. Big time. I mean, we've seen just Lip go unanswered here. Is that's going to be Shy popping his overclock as well.
Lip, he's deep behind enemy lines here. Disrupt the shot makes it harder to find decent sight lines though. And in the meantime, Flatter gets picked off by Shy. Kitsune rush now for the Hangzhou Spark and a sound barrier that they'll surely hold in reserve. There'll be one fight left for the Shanghai Dragons here. They're going to have to hope they can build a sound barrier going into it.
Yes, look, I think they're going to be able to do so, but are they even going to be able to make it back? 10 seconds left here, and Guxui's going to have Primal. Nice disruptor shot, just slows down Fate and takes some of his health away.
5 seconds left. It's a long way to get back to the card. Look how far forward, Matt. The Spark have been able to push, and they're trying to make sure the Dragons can't slip through. No chance for Shanghai to get back to the card. Hangzhou astutely moving the battle line up, making it so hard to slip through.
I really like the decision by the Spark. They push up, they realize how much time is left on the clock. I think it's up. Let us switch over to the Sombra there just to probably go invis, try and get a touch. But disruptor shot, Winston, right? A lot to uncloak the Sombra. Stop stop the Sombra from getting towards the payload, and the Primal there to use as well. Gets popped at the end. Pretty good defense here from the Spark. Honestly, with how things are going at the start, you almost are probably pretty happy with that as the Dragons, right? Because it was not looking good for a very long time. I mean, you were getting spawn camp, for a few minutes there on your offense.
Yeah, look, I think they salvage a potentially devastating situation with something that they can work with, right? They can start to cycle some of their ultimates effectively on defense and make sure to keep Fate topped up as he will try and dip in, contest the point here. Then they might be okay. And there's a lot to fear from the Hangzhou side of things, right? Guxue is just such an expert at identifying ways to get into the fight while still giving himself enough breathing room to back up, get healed up. Kiriko needs to be relatively close to her intended target of healing because it is travel time, right? And obviously her healing can be obstructed, so there's always a risk there if you're Teru of trying to stay close to the diving Guxue that you put yourself in harm's way. We saw Teru as well. Start the last round, Matt, try and go for some pokes here. We'll see if he tries to use that wall climb again to open things up.
Really aggressive play from Teru on the Kuriko. So see if it's matched by Izzyaki. Izzyaki seems to be playing way safer around the rest of the team.
Great damage on Guxue by the Dragons here. They do top him up though. Both teams take a quick breather now, but ground has been gained in net by the Spark. Able to play around the statue and close here to the hotel. Lip's sideline now is very narrow. Guxue able to play quite closely here, but he's still going to be staved off once more. Fate reasserts his position on the ball. Oh, Teru! He just dives in! Izzyaki falls foul of a kunai to the head. Teru, I think, used Guxue to dive into that
just
fight.
Where he was, yeah.
The guy is absolutely unhinged.
He is deep. And what does he do? He starts fighting and battling a little bit. He uses the Suzy for even more invuln on himself. And then gets a kill and just TBs on out.
That's despicable stuff.
Way different. Yeah, I mean, way different use of the hero, right? Than you kind of see Izzyaki potentially playing as, but very effective it looks like thus far.
Well, hey, your biggest issues with your kunai are travel time and damage fall on. You can answer both of those by closing the gap. Teru, previously prolific Genji main player. Also a lot of flex support in his background. Never forget his 5k, 6k Dragon Blade I think we saw. That's a great opener though. Look at this. The Dragons are unseated so easily here. They look uncomfortable in dealing with the thrusts here from the Spark.
My ultimate is charging.
Teru's able to get sneaky right around those corners. The headshot puts anybody at basically one-shot range, right? Outside of probably the tank. And the rest of the team can just kind of dive in. If Shanghai commits on the Teru and uses their abilities to do so, he just TPs on out.
A lot of road work happening here. Fate though takes the fast lane into Shy's domain. Able to clean him up pretty comfortably here, and Fletter will end the fight. Again, I think in total, Kiriko and Lucio have pretty similar output across the course of a map, right? Izayaki actually has less damage than Lee Jae-gon, for example. But your damage as Kiriko can quite often come in these bursts, right? You obviously have higher burst damage potential, that sort of pseudo insta-kill potential getting out close to the knives. Sometimes you still find these key kills or key headshots on like a close Winston that skew the tank fight heavily in your favor in a pinch.
It's kind of how like the Sojourn railgun shots, right, are so impactful. You know, hitting them at range, whether it's kill or not. I mean, look how low Fate gets there.
Yeah, Shy doesn't even wait for that second rail shot to charge up completely from his overclock. He knows he has Fate dead to rights. Pummels him with a headshot instantly. Again, as tanky as Winston is, all his defenses get laid pretty bare once he eats a face full of these rail shots. And the Spark are well on the way here to another checkpoint. There is a sound barrier for both teams here. Tsune Rush not on the table, so bear that in mind. It's going to be pretty similar ult profiles outside of Fate having the primal rage.
Sound barrier from both sides, and Fleta goes in actually. Thought about maybe using his own Death Blossom, but that's going to be Alpha already using his.
Possibly he was waiting out the sound barrier a little bit there. It was pretty preemptive from Alpha to dive in with that Reaper ultimate. He's able to find one kill, or at least assist in the elimination of one player there, but a lot of that damage went into that overhealth.
So they have to be a little bit careful. You see, like, they thought maybe like Teru could actually have like played for maybe a sneaky kind of wrapper
out
the payload there. Yep, because he could just TP right on out if he gets in trouble, where you'll have that Kitsune Rush from the Hangzhou Spark. So this could be an opportunity where, Fate's up on the high ground. You get a good alleyway here with your Reaper and make an impact.
Great move. Fate now has to go back to his backline and maybe instead peel. He gets redirected, and the Spark were ready for this. That whole time, it looked like Alpha Yi got in position on the high ground. He actually denied Fate away from playing from that balcony entirely just by walking up on him, and then he dropped down. Great way to open the fight. And the Dragons didn't have Kiriko ultimate up. They were at a distinct disadvantage.
And I love the route that Alpha Yi takes, like you mentioned, right? They rush down that staircase and like in that alleyway, and Alpha Yi actually comes from the opposite side. So he gets the effects from it on the opposite side. But there's so much happening that like in front of the Shanghai Dragons, it makes it pretty difficult to like turn and focus now on the Reaper, who's like the real benefit of that, like how we heard Backbone talk about in that interview, and focus him down, which allows Alpha Yi to just, to do his thing for free.
But Fleta realizing he needs to sort of do what Alpha Yi does, right? And assert himself in maintaining that defensive high ground position. Super Rich gets cut short there as Lip sees him skittering by and meets him with a headshot. Alpha Yi now is just not really sure what's going on there. Just trying to make sure he gets eliminated as quickly as possible, and Teru will follow soon after.
Look, man, Shanghai looks awesome when Lip is able to get like 4 kills in a fight. Outside of those, it's been pretty tough to get anything going. You're gonna have sound barriers for both teams. It's gonna be a Death Blossom available, but Lip stops the push and stops everything going on for the Spark before they could even get something going there with that railgun shot.
He and Shy really evenly matched here, Matthew. Both have 11 charge shot kills. Shy 57%, Lip 61% charge shot accuracy. They are on even footing right now.
And honestly, like how I talked about at the beginning of the series, right? Like a path to victory for the Spark. I talked about that even matchup. I think if they're even, that is a win for the Spark.
Absolutely. They've got so many other secret weapons to rely on, like this one here. Death Blossom from Fleta. Sound barrier was there, though. Again, timing not favoring the Dragons. Both teams go for those Lucio ultimates. And now with these Kitsune Rushes out of phase from one another, we'll have a team use them to steamroll the other in many of these fights. This one is Hangzhou's, and they'll hold on to the Death Blossom going into the next one that can't. One fight away from the end of the map.
And you're going to be forced to fight on the goal, right? With where the payload is. So what is that? His Lip just comes out of the spawn. That's a boop, knocks Alpha Yi up, and then a shot with the railgun.
Yeah, it's the one-man band right now. Instantly cuts the threat from Hangzhou down in half at the start of that fight. Not much here Hangzhou can do except tread water and kind of wait for their fates to be met. Teru again, nice little pick, but doesn't mean much in the grand scheme of things. Hangzhou's time starting to run short.
Yeah, it's starting to get into a dangerous territory here, right? Where, Izayaki has, the Kitsune Rush, and then Fate has a Primal. I think if you're Hangzhou, you're looking at maybe just trying to get a really fast fight, get some of those ultimates out, and then come back with one really good attempt.
Shy forced to reposition there, sliding away. Disruptor shot thrown in his position, so his sidelines aren't great at the moment. He's caught in the middle. This fight still, he fights Liv. How? So much pressure coming from Fate, and yet Shy's able to draw a bead on his opposite number. What a huge way to win the fight without just smashing kill with your Kiriko ultimate. And now Alpha Yi wants to make this even worse. Waiting for a Death Blossom opportunity now, and he gets him. Izuyaki goes down. Huge opener there to the fight, and Hangzhou aren't done. The pedal stays on the gas right now. And Lip tries to float around that Winston bubble in the middle of the fight, but this is it. This is done. The Hangzhou Spark get it done, taking their second map in this series.
When I was trying to lay out that path to victory for the Spark at the beginning of the series, Shy and Lip basically has to be a neutral battle, which we're seeing here. And you have to get that big time playmaking from Alpha Yi and Guxue. You're seeing it as well from Teru. And Shanghai just doesn't have an answer for that type of pace and the aggression that's coming out from the Spark. It's the Spark jump up 2-0.
Shy comes alive in those final moments there, ends up with 18 final blows. It is a titanic clash between Sojourn players, and Hangzhou win it out again. It's a 0-2 situation for the Dragons. They got a lot to ruminate on, but not much time. Stick around, the third map is coming right up.
Mic check.
Good.
My mic.
Sir, yes, sir.
Mine's good. That's chillin'.
so loud.
나 마이크 체크 한 번씩 해보자. 이거 치오부터 말해봐.
마이크 체크.
나 게임한테처럼 해봐. 치오도 다시.
여기 형들 이 정도.
오케이.
Hey everyone, see it.
Mic, funny.
Kev.
Yeah, I'm chilling, bro. True.
왜 기침한 했는데 나도 너무 했다 근데.
기침 한 개 너무 한 건데?
그러니까 한번 할 수 있지.
Hey Dante, is there anyone around you to tell that one of the in-ears is not working?
Try unplugging it and replugging it first. Better? What did he say? I can't hear you.
어째 씨 빨리 하고 싶다.
뭐야 그 이거 뭐였어?
You ready, Sam?
Yeah, man, I'm ready, bro.
Are you scared?
Yeah, I'm terrified.
아니 긴장되지도 않고 근데 아까 소리 들었을 때 긴장되는데 막상 게임 안 지니까 괜찮아. 지금 현석이는 지금 어린 거 같은데? 너 어렵게 하고 있지 지금?
긴장은 안 됐는데 그냥 의아해 살짝.
그게 긴장이야 임마.
Please no one respond to Crimzo match chat.
Crimzo.
Let's go Lighthouse first.
Yeah.
무조건 등대어. Get it out of the way.
오케이.
고잉일이다.
화이팅 해서라.
Let's go.
Good luck, guys. Watch out, Nano Echo. You're good.
Guys, watch out, Nano Echo.
Watch out,
Nano.
Watch out, Nano
Watch out, Nano Echo.
Guys, watch out, Nano Yaki.
나 부르고 싶으면 크게 불러줘. 나 지금 질풍가도 듣고 있으니까.
The story of a lifetime. About a man's lifetime story. Of how to find love within his lifetime.
Hey, who wrote this crap?
This year's best-selling novel, Listening to the Wind. Get ready for a fearless love.
London landed in LA for land. London landed in LA for land. London.
Yo, I'm hitting every shot.
You're a god, Dante.
I
You're
know.
actually the best Doomfist in the league.
I know. Like, actually, wait, tell me more. I know. I gotta make a Doom guide for Fearless after this.
Leave.
Nice, guys.
GG's, boy. Let's go.
Alright.
How do you not?
Postseason perks are here. New community-designed Overwatch 2 cosmetics. Our skins for all heroes including Sojourn, Junker Queen, and Kiriko. And 3 for 3 perks are back. 3 League home and away skins for every 3 hours watched. Connect your Battle.net ID to your YouTube account and watch the perks pile up.
Don't miss the kickoff clash legendary team mix skins. The Seoul Dynasty Tiger skin is on sale now through November 15th for just 200 League tokens. That's right, that's that Luchador Reaper with that Seoul vibe, of course, to commemorate their success in one of those key tournaments. Pretty good looking one, actually. I do like the vibes, the gold. Neat.
Yeah, big wrestling fan. Love Luchador Reaper. It's a cool look. Hey, once this patch hits live, you may be able to get some real good use out of that Luchador Reaper. So you may be seeing him a ton on some of these maps. As Reaper has been a staple thus far. Winston, Sojourn, Kiriko, and Lucio so far today. And in this matchup, yep, that is the 12th seeded Hangzhou Spark. Mind you, we have 12 teams in the playoffs. Really taking it to the 5th seed Shanghai Dragons in a series where I think if you looked at the teams, obviously the Shanghai Dragons have had the better totality of the season, but with what you saw there for the first series and what this meta could be, you could tell this could be a very scary series if Hangzhou kind of showed up at some of their peaks for some of these players on these heroes. And that's exactly what we've seen in the first 2 matches.
This isn't the first time we've seen this from Hangzhou. It just doesn't happen all the time, right? Thinking back to mid-season madness, Hangzhou were able to leverage this kind of play really effectively. It was actually a metagame where a lot of otherwise top teams struggled because it involved a lot of this sort of more dive-oriented play style around Winston. This is absolutely Hangzhou's natural style, something that fits them very well. Gooseway from Primal Rages alone on Oasis got 6 final blows. These numbers are completely disproportionate to what you normally expect Winston to be able to do with that ability. We've harped on that a lot though, with the Route 66 map hit by the Dragons here.
And I tell you what, Mitch, this is why it's so important for those, seeding weeks and regular season tournaments to be able to earn those league points because, top 4, you get a bye, right? You're not in a situation like this if you're the Shanghai Dragons with a new meta going up against a team who's very scary, playing some of these heroes. That top 4 really paying off for some of those teams being able to sit and watch and then ultimately end up picking their opponent.
Yeah, no doubt about it. A lot of, information gathering going on from the teams waiting in the wings at the moment. I'm sure that, this definitely changes the calculus in terms of selection of opponent in a big way. Hangzhou now looking like one of the teams to beat in this kind of metagame map. Whereas the Dragons, again, we see a lot of their success come from different picks in the past. Fate, a very, very strong tank player who's weathered the onslaught of so many top, tank opponents in the past. But have we seen him climb to the same heights in specifically the Winston category as Gooseray? No, not necessarily. Hard for him to have that same level of impact on these team fights.
Well, so we have seen Fate play the Winston at like a league best level, but in the past, right? In Overwatch 2 and 5v5, I think Gushway's play style, which is way more aggressive, pushing the pace, deep into the back line, right? Being a real disruptor, probably plays a little bit better than Fate's type of play style. As obviously the change to 5-on-5 and whatnot. So I think yes, I think both of the Winstons on both teams are just tremendous. I think it's just a playstyle difference right now.
I mean, Fate's not playing badly at all. He's having an excellent goal. It's just his style manifests so differently to Gooshway's, and Gooshway's able to find these higher highs in many of these moments where he just, think back to Oasis, man, where he is a losing fight. It's like a 3v5 or something, pretty hard to play into. He pops Primal Rage and all of a sudden his team have the point they're back in control and you go, what just happened?
Primal just is a completely different ultimate between the two teams right now, right? for Shanghai. It's a nice to have, right? Extends fights, dislodges people. For the Spark, it's resulted in a kill or two, right? Or leading to some of those kills, right? Where you can think Gushui kind of pushing Lee Jae-gon, at points there, on King's Row into a really difficult position, and he ends up getting taken out. So just way different mechanics, I think, between those two players and these two teams right now.
And I think we need to talk about Shy still, even though Gushue has definitely excited us with his mechanics on that Winston. Shy in the head-to-head against Lip is winning out. If we want to use metrics like final blows or accuracy with those charged shots or kills that come as a result of those, not by much, mind you. Both these hit-scan players are playing at the quality league best levels here. Shy's just that little better when it counts.
And if you were the Spark, if you could have told the Spark at the beginning of the series, Shy is going to match Lip in the Sojourn battle, you would have taken that 100%. To have the Des mentioned, Lip, potentially the best Sojourn player, not just in his region, but in the league. In Shy, we know he has those highs and capabilities. That's a disruptor shot. He actually gets low, and then Teru with a headshot finishes him off.
Again, for Teru, it's easier to line that up. The slowing effect of the disruptor shot means that he can actually lead his target a little bit easier, in theory. Or he just catches him with a wayward knife. Either way, that's right, but a headshot is still going to be pretty brutal at even sort of medium range like that. But if you can't depend on Lip to be the difference maker here in this Sojourn battle, right? Where else do you turn? Where else do you look on this Shanghai Dragon? Who else steps up and actually creates a disparity in role against their opposite number to help you across the line?
I mean, I think you got to look at Izuyaki, and I think you got to look at Fate being more impactful, trying to get to that high ground and cause some problems.
Both Kiriko players have had a couple peaks, showing Teru is in the back line, for a spell at least. Quickly returning to patch Gushue up and get him back in the fight, but Gushue is extremely low. Yeah, as soon as Fletcher gets close enough, there's just no chance of keeping that Winston fighting fit.
Yeah, but Shanghai is going to have to back up, so you're probably going to get Gushue back into this fight before the next one kicks off. I think as well, dude, there's probably so much pressure on the Dragons right now, right? Knowing they're the 5th seed, knowing they're going up against our last seeded team, the 12th seeded Hangzhou Spark. On offense right now, you start to stall out a little bit, and that clock dwindles down, already being down 2-0. But that doubt starts to creep in.
Tune Rush comes up first for the Spark. Question will be how quickly they opt to make use of it. That's been answered now. Shy here trying to do a fake, goes into Primal, and he just juggles Shy up so Lip can pick him off. Clay pigeon shooting here for Lip, and he's found 2 back-to-back kills on both DPS on the side of the Spark. Leaves him looking a little toothless for the rest of the fight.
Yeah, and I was going to wonder, I was like, do you see them maybe try and fight this? If Super Rich is able to get out with his beat and you can get the Primal on there and get players back in, but no, they lose Super Rich, they have to back out. So really good offense so far here from the Shanghai Dragons.
Something worth pointing out, Fate might not be finding kills with the Primal Rage, but he sure as heck setting them up for Lip there. Such an easier shot for the Sojourn when the player is sort of floating in air for a time. Fate there nabs up that health pack. He's looking pretty good so far as a facilitator for the Dragons after a little bit of a slow start. The Hangzhou Spark, they have run into many of these ultimates pretty quickly. The one thing to worry about is the Dragons can layer these support ultimates.
Lip gets so low, and they're not going to be able to use the sound barrier to keep Lip up, and that's going to be layering both support ults on top of each other. That's terrible for the Dragons.
Yeah, so Gushue stays clear of the landing zone for as long as he possibly can, right? The haste is still very scary, but without Reaper to make use of that to increase his fire rate, make him a true tank buster, it's so hard for the Dragons to get good value out of the Kiriko ultimate. Fate goes down now, and that hurts. God, it hurts so bad for the Dragons, Matthew. 2 critically important support ultimates used, and you lose the fight hard.
I gotta say, as well, great patience from Super Rich and Teru. Gushue gets extremely low there, right outside that gas station, and they end up being able to hold on to sound barrier. And
take some time off.
Beautiful headshot there. Teru's really, showing us a new way to play Rico.
Well, if you're gold, it's actually the current way to play it, but I take your point. Really getting aggressive and getting a ton of value out of that 3 times headshot multiplier.
Can't believe you're throwing shade at your own.
I'm diving fine, thank you. Happy to expose myself on that one. Alpha catches Lee Jae-gon there though, and the Dragons now might be forced to play from inside that tunnel. They don't have the maneuverability to get themselves out of here. They're deep in enemy territory, and they've got nowhere to go.
Lose first fade is, all right, so Flooded takes out Shy here. Is he going to be able to exit with his life, or is he going to lose it? Oh, there, Leech got in there. Nice, boops him back. So Flood is going to, exit with his life. You're not going to be able to make anything really out of this, though. I think Shy is going to be back already up on that high ground behind. As, it's been about 2 minutes plus you're stalled out of this door.
And Sparkling held on to these ultimates for so long. They've not had to use them. Alpha E, though, won't have a chance to use that Death Blossom at all, as midway through that animation, it's not all invulnerable for the Reaper. Lip is able to find that kill, and Shy gets chased away here. Fate more than happy to probably use Primal just to chase, as the Spark did try and sheepishly disengage.
Shanghai should have an advantage here, though. Double support ults going into this fight where the Spark just have Primal, and they have their Death Blossom. I mean, Gushue, like, he's behind them right here. Really awkward spot.
Play here. A stall card, save Primal maybe for buying time for Super to return. Doesn't feel great either way. He's not really in a position to contest directly, and losing Terry here means just forget about it. Just forget about it. Tough one for Gushue. He really gets caught on the outside looking in there, Matthew.
Yeah, that was just, he gets like caught in the choke from the fight previously and never ends up making it back to his team. And then also they just don't even care Shanghai to go back and challenge it, try and make a play for him. So,
oh, that's dangerous.
You can't lose anybody here. Yeah, Shanghai's starting to get rolling, his Lip starting to find these kills.
It's got to be the awareness from Super Rich that the Dragons are trying to push their advantage here and gain some extra ult percentage and also get the car closer to the corner early on. He's just sort of wall climbing on that pillar. It's very easy for Lip to pick him off. Someone of his caliber anyway. Nice little redirect there on Fate's dive. He's not in a great spot to make use of it here, and a big disengage from the Kitsune Rush. DJ gone, fortunately, not opting to use the sound barrier. Might want it now, though, as Izayaki's down to the Death Blossom.
Oh, as a Flooded teleports gets right on in, and everybody's already gone. We saw Carpe go with a little bit of a predictive Death Blossom that doesn't work out. That time you see how it can work out, where everybody gets aggressive behind the rush there for the Dragons, and the Death Blossom from Alfie just waiting on the other side.
Upside for the Dragons here, obviously, being able to maintain a sound barrier for this next engagement. Won't be a Death Blossom to answer it with, though, so I'd like to see them use it proactively here if they can. Force the fight where Kitsune Rush can't get value, but the Dragons are caught on the back foot here. The Spark get the exact engagement they want, where they want it.
Sit down, please.
Been kind of the story of the whole series, right? All these fights have been, fought on the Spark's turf, so to speak, where, or the Spark's pace. Lip actually takes out Shy there at the end. See, I tell you what, if Lip wasn't having the series he's having, which is actually
this game would be over.
This series, even down 2-0, yeah, we'd be done with this series by now. I mean, that's how good Lip has been on the Sojourn, just on to getting these first picks.
Dragging his team, ticking and screaming here into a competitive showing on this third map of the series. Sound barrier there for Lee Jae gone. Gushue's Primal Rage here will tick down, and he won't find much for it. The overclock comes up at an opportune moment for Lip to punish Alpha Yi. There's a lot of space. Look at how they fan out towards the spawn doors here. No one's on the cart. One player on the cart right now, right? So they're able to get it close to this last cul-de-sac. And what do the Spark have left to try and mount a defense?
Nothing. I mean, they're just going to try and play for OT at this point. Fleta with the Death Blossom could just get everybody off of the car.
That's pretty big. The Sojourn plus a Lucio was enough to get the job done. Shanghai, they realize it, right? I think towards the start of that last phase, hey, we've got a great opportunity to set our battle lines really far forward, far further than the cart is, and make use of our long-range hit scan pressure from someone like Lip to get a lot of free push and making it possible for the Spark to get fights on their terms. There's one fight right there, Matt, where you sort of pointed out. The Hangzhou Spark start at first, it's on their tempo, and looks really good. But after that, they really use up a lot of their resources and let the Dragons sneak in a map completion, albeit in overtime.
Now, I think that's kind of what the Spark, when you see that last part of the map in the timing on the clock, that's kind of what they're playing for, right? Is to just do not let Shanghai finish with any time on the clock. Finish in that OT, where now the Spark, your kind of goal is like, hey, if we finish with any time on the clock, we have a chance to finish this series here.
Yeah, I guess, look, the fact that it's a pure escort map means that it doesn't hurt the Dragons that much to finish in overtime, right? They'll get an extension regardless. So, yeah, for them to be in a position where they can maybe tax Hangzhou's progress to the same degree, then they're going to be on even footing coming into overtime here. This is Lip. I mean, this is where things start to get out of hand a little bit, I think, the spark as Teru's trying to make one of his classic sneaky plays, and Lip instantly shuts the door on.
This is where they lost tons of time on defense here, where Gushui was just kind of hanging out behind enemy lines for a while. Same with Teru for a bit. Okay, so some Roadhog Junkrat action. Look, Roadhog, he got it quite good against this type of comp.
The last time I saw this was Kaluge, by the way, playing this on Oasis against the Wrecking Ball composition, and it worked. It worked really well. There's no Bionic Grenade, right, Matt, to punish this Roadhog, amongst other things.
You get so wrapped up in trying to like focus down the Roadhog that you realize like just kill him last. But you already see them switch off of it as it's a fun comp at the start. Maybe get a hook, get a kill, right? They end up getting a hook on a Fate, but not the kill. After that, I think, yeah, you got to switch off of it.
Hunter, though, they do identify that the Dragons play close and play aggressive early.
There's Teru.
Look at him. Hey, hard to see. He's below Big L's right now. That's a fantastic dive. How do 4 Dragons players just materialize on Shy's front doorstep?
I mean, poor Shy. You see everybody else from the Spark kind of like pushed up. Nobody there to be able to help him out.
Have you heard the good word of our Lord and Savior, coordination?
I mean, no, it's there for the Spark sometimes. Sometimes it's not. Now they got to be careful as well, like kind of going on these flanks constantly with the Kiriko, like because eventually Shanghai is going to figure it out, right? They can just pressure on the other side. Oh.
That's going to happen, right?
Huge shot there.
There's just a lot of volatility that is offered to you by having a Sojourn on your side of the map. The Dragons, though, in fairness, rather undeterred by this turn of events.
Well, there is no Lucio to disengage right now for the Dragons. I think if you're the Spark, you need to push the advantage. Like, this is where they cannot hightail it out of there and get all healed up. But you pretty much conceded that advantage at this point.
Shy would normally like to catch Fate with a headshot before he touches down there, but the angle was too sharp for him to line up, and he didn't know where Fate will be coming from. So Fate gets the Primal Rage. Shy going to try and ignore the Winston as much as possible and try and connect a headshot, but there's just a churning massive bodies here on the top of Big L's, making it very hard to pick out any individuals. Okay, sound barriers now come out from both sides here. We've seen both Kitsune rushes so far. Gushui's Primal Rage, what does it yield for the Spark? It doesn't have to yield anything.
That was Flutter's Death Blossom as well. He doesn't even actually get through the animation. Like, the animation doesn't even, like, start as he gets taken out. So, Izayaki will get a kill here on the exit, so to speak. But this should be the Spark taking this first checkpoint, and they hold on to their Death Blossom.
I think in autopsy might have revealed a couple of kunai in the cranium of Flatter there as he tried to go for the Death Blossom. He eats a ton of damage, and Teru was involved in that elimination via the kill feed. So, great work to shut down the Reaper and that Death Blossom as Fletter was trying to make a late fight gambit to keep his team in it.
And you get Lip off of this high ground. So good on the Sojourn that like you need to dislodge him from these types of positions because that's where he can really start to take over the
Or you take the fight somewhere that's outside of his purview, right? I think that's what the Spark are hoping to do by fighting over that Mega Room, but they're a little bit scared about a Reaper being up close and just blowing Gushui up.
And also, like, they're trying to bait Gushui in, right? Like, the Swift Step's gone there, but if he would have dove in, like, the trying to dash there from the Sojourn with the jump is still in play, where Lip would have been able to just get away. So.
And they did, they do bait him in. He goes into the saloon, I guess, an offer of a cold beverage and companionship, that's luring him into close quarters where the Dragons just drop that Kiriko ultimate and run roughshod over the Spark.
So, get shot at the end. Ooh, Alfie's. Oh, it looks like a little bit of a chase, but yeah, just going to make it out there with that Wraith form. But a little bit of an advantage here for the Spark, right? Kitsune Rush in Death Blossom available. Nothing else. But I think before you start to use his ultimates, you got to make sure you got to get in Lip's face because now that Death Blossom comes down, he's just going to hit a... I mean, that is a stationary character. He's just going to land a headshot on.
There's a sense that the Dragons are starting to get a feel for this matchup, Matthew. A feel for the tempo the Spark are drumming out. Shy just going down at the start of the fight is very scary, but like you mentioned, Lip's positioning here puts him in a great spot to spot targets and easy to pick people off, especially Shy who want to play away from the main peloton of his team.
And Shanghai's not going to fall for this, right? Like, the Spark go inside of the Saloon and like, oh yeah, we're up a player, let's go in. But they know that Alfie has the Death Blossom. He's been holding on to it for ages.
Gushway trying to dive here on Lip. A lot of pressure on Lip, but he's able to find a pocket to work from. Lee Jae-gon gets picked off. I think that railgun might have been meant for Lip, but Alfie is going to be able to follow up at the end of it anyway. Gushway to the high ground. Any chance for Izayaki to dash away, and he'll take it. So he does. Disappears in a puff of Sakura Blossoms. And here comes the Spark, though. Finally getting back into control. Looking a little less lethal, though, against the Dragons, who are now more acclimated to this push and pull between these dive comps.
Again, interesting. Alpha Eve will teleport towards the low ground there. So Gushway has the Primal up on top, so maybe Alpha Eve can kind of catch one, right? As they're going to try and probably push for this high ground. And Alpha Eve can get a kill from underneath.
Just drop the shot in the choke. Always a tough one to fight through. Slow you up, but the Dragons able to get a 5-player sound barrier. Gushway for the high ground denies it from much of the Dragons. Knocking people away with Primal. And Lip goes down to Shy. It's going to be another notch in the belt for the Sojourn from the Spark, and a key kill to find, but Fate is able to double up and get the trade at the very least. Fled is waiting for people to drop down for a moment like this. Here's your Death Blossom as Teru can't quite get away, and Super Rich is pinned to the woodwork at the top of the Saloon. The Dragons are putting it together right now, and the Spark are running out of time.
Yeah, as the Dragons have seemed to figure it out here on this point B defense. You know, mixing the right kind of times of aggression with knowing when to just not fall for some of the traps laid by the Spark. Is Spark one last attempt here to get the payload moving.
9 seconds left, but it's Lee Jae-gon who gets a little caught here. Fate has the double back as the numbers advantage starting to turn against the Shanghai Dragons. And they get the touch. There's no one in the vicinity either. How do the Dragons slow this down? Couple players maybe coming off respawn can slow this up, but 2 on the card for that time. Gives it a huge boost. Fleder may have to double back and face the music, and by music I mean the licking tendrils of the Tesla cannon. Gushway finds Fleder now, wants to chase him down, gives him a tase for good luck. And Izayaki has to Suzu himself to stay alive, but the Dragons, a key vulnerability exposed there, and the Spark get it over the line.
Yeah, just like I was saying that, where they were like, oh yeah, they've done a great job, knowing when to not fall into some of the traps as they go in deep there to try and get the kill and finish off this map in their favor, Shanghai. And they end up having 2 players drop, and then Gushway is able to make it all the way around towards that payload. Now the cart's still moving.
Shy a little low there. Suffering some early pressure in this fight, but that card is on the move, and here comes the Kitsune Rush. Pitter patter, a little wolf feet, fox feet rather. And the Sparker hustled forward. And now going to pick Lee Jae-gon off as he tries to retreat. Could use that ultimate, gives him the fight win. Sound barrier on the horizon as well. The Spark want to double down here. But so far, looks like they've paved the way.
Yeah, and they got to get close to those spawn doors here, Mitch. They finished in OT. The Spark trying to finish with some time on the clock. They have to be pretty much perfect from here on out. No mistakes can be made. Alfie up on the high ground.
That's a mistake!
So the huge pick-off.
Blossom. How does that one smell? Dragons straight up in their spawn door there, and they are denied any access to the rest of the map. And the card is going to get home.
Finish with time. Oh, that is massive. So they finish with that time. They'll have a little bit of an advantage, 1 minute and 16. But still giving themselves a chance to finish this one off here. Have a little bit more time than the Dragons. That's massive.
In fairness, that 15 seconds, Matt, that disappears in a puff of smoke very quickly, especially if a defending team is able to play forward, right? For all intents and purposes, I'm inclined to put these 2 teams on even footing in terms of what their aspirations should be in this overtime.
Yeah, I mean, for a second there, it didn't even look like they were going to even be able to finish the map, right? With the way the Spark were looking. I think that extra bit of time, depending on where this offense ends, right? The Dragons could be big, right? Like if let's say the Dragons end on the first corner, that little bit of extra time is 2 spawns, right, so to speak. So in theory, you're able to take fights a little bit faster and maybe have a little bit more of a chance to brawl it out in an overtime scenario. Depending on how far it gets, though. See, it's DP up to the high spot.
So cheeky. So hard to know where he's coming from, too.
Yeah.
Alfie's had a great map so far, Matt. 15 final blows, 9 deaths. He's leading his team in those final blows. Shy just behind at 14. DPS putting out numbers here for the Spark, especially in the second half of that previous round. So the Dragons, it's not a close defense for the Spark here.
This feels like a battle of the Sojourns here in OT, with how much time is on the clock. I don't know. And kind of the stakes. Really a Shy versus Lit matchup to end this map.
It's fully charged, but look at his patience. Waiting on the shot. And there it is, enough damage on Teru by the looks of things to just explode that Kiriko. Where's he healing now, Hangzhou?
If you're the Spark, what do you decide to do here? You have to. They're gonna back up and probably decide to take just one final fight before this checkpoint A. As Shy comes out, tries to just farm some damage. Just be so careful. Blip right around the corner. Everybody up here.
Damage control for the Spark if they can end things here. It's very doable. They have to double down and have a strong showing in this fight. No, and that's a great start. Lip is spelled already. Shy finds the perfect pick. Absolutely mount that one over the mantle. And the Hangzhou Spark put the Dragons to bed here, setting themselves up for a win condition. By no means a sure thing, but it's definitely possible now.
It is very possible here for the Spark to win this series. I mean, a 3-0 over the Dragons. I think you could have predicted them to win, but 3-0 is a crazy scenario. But I mean, with where the card is, Mitch, you're a depending on where they decide to play, right? Like, can you afford to play close up here if you're the Shanghai Dragons like they did, like inside of the truck? I think you probably have to play the corner, right?
I mean, that's the question. Do you get a second fight if you do that? Or
right, and if you do play the corner, you may not get a second fight, especially if, let's say you kind of have the Sojourn take out the Lucio or the Krigo up on the high ground, right?
So what do you do?
There's probably not a second fight. I actually think you probably, even though it's not great, probably have to play the corner. I think you can kind of just play this 50-50 game at the corner for a little bit and dwindle some of the clock to where I think it's just too risky. Like, we've already seen these Spark, right? They played the Roadhog here at the start. They tried to get like a hook and a pick really quick. Like, you don't know what they're going to do, right? Are they going to play, are they going to Sonic this and then hook? Like, is there some other types of shenanigans? But Shanghai, they're going to go for this up close. So up close, even if you lose this first fight, you're going to get a second one, right?
All right. Lip takes a glancing blow early. You saw the health bar knocked down to half. Gushware wants to be pretty expedient about this. Pressured by Reaper early, back to the safety of the high ground. They get faked! But that's huge. The Winston is down. Super Rich able to run him down with the help of Shy. It is traded back. Teru is missing, but you need the damage, not so much the healing right now when you have the advantage in the fight and you want to push it, and so the Spark do. Flatter, Suzu for a moment. Izayaki falls right in the crosshairs. And there's plenty of time for the Spark to have all 5 players ready for this next fight.
Yeah, you're gonna get on top of Big Earls. You're gonna get control of the gas station here, where players are gonna be walking around this corner, right? You're gonna have that disruptor shot up on the high ground.
What can Shy do here? Or is it gonna be Lip that breaks the deadlock?
Has to be so careful.
Teru playing passively as well, not going for those wild flanks nearly so much, seeing Shy under pressure from Fate. He tops him up briefly. Both Winston bubbles used here. Plenty of charge for the Sojourn players, and we're sitting here waiting for an explosive pick that could open this right up. Lip being very cagey, not offering much of himself behind the side of Big Earls at all. Shy forced to reload there. Fate redirecting the midair. Teru! It's Teru to find the pick on Izayaki! The Kunais might be paving the way, but Fate's able to take Shy down. Alfie is in there though, and he got a Death Blossom. There's no coming back from that. The Shanghai Dragons sent careening into the lower bracket. It's a clean 3-0 for the Hangzhou Spark.
And that is like best case scenario for the Spark. How they could possibly look and ascend to the levels that you think with the talent on this team. That is like a perfect series from this team. And you see kind of like how excited they are to end up winning this one. Massive underdogs here against the Dragons, and they take it 3-0. I tell you what, I would not want to see this team in the winner bracket, with how, I think like Shy, you probably favor him against like just about any other Sojourn in the league at times, right? And then Gushware on the Winston. I mean, especially with the way Teru was playing the Kiriko, right? Like going on these flanks and being able to find these early pickoffs. That is a dangerous team in the Hangzhou Spark.
Such a dominant showing, especially over the first couple of maps. The Dragons are an elite team and they're able to begin to adapt, but it's not quick enough, it's too late. And by the time we get down to the meat and potatoes of Route 66, they get cut down. And Teru impishly going for these flanking plays. I even outright stated that he looked like he was playing more safe, more passive at the start of that last fight. I guess I was wrong. It wasn't a headshot kill, right, off that kunai, but still an elimination on the enemy Kiriko. That's what Teru adds to your team. Guy who moonlighted as a DPS player for quite some time and very legitimately took games over on his own on a weaker Vancouver Titans. Such an impressive showing for him and a true weapon at flex support to be going forward with.
And what about the Dragons? They come in as the 5th seed, right? Top 4 overall seeds get a bye. You know, you're one spot off of not even being in this match, and you end up losing it 3-0. Now you go down to if you're trying to make it back to the finals here, if you're the Shanghai Dragons, you literally have the longest road to get there. It is going to have to be an epic run back.
You're right, Matt. No more second chances for our reigning Overwatch League champions. They fight for survival in the lower bracket from here on out. Let's talk player of the match here, Matthew. It's going to be the one, the only, the primal Blaze, Gushui. Much harder for him to get value out of the the primal rage on that last map of Route 66, but man, when the map allows for him to corner players in rooms like this, he's coming out with a disgusting, disordinate, disproportionate amount of kills.
It is so good to see Gushui on the Winston, man. You think back to like Overwatch World Cup, you know, previous iterations of the Hangzhou
2019.
Like this is his thing, man. Like he just has the mechanics on Winston nailed down so good that he's able to come in and take over a series here against the Shanghai Dragons, where you looked at these two teams and you're like, hey, like how is Fate going to play this aggressive style of play that it looks like this meta is dictating? And he was not able to play at that same pace with that same level of aggression as Gushui, and Gushui able to come up. Look at that primal rage kills per 10 minutes. I mean, 3. I mean, that is a high number for that ult.
And I want to remind you something I touched on at the top of the game. Gushui came into this series with the lowest number of deaths per 10 at 4.3. So he's coming well in under his average. Now, it's a different metagame, but it's one that still features Reaper. So the fact that he's able to stay alive as long as he does is absurd. Incredible play for the Spark, who now really, I mean, okay, sure, mate, you get less of Alpha Yi maybe showing a bit more of his hero pool here, right? I think if you're consigned to that Reaper duty, you're definitely expected to be you know, having consistent output without these sort of gigantic peaks. But their team is really well suited for this metagame. The time is right for the Hangzhou Spark to make a deep run here, Matt. I don't want to be picking them in this upper bracket at all. If I'm the Glads, I might be stuck with them at this stage.
Ugh. Yeah, I mean, I would not want to be picking that team to go up against because they're so dangerous because of the individual skill that each of those players has. And, you know, obviously you see when the teamwork kind of comes together and, you know, that they hit some of their highest of highs, like how scary they can be. I'll also say, like, if you're the Dragons, like, what is the outlook now? I mean, you end up losing 3-0 to the 12th seed, although they don't look like a 12th seed in this kind of version of the meta. And now you're down there having to battle through all of those teams through the rest of the week. You put yourself in such a terrible scenario here.
You said it yourself. What does this team look like if Lip isn't putting this insane Sojourn performance on the table? If you're a Dragons player or fan, you'd better hope you don't find out. Stick around, everybody. More playoff action coming at you live from the Anaheim Convention Center as our first day of Overwatch League playoffs for 2022 kicks off with a bang. It's been great so far, and there's plenty more goodness to come.
The Overwatch League is brought to you by Butterfinger. Crispity, crunchity, peanut buttery. No one lays a finger on your Butterfinger.
back to our game break. We're now joined by Gu Shui from the Hangzhou Spark. So first of all, of course, congratulations to your victory against the Shanghai Dragons. And yeah, let's dive right in there, because you and your team, you were considered the underdog heading into this match, but not just into this match. I dare say into the entirety of the playoffs as well. Do you think that label is still justified?
无论是今天这场比赛，还是今年的整个季后赛阶段，杭州闪电队都是不太被外界看好的一支队伍。对此，你有什么要说的吗？
我觉得我们不被看好是蛮正常的，因为我们也是季后赛的第12个队伍，最后一个种子，成绩最不好的。包括前两阶段我们的成绩也是还有很多不好的。但是呢，我觉得我们来到洛杉矶之后呢，虽然前几天的大家状态也不好，包括训练赛什么的也都是蛮惨的，但是这几天后面几天下来，我觉得我们在对阵训练赛上面，包括对西部队伍的训练赛上面，我觉得我们成长了很多，所以这些成长让我们赢得了今天的比赛。
I think it's quite natural that people think that we are underdog because we didn't do well in the previous two stages. However, after coming to LA, we also on the beginning of the training we didn't do quite well on screens, but for days we have made progress and we have become better. Yeah, and that's it.
All right, well, on that note, I wanted to ask you guys, it's a good meta for you, Gu Shui and Winston. Do you think this is a good meta? And for that reason, do you think you have a good chance of making it deep in the playoffs?
你认为目前季后赛这个版本，就是有温斯顿这个版本，对你们队伍来说是不是一个有利的版本？以及你是否有信心在季后赛期间走得更远？
目前来说的话，我觉得这版本对我们蛮有利的吧。首先，我觉得我们每个人玩的英雄都是自己比较有自信、很擅长的英雄，比如像我的温斯顿啊，像赛德手剑啊，包括退路的物质啊，我们都是对自己很有自信的一些英雄，所以我觉得这个季后赛，我觉得应该能走得蛮远的吧。
Yes, we do think it's a good meta for our team because most of our players are playing the heroes that they are good at and they have confidence in. For example, I'm playing Winston and Shai is playing Sojourn and Teru is playing Kiriko. So I do think that we will go further in these playoffs.
Right on. Thank you so much, guys. Best of luck in your next match. And we are now going to dissect this match we just saw. 3-0 for the Spark. Not really a result that any of us expected, but let's be real, everyone at home. I think most of your brackets are busted.
We're in trouble.
I do not think that there is more than, well, maybe 5% out there who still have a perfect bracket. There's no way.
There's no one who tweets at us just like, you guys were wrong. Well, we're all wrong.
We're all wrong
was
together.
right.
Exactly. So I feel like if everyone is wrong at the same time, then we're kind of all correct.
This sounds like denial at the highest form.
It is, and I'm very good at it too. However, I do want to talk about the match and how the Spark got it done. There were so many standout performances by individuals and the team as a whole, of course.
Yeah, and it's interesting hearing from Gu Shui, as he just said, they are on their confident heroes. This should be a very good meta for that, and they showed that in this match. Gu Shui back into prime 2019 Winston form, just creating so much space. We talked about it in the last game break about how important it is to dictate the flow of the game, and Gu Shui does that perfectly, and that really enables Alpha Yi and Shai to just get in there and get picks. And Shai on the Sojourn doing what we know he can do on land once again.
Yeah, I think this is really what you're able to see as well when you have a Winston that trusts his Kiriko as well. Diving in, utilizing the invulnerability, of course, to protect the Winston and really make Gu Shui feel comfortable. Like, just compare the proactiveness of Gu Shui, being able to dive in, being able to be aggressive and confident without feeling like you have to steer clear of the action, stay away from the Reapers, because you know that the healing is going to be there. Also, the primal blade mechanics. Gu Shui is back in many ways. He's playing some of the best Overwatch he's done since 2019 World Cup. And I mean, what an amazing story for this guy. I think we'd all agree that so far this year, he's had a bit of a down year. Gu Shui hadn't looked like the best tank on Hydro Spark. Many times that was Bernard instead, who was playing the off-tank heroes like Zarya, for example. Well, Gu Shui, he's coming in clutch here for the playoffs in Hydro Spark. An amazing 3-0 victory against the Shanghai Dragons.
I also want to give a special shout out to Teru. Gu Shui saying that it is his signature signature hero, apparently. So apparently he is a signature Kiriko now. But really, the Sojourn head-to-head was the defining factor of this match. Lip tried his darndest to pull the Shanghai Dragons back into this match. Even in a 3-0 sweep, Lip managed to keep it close, but Shy was doing Shy things. Look at those numbers. Almost 10,000 damage per 10 minutes. He was dying from time to time. That's just the sheer pressure that you get in this meta, but just doing it once again. Can the Hangzhou Spark go on another international miraculous run?
It's entirely possible they can.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to it.
I mean, after that performance, yes.
I don't want to like be fooled, but you gotta give him credit.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
So.
No, but I do want to say that I felt like both teams felt comfortable with the meta, so I am interested to see what they have in store for us moving forward. How different was this match compared to the first one in terms of how the meta is being played?
Well, the meta, as in terms of the heroes that are being played, is almost identical. We're going to see a lot of that throughout this entire playoffs, but I think the tempo was the thing that sort of caught me off guard. And the Spark, you know, to talk negatively about the Shanghai Dragons, unfortunately, they did a great job of making Fleta feel uncomfortable all the time. Every time Fleta forced Wraith, they were chasing him down. Every time he got out of position, they were forcing him. Same thing with Fate. So I think the tempo and the way that the Hangzhou Spark were reacting to what the Shanghai Dragons were doing was better than we've seen in the previous series. So I think the Spark are a team to be feared, but also if you're in the lower bracket, Shanghai Dragons are no joke. That's going to be a difficult team to face down there.
Kind of unfair.
I was always like, imagine facing off against the Dragons in the lower bracket. Well, that's nice. Thanks.
I'm in danger.
No. Now we got another banger match coming up. Of course, we're going to preview that in just a second. Atlanta Reign going up against Florida Mayhem. But first, we want to take a look at Leveling Up presented by Butterfinger. Which of these players has to step it up in this very match?
Well, funnily enough, ironically enough, Hydron could take it to the next level.
Oh, he's already pretty high.
He is pretty high. Hydron has some of the most ridiculous Sojourn statistics in the entire league, and I believe he leads as well in first elimination rate when it comes to the Sojourn. Being able to find that pick and take fights 5 versus 4. If we take a look at Hydron's stats so far as Sojourn in the Countdown Cup, this was a stage prior going into the playoffs, of course, 11.6 final blows per 10 minutes, 2.3 overclock kills per 10 minutes, 8 charge shot kills per 10 minutes. He is an absolute menace with the railgun. And if he's able to come into this matchup against a favored Atlanta Reign with someone like Kai, for example, Kai hailed as one of the best Sojourns, one of the best long-range hitscan players in the entire game. This is Hydron's opportunity to take good statistics, good performances in the regular season, but really take it to the next level against some of the very best here in the playoffs.
The big question is what type of form is Kai in? Because it doesn't feel like we've seen him much at all as of recently. Ever since Speedily came into this lineup, they've really been relying on him to be that player. But now you can pair almost both of them up. You got Kai on that Sojourn, Speedily on that Reaper. That is going to be a scary matchup for the Florida Mayhem to deal with. But the big story for me with the Atlanta Reign is what tank are we going to see? Obviously, Hawk has been the mainstay for this team throughout the entirety of this year, being very flexible on that Diva, the Doomfist, honestly anything they've required from him. But Gator is the Winston player. Is he going to come in to play his signature hero, or are they going to try and rely on Hawk to play it?
He's like, yeah. Well, we're going to find out in just a little bit. But first, I mean, you just announced the Atlanta Reign as the, I guess, are they the favorite in that match? You think it's a clear?
They're the higher seed. They're favorite.
All right, if we're going by that,
know?
I can't wait to see predictions
success.
then for that one, because for me, this was a heartbreaker. I, as the ultimate Atlanta Reign fangirl,
I agree with you,
had
Zoe.
to go against them.
Oh my.
That's right.
all went for Florida.
Yes.
They dragged me out of the bottom of the pick'ems. Like they...
So did Atlanta.
Not really,
Well,
actually.
last year they did.
Last year they did. This year, not so much, guys. So with a heavy heart, I had to pick the Mayhem. And a lot of that is based on Hydron's insane performance on that Sojourn. He's been such a playmaker for that team.
That, but also the big question for the Atlanta Reign throughout the rest of the playoffs. How is Hawk going to play this Winston? Hawk, known for being a diva player. He's played some Doomfist earlier this year. But Gator, their main tank player, Winston, Reinhardt, haven't had that much playtime. So how will the Atlanta Reign adjust to a Winston meta? Florida Mayhem, on the other hand, someone statistically leads eliminations, final blows per 10 minutes throughout the regular season. So Florida Mayhem, they have an amazing Winston in their pocket, and they're ready to go in this meta. The Atlanta Reign,
more question
great
marks.
damage, great supports. but what about this tank role? What are they going to look like when they play Winston in this match?
Yeah, and I'd love for them to convince me and make. I want to be wrong.
You want to be proven wrong, yeah.
Yeah, I want to be proven wrong. Let's see.
I want to be right. Please, Florida!
All right, well, we all have different goals here on the desk. However, we are ready for this match, and for all the action, we're going to toss it over to Avril and then Kelios.
Thank you very much, Zoe, and the rest of the desk, and hello to all of you lovely viewers. I am Achilles here alongside Avril, and we'll be guiding you through the final 2 matches of our first day of the playoffs. Everybody give a nice little congratulations to Avril on his first proper postseason series that he's going to be casting here with me. It's going to be good times. We'll go ahead and break the mold a little bit more here. We'll see what happens between these 2 squads as we have the Florida Mayhem going up against the Atlanta Reign. Already some unexpected results, we could say, I guess.
Yeah, look, first of all, thank you for that. And also, we're NA casters now, so we get inaugurated the NA cast here, Florida versus Atlanta. Hey, let's do it. I'm into it. I'm ready for it. Apparently, what was the stat again? It said there was like 20 brackets left. 20? Out of all the Pick'ems brackets, there's only 20 left, as said by Sean Miller, that are still perfect and eligible for that 100K prize if you get a completely perfect bracket, which at this point, I mean, let's count them down. Let's find out who those 20 people are, because they either just picked on based on their favorite color or they flipped some coins. I don't know, Seth, but what a crazy start already. Only 20 people left.
I think they consulted the Ouija boards and they were just communing with demons and whatnot to be able to get the results correctly. And if anybody can make it to the very end and win that 100K prize, then good God, they have more than one. I think that we should honestly double it at this point.
Yeah.
Already the results are so shocking. The Overwatch League Don't 3-0 game right now is set to insane mode because no one's been able to pass that. Maybe in this series of 2 teams that are ever so familiar with each other, perhaps we can actually have a series between the 2 of them rather than a 3-0 blowout, but we'll have to just wait and see what happens.
I mean, look, I think the disc said it as well. It's like you have Atlanta, who has been, generally speaking, a much better team over the course of the season. Florida have had their highs and lows. They come in as a play-ins team. There was a little bit of snippet as well. If you've been through Twitter, Gumba has an interview where he's basically saying, like, Florida have not had a lot of time to scrim on the current playoffs patch, right? They were on a different patch for play-ins, and so they had to prep differently. And alongside Toronto, it's been quite limiting for them. So they come in maybe slightly less prepared than the other playoffs teams who have been on this current Kariko patch with this, the Zarya nerfs, etc. Florida definitely have a bit of an uphill battle ahead of them, but I think they're one of the teams that you really look at with, as a potential dark horse of this tournament because they had such a good showing in the plains.
Yeah. Well, let's go ahead and bring out the first team to this stage. It's going to be the Florida Mayhem making their way to their seats, getting ready to do battle. Let's see if they're going to be able to come out on top. You heard it there from the desk. It's hard to call who is really the underdog in this matchup. Reign coming in as a higher seed, but Florida have been looking absolutely impeccable as of late. So there's definitely no rest to be found for the side of the Reign. They need to be prepared for the Florida Mayhem.
And this is, based on what we've seen in the meta as well. Checkmate is in the play-ins was this fantastic Genji play. He's going to have to shift over towards that Reaper position now. So, maybe the hard cap on how much he can carry is potentially there. I mean, the main DPS we're going to be looking at is Hydron, who has taken over XE on that hitscan position, on that Sojin, and was a driving force for that success that we saw in the plains as well. I think someone's a very flexible player. He's going to be moving over towards the Winston. Probably, would I say it's a comfort for him? He's actually performed reasonably well in so many different tank picks now that, being one of the most flexible tanks in the league. Originally, I would have said, yeah, I mean, Winston probably is one of his top heroes, even across his hero pool. So that's probably a good thing for the Florida Mayhem overall.
Well, we're talking about hero pools, we're talking about Winston's. Let's see what's going to happen as we bring out the Atlanta Reign. There's a lot of questions around who is going to be playing this. Do we see the return of Gator? Is it just going to be Hawk, who is very much just locked down that position for himself? We will find out as they make their way out onto the stage.
Any Crocs? No, I'm seeing Hawk. Okay, I'm also seeing UV coming through as well. So, is that next to might be OG. Speedly is in next to Kai. Okay, so no Venom. I was thinking we may have been looking forward to maybe a bit of Venom here as well. You can play that Reaper. Tracer is a potential pick for certain teams as well. but they're going to go with Speedley's Hero Ball, which actually opens up the Echo pick. That's something I'm going to be very interested in seeing. Like, is that going to be something that the Rain pull through? You know, it's still mostly Reaper and Sojin as a DPS duo, but I don't think it's impossible to try some other heroes here as well. The OG plus UV combo, it could have been OG with Vigilante as well, but the choice here has gone with UV for the Greco, so that will be really interesting. We do expect OG to be in here for Lucio, obviously, and the tank position, I think, was the other one that was a bit contentious, right? Are we going to see Gator? Is it going to be Hawk? Most teams, pretty much every single team actually is playing the Winston. How good is Hawk's Winston? Are they going to play Winston? Is it going to be something else instead?
Yeah, I mean, lots of questions still very much unanswered. I mean, we know who's going to be starting here, but if he comes out with a Winston, it seems like the Rain are going to have a lot of faith in Hawk's performances on that hero. We're just going to have to wait and see how it does look. Gator, in all likelihood, you would anticipate is going to be waiting in the wings. Yeah. It's just a question of whether or not we get to see him, because if Hawk comes out here and he is able to step to someone, really go toe-to-toe with him, then I see no reason, honestly, to make a swap, because you always have that added depth with Hawk in this role when he's playing, that if they need to swap for a certain point or to counter something that maybe Florida's bringing out that's a little bit unanticipated, he is going to be good for it.
I think this is one of those things where, like, if you're Florida, you're pretty happy with this matchup, generally speaking. You have someone who's good at Winston. That's one of his key heroes. Hawk is far less practiced on the Winston. Even looking at statistics, right? Hawk, despite having played... Here's the thing about Hawk and Gator. Hawk has played 91.6% of all of Atlanta Rain's games this year, over 10 times as much as Gator. So on one hand, you've got Gator's hero pool, but Hawk's played 90% of the game, so he's been your dude for pretty much the entire year. First map choice is going to come through for Lee Jung Tower. And, you know, the thing at the back of my mind is, if you're Hawk right now, what are your options? Are we going to potentially see something like even an Orisa or Doom? Hawk's obviously played a lot of Doom this season. I think Control Center might open up for, dare I even call it cheese, like something like an Orisa coming through on there. That, or he's just going to one-trick through the Winston like everybody else. We know Florida probably is just going to one-trick through that Winston, though.
Well, we'll see what happens. It's going to be Lee Jung Tower to kick things off in this series. As with the previous two, the loser will then select where they want to take us. We will have Hybrid, then Escort, Push, etc. lined up. Hopefully, we can make it this time around to a push map, not have a 3-0 blowout. That's what I'm keeping my fingers crossed for here, ladies and gentlemen. My Preds are already boomed, so from here on out, I am just cheering for some damn good Overwatch League playoffs. So we'll go ahead and kick things off in this third series of the evening as we jump into Night Market.
There it is. Well, last meeting of these two teams in week 23, 3-2 victory for Atlanta Reign, but that wasn't the only time that Reign have beaten the Mayhem. They've had, like, what, 4 straight wins this entire year. They've beaten the Mayhem. Mayhem haven't taken down the Reign a single time in 2022. And now we're in the playoffs. We're in the business end of the entire season. What a time it would be for an upset there from the Florida Mayhem. We've already had a couple of those today, or at least one of them. Here we go, rolling through. Gates open for map number 1 in this series, and it is going to be the hard mirror on both sides. Questions answered. Hawk on that Winston, like you said.
All right, now it's all about putting it to practice. Let's see how it looks. First and foremost, though, OG going to get melted down. Hydra's able to find him. That nade coming out, pushes around the corner. Quick little shot to the head. Hawk gets taken down. The Florida Mayhem kicks things off with a bang. 2 kills, nearly a third found as speedily. Does narrowly stay alive a little bit longer, but Hydra's able to claim him in the end, getting himself a second elimination. Florida Mayhem still playing forward. Someone down 19 HP does end up dying. The point's still not locked down. Now Atlanta Reign have potential opportunity to get in here, contest it, but the initial lockdown will be there.
Someone really far forward there. Atlanta Reign pounce. They have the player advantage now, despite Florida Mayhem having the initial cap with Hydron down, who, by the way, was 3 out of 3 final blows for the team. Things are looking quite difficult here.
Not great here. Going to be a fast flip back into the favor of the Atlanta Reign. Bit of an overstay from someone. Cost them dearly. Shades of Shanghai Dragons there on Route 66, pushing forward. And then suddenly the cart gets taken from behind them. But here we go. Fast flip. Reign going to be poised to go ahead and take the lead here. Ultraviolet looking like the first ult to come online.
Very soon as well. After 1 neutral, she was just coming through almost straight away. Someone does nearly have a primal online, though. I don't think the time is going to work out. What a shot from Hydro. That removes the Katuna rush.
That it does. Takes him out of the fray. Kai has to circumnavigate back around the front. In fact, just really stay over there because the rest of the team does get cleaned up with him out of the action. Huge pick comes through. And that's going to be Florida Mayhem just as quickly regaining control.
I mean, that is game change. That is a fight-turning shot coming through from Hydron. UV had a Katsuna rush just before RuPaul did, and in this sort of meta, the tempo counts. The first person, the first player in that Kiriko to get that ultimate to put it through makes a big difference. Here comes UV now.
Making the red wall goes checkmate. Trying to get well out of there, but he cannot. They all pursue forward. Find the elimination. He gets taken down. That's going to be the Death Blossom out of the equation for now, but Hydron again with another shot. Takes Kai out. Great headshot. Rail claims him. Overclock is popped. He's looking for a little bit more. So the skybox goes. Hawk comes dropping back down. Now has the primal rolling. Overclock going to be expiring, but no one really being taken low at all on the side of the floor. Mayhem now they have that shielding as well. As Hawk will get claimed. Push around the front. They're looking for some staggers. Getting ready to push up over 60% now. Speedily pulls the trigger. Manages to find two. Someone taking down the Nanamo to the Death Blossom. Looking to trade this one back into their favor. Hydra now off in a bad spot, but still gets the headshot at Ultraviolet.
Yeah, still keeping the game alive, and another kill to Kai here as well. So I have to Rain. They have the flip back in their control. Solo members though, Florida Mayhem have respawners. They have the angles to work through here. Rain backing out. Look, give that cap over. No, not quite.
It's only going to be a couple people from the side of the Rain keeping this contested for now. You can see the Rage Walk just inching back and forth onto the point to try to not surrender this flip over. They know they need to take this one close, but in fact, it is going to be snatched up now that Blossom goes in. Off the side of the map goes Hawk, and checkmate claims two. He's got the TP, just showing off a little bit here as the full team kill comes to fruition for the Florida Mayhem, now at 80%.
You can see the speed in this game here as well, where neither team really wants to give up too much ground. Florida Mayhem might lose a couple members, they stay in. Someone uses Primal, next fight, land to Rain, they'll lose a few. They stay on the outskirts of the point, still trying to keep it alive. As we head to Final Fight territory now, RuPaul, probably the map winning, the round winning ultimate available. Both teams will actually have now. Katsuna Rush, should see this one overlap.
Immediately arrives, Katsuna Rush out from both sides. Hydron going to be taken down. Hawk gets on top of him, and that is a prime target. Now the beam going to be layered in as well. And Anamo nearly has one of his own, but losing two people. It's going to be best to just hold on to it and go for the next fight. Flip is there. Atlanta Rain get a second lease on life, but they're only at 50%.
Animo are 96%, unfortunately, 4% away from using the sound barrier to save his team. What you see here twice in a row, not quite in a row, but definitely twice so far in the round, is both UV and OG pop in that Katsuna Rush plus sound barrier as a combo, double support ultimates overlaid. The first time we saw, RuPaul didn't even get the chance to use his ultimate here. RuPaul does get a chance to use Katsuna Rush. The extra sound barrier from OG is too much.
All right, there's the overclock. It's quite a bit of damage layered in. Sound barrier now dropped. Hawk the first one to fall. Checkmate able to get on top of him. And with him gone, now Kai taken down as well. That will just be the flip back into their favor, as well as the closeout. Florida Mayhem, they take Night Market for themselves, 175%.
And I think Hawk goes down at the mid-90s there as well, so very close margins for a lot of these players in several fights where, you know, several percentage differences is everything. Hawk doesn't have Primal there. Florida Mayhem get to come back in. They're already at 99%. Animo held on to that extra sound barrier after not having it in a previous fight. They get to walk on through. Hydron, you have to talk about this guy. Hard carry on the Sony right now. This is that checkmate Death Blossom with the extra TP towards the end there as well. Suzu on top of him to make sure that he can't, you know, be killed inside of it. Then obviously he gets away with his life, so brilliant round of kills there coming through from Florida Mayhem. Stat-wise though, I don't even know if we're going to have time to get into it.
Okay.
10
what
final
is
blows
this?
Hydron just so far. This is Hawk coming out of Orion with Speedly on a Bastion, so you want to see something that's not the Winston comp, you want to see something off meta, well we got one.
Yeah, okay, changing things up in a big way. Looking for some targets though, so far he's really struggling to find any bounties so far. Everyone's been piloting around him relatively well. Checkmate, however, does get left out into the open. Hawk is able to go ahead and swing the hammer away to get some kills. Bounces in the nade. Some extra damage, and for now it will be the Atlanta Rain grabbing the first point. You see Florida Mayhem pulling back.
If you want a way to shut down a Winston and really burn him through, Wheels mode on the Bastion is one way to do it. Someone goes over towards the Orisa now. So did say maybe we could see a bit of Orisa today. Thought that might come from the Atlanta Rain. It will come through from the Florida Mayhem instead. So it's going to be more of like, I guess, a brawl matchup now. Speedly is still a problem. He's just play behind Hawk Shield.
Yep, there's the push forward. Spear is swinging, trying to mitigate some of that damage coming out from the Bastion. But so far, he's still going to be safe. Spear does connect onto Hawk.
UV's ultimate.
At about half HP. And Florida Mayhem, in the meantime, they've actually gotten a flip here. They managed to get a bit of a back cap, just drawing all that attention toward the forefront, towards that Orisa. They take control. Now it's going to be the Atlanta Rain to flip this back to their favor, so it's good pressure
look at this.
from the Florida Mayhem. Back into the turret form, just looking to mow them down. Someone taking a beating, goes lower and lower, and eventually will get finished off. Sound barrier dropped in by OG at the same time. So they have that sound barrier shielding to keep everybody nice and protected. Hydrant's still going to be able to find one, but that's about it. They commit the overclock to the fight. They only get the Bastion. Rain, in the meantime, they reflip and they didn't even lose the lead.
And Florida Mayhem was so close to continuing that fight as well. Adam and RuPaul both looking towards the ultimates. But it's a Kitsune rush in combination with Speedly going towards the, the turret form. It's just so fast, does so much damage. Florida have to run away. Artillery out now. Probably won't hit anybody. Not a very good ultimate, but Kitsune rush
down.
is good.
Yeah, a little bit of damage there onto someone who hits the floor off the shatter, and Hawk claims him with a fire strike, cleans him up, and then is dealt with. Checkmate able to get on top of the Rhine, finds that elimination, but then is dealt with by Ultraviolet. A great headshot coming through. Kai with the overclock finds Hydrant with one of his own, looks for Anamo, takes him lower and lower. Gets pushed over to the side, but even if he gets the kill or doesn't really matter because the fight is already won.
Someone being hit there, no fortify. RuPaul could save him in time with Suzu. Hawk now back on a Doomfist. And Atlanta Rain's facing there and disengaged was so beautifully played. They just go back in towards the white room. Florida Mayhem tried to push up. Kai gets really help behind Hawk's shield. Just cleans up the Florida Mayhem, who are looking for opportunities to ult here. Terra Surge, Death Blossom, both close range ultimates, but how do they close the gap?
Realize Hawk back on the Doomfist now after dying on the Rhine. One of the rejoin quickly. The fight was extended. Grabs them all together. Looking for the elimination. Speedily going to be taken down. And Checkmate actually doesn't pull the trigger on this Death Blossom yet. Continues to hold it. 95% established for the side of the Rain. Hawk going to be taken down, and that should be the window of opportunity for Florida to regain some semblance of control. A little bit of OT force out, but with OG dying, that will just go ahead and be the flip, but it's a long road now. Florida want to take this 2-0.
And it basically has to come down to Checkmate getting something done here. Maybe they have to get a spare off the side of the map for environmental kill, because otherwise we're seeing UV coming through the Kitsune Rush. OG about to drop that beat again. It's the same combo we saw all over Night Market. Kitsune Rush plus Sound Barrier at the same time. We're just waiting for UV to get it. Hawk back on a Winston. They can just play through normally.
Dive into the back line, Ultraviolet trying to go for it, but he gets pushed off the side of the map. Speedily set off the side by someone, charges him in with the spear, finds the elimination. Hydrant with the overclock as well, gets off to boot, so the DPS, the damage dealers dealt with. That will be them maintaining control, just holding the bridge.
I mean, the play getting booped off, you can't really help there, but the rest of the team being able to walk up with a Kitsune Rush, full green HP off the Sound Barrier, you're already at 99. That would have been the win condition for sure. Now Animo also has that through forward Kitsune Rush.
Rush does come out. Sound Barrier dropped by OG. Anamo now going to be using one of his own. Hawk already going to be taken down. They just melt through that Lucio shielding so very quickly.
Reset.
Two off the side of the map for a fast reset here. And yeah, they need to do it quickly. 18% left to go for the Florida Mayhem to be able to take this.
I mean, no resources though. No ultimates to work through. Kai needs this overclock very fast. Speedly's got over towards the Tracer just a touch. You gotta have someone and Checkmate with ultimates. I mean, these are really good ultimates. We're defending a point when it's last fight. Atlanta Rain have to come in touch. And the Terra Surge and the Death Blossom
see the Tracer.
OG's already dead.
Yep, they take him down. The healing very much mitigated now. As Ultraviolet's the last one standing, but Checkmate with the Death Blossom will go ahead and clean him up as well as Hawk. Kai, he pops the overclock, but I don't think he's going to be able to do a damn thing. Finds one, is dealt with by someone with the ult, and that will just be the cleanup coming through. Rain to kick things off by showing us something a little bit different. Some cheese coming out, and it works a treat, but Florida Mayhem, they finally managed to stabilize. They play around it, and they take the first map of Lijiang 2-0.
And Achilleo, so what surprises me and maybe even confuses me is a couple of things. Why swap off the Rhine to go over towards Doom? I don't think that Hawk was that far behind. It wasn't like he was trailing the team in terms of tempo, like he wasn't going to make it back. I think he had plenty of time to work through. The Rhine was honestly working. If you're going to play this sort of Bastion, having that shield up, protecting your team, being this more stationary tank, allowing Kai and Speedly, your two DPS, to do the damage, I mean, that's fine. Coming back on the Doom, that strategy falls apart. Doom is not good in this meta at all. Doom is realistically one of the worst heroes. And then beyond that, we talk about the UV OG combo, something they displayed quite a lot in the night market round, and it worked a treat. It won them a lot of fights, right? Kitsune Rush and the Sound Barrier together, they were at 99%. If they double ulted and layered their support helmets, I think they had a good chance to win. Sure, a play being booped off, you can't help, but the other four guys are still tanky, doing a lot of damage.
Well, a little bit of everything there in that first map, and I think if it's just a taster, if that's just our hors d'oeuvres for the rest of this series, then I, for one, am ready to feast. But Florida Mayhem, they do start things off up 1-0. Atlanta Rain are now going to have their map pick as we do look forward to going into Hybrid. We'll see where they decide to take us when we come back from the break, so don't go anywhere, guys. This battle between these two NA organizations continues in just a few. And welcome back, everybody. We are just one map into this series where right now the Florida Mayhem are leading 1-0.
What a performance so far. What a great showing. A 2-0 start on Lijiang Tower. Hydron, I was kind of trying to bring up some of the stats in the middle of the game, but it was going so quickly. The tempo of these teams have been so fast, but at the end of Lijiang now, I can confirm 18 final blows out of a total of 38 on the Mayhem. Nearly a deadlift on that map, nearly. And I want to bring attention towards another stat line here that's crazy to me. Charge shot accuracy, 73%. Now, with all the Sojourn nerfs that we have seen on previous patches, where the accuracy of the railgun had been nerfed subsequently, we've seen, you know, as high as like 80+% from Shy at one stage, you know, drop down, I think, to more of an average of 60. If you're a pro Sojourn player right now in the Overwatch League, to me, the expectation is if you can get a 60% charge shot accuracy, just any right click, body shot, or headshot, you're doing a really, really damn good job. Anything above 60, anything even reaching towards 70, means you're in the upper echelon of all Sojourn plays in terms of accuracy. Hitting 73 and being above 70 and getting numbers close to like pre-nerf Sojourn is wild to me. Absolutely wild to me. And beyond that as well, Seth, the ult time to charge for Hydron, 136 to Kai's 215. That's a nearly 40-second gap of Hydron getting his ultimate, the overclock, 40 seconds on average, quicker than Kai.
That extra 40 seconds that he was spending in the death chamber waiting to respawn because he kept getting headshot by Hydron. But as you can see here, we do have some substitutions. We'll have Sir Majid stepping in, as well as Nero coming in for Speedily on the opposite side. So one sub apiece. Gator nowhere in sight. Seems like Hawk still going to be the play as we get ready to go into Hybrid.
Well, now I think, you know, you bring Nero in. He's been a steadfast, I guess, Reaper player for the team, also having the May capability. As well as, you know, the Genji and some other stuff. Speedily, I think, when you start thinking about some of these substitutions, we'll talk about Majid in a bit as well, because that one does confuse me slightly. I can sort of see the reasoning for why you would maybe have Speedily in over Nero and then swap that out as we head to King's Row. I think there was more of a chance that maybe you could see the Echo coming through on a control map. That's probably less likely to happen on King's Row here. I'm a little bit more confused by the Majid RuPaul pick. I think both are essentially just going to end up playing Kiriko here. I don't really see any sort of changes unless Majid is really coming into play something slightly different. Like, could it be an Ana? I don't know. I don't really see Florida deviating from their set strategy of where the meta is in terms of Winston comp. So this one is a bit of a one-to-one change for me on the Florida side. We'll see if it has any impact.
I mean, we'll have to just wait and see, because I certainly didn't anticipate to see a Reinhardt Bastion comp coming out of Gardens. So perhaps there is going to be some funny business here from the side of the Florida Mayhem, and they will steer away from what we're seeing as the playoff meta. So
from monkey business to silly business. We had a hog earlier from Goose. What else are we going to see today?
Yeah, true. I mean, we're missing what? Sigma, Diva, Zarya for some
I think you will get Sigma. If somebody picks like a, what's a good Sigma map? Circuit Royale, Junkertown. I think those are the two good Sigma maps. I think if that gets picked, I genuinely think a Sigma is on the cards. And Tracer, I have heard, is a potential for this meta as well. As crazy as it is, I did hear of teams experimenting with Doom, but like, it's still, to me, I just don't think Doom is a great hero. So it's like, it doesn't seem like a strong pick, even though Hawk is probably one of our best Doom players. It's like risky, and I'll be interested to see what Dante plays a little bit later on, but focusing on this match now, someone was hovering over the Orisa. Obviously, he locked that in to try and counter the Bastion plus Ryan combo earlier. Now, though, after Checkmate takes his opening shot, he has. You go back over towards the Reaper, and Florida play the standard, as do the Rain.
Alrighty, well, just swinging around the opposite side of the statue so far. Some shots coming down as Nero's going to have to make his exit. Wraithwalk does get popped. Himself out to safety, but a hell of a lot of damage being pushed out from both sides. Tiptoeing onto the point for now are the Florida Mayhem. They continue to Rain are widely playing back behind Hotel. Now look to go on the threat. Push forward here, but Hawk going to be taking low, and that's going to be an exchange on the Winston so far. Hydrant opening things up. Nero was looking to shut the door. First tick getting ready to be established, and they will be able to grab that one relatively for free. The Winston's getting ready to rejoin the fray.
Someone's about here. Someone's about here right now. Hawk has got a longer respawn. This is bad for Atlanta. They need their 5 alive. They're currently stuck at the moment. Their team is being split up as well. I think some members are in the hotel. Hawk has finally arrived.
themselves back in. They do stop the final cap from coming through. 93% just about built up here for the side of the Mayhem as Hydra tries to go around on a flank. Pushes through Hotel for just a brief little moment. Florida Mayhem decide to play with their time a little bit, but Hydra eventually finds him. The shot goes across. OG taken down once more. Someone will be felled, but Hawk is eliminated and dealt with just as swiftly. Now Nero and Kai will be cleaned up, and that will be the extended team kill as well as the cap on A. 5 minutes and 10 seconds here for Florida Mayhem.
And it's just the Florida Mayhem pressure on the actual point itself. Like I said, both of their Winstons going down at the same time, but the attacker side advantage here. Someone gets to rejoin the team a little bit early. Atlanta already have no space to work through. They're trying to keep touching the point. They're trying to keep this point alive. We head over towards the second tech in Atlanta Reign. They need this Kitsuna rush. Ultraviolet was leading Majid here, but there wasn't enough time. He dies on 98. Hydron's the one that opens the account again. Brilliant shot into OG, and now he gets the shot on Kai.
Yet again, a major pickoff here found by Hydron, who is just going absolutely insane.
Mayhem disengaged.
I think putting the team on his back, but it's not like anybody else is really performing poorly. It's just that he is going out of his mind with some of these shots. And he's going to drop down off the high ground, overclock rolling, go sliding forward aggressively, looking for a target, and everybody scatters to the wind. Very wisely, push on the corner, gets the shot across onto Hawk, who's relatively safe. In that position, they just wait out the ult now, look to go ahead and try to displace him. They take him low, he instead slides forward, actually goes down 9 HP. They cannot keep him alive. Nero pops it at Blossom, manages to find just that one elimination, but given that it's Hydra, it just might be enough. The rest of the Florida Mayhem, however, are still plus forwarding. They're getting
checkmate.
Deep. Hawk trying to go ahead, track them down, finds Majid here with the Kiriko, manages to get the elimination. Checkmate dead as well. And with that cleanup coming through, the cart is going to be locked into position by the Atlanta Reign. Seems like they will finally get the Florida Mayhem displaced.
I gotta say though, Hydra, for all the good that he's done so far in this series, he was so far forward. You can actually see him sliding into the Atlanta Reign, trying to be healed by the rest of his team. Animo tries to drop that beat as well to save him. Unfortunately, not quick enough. And that could have been a very different fight for the Mayhem. You know, Nero actually comes in and shuts down both Checkmate and Hydra. Checkmate again, super slow and, you know, passive even on these death blossoms. Never had the opportunity to use that. Has to find it now. But if Mayhem wait too long, UV has the Kitsuna rush again. Florida Mayhem need to win the point, need to get that cap off of Majid's ultimate.
Okay, well, full-blown ring around the rosy being played right now with the cart. It's Atlanta Reign just shift back, moving towards the attacking spawn. Someone pushes forward. If they can displace him, they can start stealing this cart away, which is why the Reign have to play forward. Kai, great shot, finds Hydron. Opens things up. Now the Death Blossom comes through from Checkmate, but it is far too late. The damage already dealt. They lost out on Anamo. That gets absolutely no one as far as the kills are concerned. And that will be the cart once more locked in position.
I mean, Kai takes down the primary carrier of the Florida Mayhem. They also, I think Checkmate might have been displaced there by Boot, by OG or something, but did not get value at all on the Death Blossom. Kitsuna Rush also just allows Atlanta Reign to disengage. I mean, they can both engage and get out of Death Blossom so easily with the extra speed boost from the ultimate, and that's all the Reign need. UV has been mostly outpacing Majid, and some of that comes down to the fact that Atlanta Reign have been more active in wanting to use these ultimates. Florida tried to disengage the initial Kitsuna Rush from UV successfully in a previous fight. Now we see it's Mayhem's turn once again to drop that ultimate. UV though, sorry, not UV, OG on the other side with the sound barrier. I mean, they can probably just slide inside.
Again, shifting positions, overclock at the ready. Storm has his full charge rail that he'd like to send out first. As the head pops it, doesn't find anything for his trouble. Kills found on either side thus far, but Hawk, Nero all falling dangerously low. Tries to escape, but Hawk does get struck down to the end. Checkmate able to find that kill. Nero as well. Sliver of HP remaining for him, has the Death Blossom available, will get taken down. Kills finally coming through, but it's a good amount of time bought here from the side of the Atlanta Reign. But now the cap is going to be coming in. It's going to be just about 3 minutes in the time bank for Florida.
Yeah, Kai popped that overclock so late though. I think like once Atlanta Reign knew that the original couple of ultimates, you know, they popped Primal, they had the sound barrier, and they weren't quite willing to fight just yet. They needed to throw in a bit more resource, and they didn't. Kai waits until I think Hawk even goes down. Then he used the overclock, and Hydra shuts him down with his own rail. So now the Florida Mayhem, they get to walk away. They didn't even have to use ultimates for that, which is wild. Or rather than, you know, they had the original Kitsuna versus sound barrier, and now they have 4 ultimates, so they can just walk up.
Die dead. Someone with the dive. Goes in with the Primal, managing to find Kai. There's the opener from Checkmate. And it is huge. They use both of their DPS ultimates, however, for this fight, but now they do get the cart rolling forward.
Like,
it's going to be rounding the final corner here now.
Maybe Hydron didn't need that, but it ends up being fairly worth it. They get the full cleanup versus the Reign. It's just Nero now with the Death Blossom. Animo's ready for that. Hopefully, Sir Majid as well. With Kai dead, 5v4. If they clean up Nero, it's probably dead. It's probably gone.
he just got eviscerated. So much focus fire into him just to take down this opposing Sojourn. Pretty soon they're gonna have to try to step forward onto this cart here. Death Blossom is used by Nero. No kills found. Checkmate shuts him down. Hydrant ends up getting picked off, but OG and Hawk are both dead, and he just cannot get that touch in time there for Kai, and even if he had, it would have been just dealt with very swiftly thereafter. So maybe an extra 2 or 3 seconds bought, but instead it is going to be a finish here of 1 minute and 59 seconds for the Florida Mayhem on Kings Row.
So well played by the support duo of Florida Mayhem there as well. You see the Death Blossom from Nero. Majid responds with the Suzu, allows time for Animo to drop that sound barrier at no risk, at no cost. And they can just double support ult that one. Florida Mayhem have the firepower to finish it through, which is why I'm like, even with Hydra and blowing the extra overclock, it seems like they'll have enough resources to finish the map, and they will be able to do so there. Like I said, 159, that's a pretty good time bank. If it wasn't for the Atlanta Reign kind of slowing down B as much as they did, Florida Mayhem might have had a better time there. The real big loss for Atlanta Reign there was that sort of final B defense where, you know, they had most of their ultimate shut down, and Florida Mayhem won that off the initial Kitsuna rush alone, which I don't even know if I want to say that's what won it for them, because again, that sort of gets soft countered by OG sound barriers. It's a 1-for-1 support ult trade. It's after that that Florida Mayhem just slowly worked Rain in the neutral, didn't have to spend any ultimates, and got the snowball so hard on C using ultimates like this.
Yeah, just ran him down. Nero just didn't even see it coming. Helps clean him up.
And the worst part about that for Rain,
in the end, it doesn't end up costing them.
The worst part about that for the Rain is that they lose inside their own Kitsuna rush, and typically for that ultimate in this current meta, that's supposed to be a win. That's got to be a W for you. If you use that rush, it's supposed to be a team fight win for you. So if you get shut down in that, and Death Blossom clears your whole team, that's a big loss. So Rain now have a lot of work to do, and you know, talk about potential cheese coming on through. It is the Hawk Orisa. I teased this at the very start. We are going to see it now properly. Let's see how this goes.
All right, pushing forward. Make their way very easily through the hotel. You can see just very spread out defense right now from the side of the Florida Mayhem. Just mean that they're that much difficult to try to attack, given that you do have this Reaper who wants to get up close and personal. And being able to do that is very tough, but Kai just gets the headshot, takes down Hydra. Major opening here for the Rain now. Start to feel a bit more comfortable with this forward posturing onto the point. First ticket to be snatched up.
Mayhem can wait.
Now.
They can wait for the respawners to go for the 5v5 retake. They're getting assaulted on for now. The Majid potentially out of position. He's so far away from his team.
They shove him back to the hotel, actually. Ooh, spear out onto Checkmate, goes low. Heals come across. They do keep him alive for now. Both these Kirikos neck and neck as far as getting those consuming rushes up. The person who's going to be able to pull the trigger on that one first could be the one that wins the fight here for either side. Hawk just tucking back, trying to stay safe, but Ultraviolet gets the headshot off the back of the spear. Checkmate now is going to be dealt with. There's the rush coming through, matching on the opposite side. Now it's all going to come down to just trying to outplay, but Hydra again going to get headshot by Kai, and this should be the point cap coming through for the side of the Atlanta Reign. They get the lockdown, and very similar starting time bank for them, just a couple seconds shy as it's over 5 minutes.
I think Majid was maybe hoping that OG would respond with a sound barrier, but just doesn't get that out of the opposition, so it ends up being a bit of a wasted Kitsuna rush coming through from Mayhem. It's a 4v5 situation, right? And you don't have the Reaper, which is one of the main beneficiaries of the Kitsuna rush. It's part of the reason why Reaper is in this meta right now. Speaking of which, I mean, Checkmate so far forward, he dies. He actually had the shift available. I was watching that cooldown specifically, and it was up. Someone jumps away, and at that point, you know, Checkmate, you're the front line now. You are now currently the tank, and you have to be very careful, cognizant of how much damage is going to come your way. He gets taken down, 120 damage headshot from UV, and that fight goes 5v4.
Pressure on Kai. Comes through from Ultraviolet, keeps him topped up. He's looking to go aggressive, pushes up around the corner. It might not be a full charge rail shot, but so much down to about half HP. Very easy kill. He gets Hydra as well, mid-slide. Casual stuff there from Kai. Somewhat leaving down a couple, managing to find 2 with that primal before he's eventually dealt with. They buy about a minute off the time bank, but the card is again rolling forward for Atlanta Reign. They have a lot of ults to work with.
I mean, you waste a bit of time there for the Reign. You get a couple of kills, which forces them to at least regroup a little bit here. But ultimately, I think that primal would have been better served to defend for the final fight of B. Had a couple of Mayhem ults now go a bit wayward. I mean, it depends on how much value you really place on stalling the payload for as long as it did. I think you would have still had that touch regardless.
Okay, overclock for overclock. Kai gonna be dealt with. That gets his canceled out early. Now, no damage. Healers left in the fight. Atlanta Reign gonna have to try to hightail it out of here. Initial stagger is gonna be found as Hawk will be seemingly the last one to fall. Seems like, yeah, OG very well out of there. Okay, space bought. Florida Mayhem now have a decent position to be able to hold this cart for a while.
And this is a really sore spot for Hawk as well, because I think if he had used his ultimate, the Terror Surge, he'd be looking to swap over towards Winston now. He has to come back on this Orisa and look for an ultimate play, and that's going to be difficult in a bit more of a, I would say, retake, but they are the attacking team here. They're not trying to retake a position. Well, they are trying to retake a position from the attacking side. Checkmate on a bit of a flank. And you have another situation where Surma, and Anima can work together. Suzu into a sound barrier. Hawk on the low ground here. Hard position to be in. But Rain do have a lot of ultimates.
Spear spin down. That's going to be the rush out from Ultraviolet. Start things off. Nero drops in. Death Blossom rolling. Finds Checkmate, but that is dealt with. Only one elimination found. Beat for beat on opposite sides, and Amino going to be stuck in the corner. Hawk just pins him. Spear is spinning. Chops him to pieces. Truly into the beat grinder for him. Spear not going to connect, but eventually they will be able to deal with someone. They take him down, and that will be the cap coming through. So 3:48 to chew through for the Florida Mayhem if they want to avoid these extra innings. Rashad will eventually get dropped. The Rain start pushing.
Despite all the support ultimates drop down, I think Nero's still got a kill in the middle of that. Florida Mayhem. Someone unfortunately didn't have the primal. A few percentage points away. Checkmate could not answer with his own Death Blossom in that own, on their own side in that fight as well. So, ability for someone to play aggressive now with that primal.
Oh my god. I mean, Hawk is just stopping the stop from coming through. Someone down low, forced out the primal rage. Since some facts, seems like Rain widely are going to be okay to just wait out the remainder of this ultimate. Someone moves back around the corner. Hawk instantly there. We're trying to buy some positioning. Great move back as well. Denies that stomp, but Kai does get picked off. Checkmate finding that elimination. Overclock now rolling, looking for Ultraviolet. It's a little bit too elusive for Hydra to be able to line up the shot, but he eventually gets OG on the back end, and the fight is won by the Florida Mayhem all the same.
Atlanta Rain have about one good fight left to try and equalize his time bank. I think it's looking pretty unlikely. It's only halfway through on the C point so far. They do lack some ultimates to really push towards the end. So we're looking at definitely Florida having the better time bank when all is said and done. Kai coming through first for the overclock.
Oh, Checkmate is just looking to run it down straight in on top of the DPS. He gets in deep and eventually will find the kill. The final takes up that Death Blossom. Helps take the rest of the team dangerously low. Nero eventually dealt with someone cleaning up the kill. Just like that, another fight victory for the side of the Mayhem. As Checkmate looks to finish off Hawk, they will be able to get him in the end for some late staggers, and we want to talk about an even later one. OG trying to make it out, but Checkmate gets him in the head at the very last second.
Yeah, that'll definitely hurt now. Checkmate setting up for some flanking angles as well. Love that play from Surma, by the way. Checkmate goes in super aggressively. Great read versus Kai. Wants to shut him down with the Death Blossom to deny the overclock, but Jet just jumps in, uses Suzu, now has the Kitsuna Rush available.
I mean, they're just diving in. OG has to use the sound barrier in response to this rush, and Florida Mayhem say that's good enough for us. They go ahead, they back away. Major support ultimate now going to be taken down. Anamo going to have a sound barrier of his own in response to Ultraviolence if they even have to use it. Okay, he's going to still commit the beat to the fight, but Ultraviolence was the first one to fall. Now Nero eliminated, and Hawk is desperately just trying to gallop his way back over into the spawn room, but once more, he's just not allowed. It's continued staggers found at every twist and turn. Florida Mayhem, they just disengage, then go diving forward towards the spawn doors over and over again.
And this kind of push-pull gameplay is kind of caught Atlanta Rain a bit of a loop. Majid and Anima both use ultimates there, not at the same time. We had the Kitsuna Rush first, then Mayhem pulled back, and then Animo goes back with the sound barrier and Checkmate the entire time, setting the pace, getting really aggressive now, and getting a lot of work done. It's up to UV. They have the Kitsuna Rush, but after they win this fight, they still don't have enough just to cap just yet. They're gonna have to burn this ult now.
Yeah, it has to feel like Groundhog Day here for the Atlanta Rangers. At every twist and
Florida Mayhem lead.
Set back in, dying. Oh, yep, they just go ahead, they disengage. Not looking to play around against this rush. They say, okay, it's fine. We can give up a little bit of spacing here. Kai, tagged down low. The healing starts coming out. He manages to escape. But again, the Atlanta Rain, they're pulling all the way back towards the spawn room doors. Hawk going to be taken down. Hydra able to snipe him here with that overclock. Now Nero dealt with it as well. And here we go again. Space bought, given to them by the Florida Mayhem, and then they just go ahead and snatch it right back into their hands.
They just outplay some of the ultimates and some of the plays from Atlanta Rain so well. They just straight up disengage out of the Kitsuna Rush from Ultraviolet. Atlanta Rain can do nothing really about that. They want to find some members for Mayhem, they cannot, and then Mayhem re-engage the primal. Now we're heading into final fight. Kai needs to win the fight off this.
Someone so dangerously low. A rush used by Somacha, just trying to keep everybody alive. Shot goes across, Hydrant gonna fall. That's an opening for the side of the Rain who need to switch across in OT. And even then, it's just going to be playing out for a draw. Death Blossom dropped in, checkmate, uses one of his own. He's protected by the bubble for a brief little moment there. Hero drops out of the Wraith Walk, finds someone, kills off the main tank, but so for the card, it still has not advanced forward. They have not gained distance. Hydra has swapped over onto the Widowmaker. He found OG with the first shot. Sound Barrier dropped in by Anamo, and they're looking to finish this right here, right now. They don't want to go to extra innings, but Nero looks to fight back. Finds one, checkmate, eliminate. Hydron plays around the corner, gets him in the head. OT gonna start plummeting here very rapidly. All the Mayhem need to do is displace him for a brief little moment. Ultraviolet dealt with OG down to a sliver, trying to self-heal himself back up, but the OT will bleed away before somebody else can touch, and the hold is successful. Florida Mayhem, they will win on Kings Row, and now move up 2-0 in the series.
Consider my first Satan. Hydron is so good in the series so far. He comes out on a Widowmaker pick, by the way, just out of, I don't know if I want to call it desperation, but as a bit of a, one of those out of spawn, instant value type of picks. He got 75% towards his Infraside ultimate on that one life, just coming out of spawn. A couple of picks in there as well. Outstanding stuff in Florida Mayhem. Outside of just the individual mechanics, we're looking at their team play, their ability to have this kind of push-pull gameplay where they can disengage so well from the Rain when Rain want to go in, and then re-engage back into the Rain when Rain least expected, when they're not ready for it. Mayhem even running towards the Rain spawn on C, that's just so insane.
Just incredible displays right now from the side of the Florida Mayhem. And the Rain, they start off looking really good. They nearly matched the time pick on that initial cap. 5 minutes 6 to 5 minutes and 10 from the Florida Mayhem on their attack. It's looking neck and neck. They get a hell of a lot of distance over towards point B, but it was really that initial lockup after they got C. The constant resetting, the constant spawn dives coming through from the Florida Mayhem that shoot down that clock. Now they find themselves at match point here, looking to send the Rain down to the lower bracket. They need to fight their way out of here. They've got one more map pick to make it happen. We'll see if they can get it done when we come back from the break. And we are back. A 2-0 lead at the moment here for the side of the Florida Mayhem. But first, let's talk about Clockwork Zenyatta. Because it's only on sale for a limited time, so you silly billies better get off your booties and make sure you go ahead and lock that down before it is gone forever. You got it until November 15th, 300 league tokens and whatnot. You guys have been watching a hell lot of Overwatch. You should have more than enough to go ahead and pick that one up for yourself because it's a pretty damn good-looking skin. I actually haven't seen this one before, and I like it, and I think I'm going to have to buy it after this.
Yeah, I mean, I copped it straight away. Gone forever until maybe 5 years' time when the Overwatch League Vault unlocks again, who knows? And by the way, speaking of like, stage skins and stuff like that, we got one more coming. The champions of the season get their own skin as well, but that one is still, who knows? Who's gonna get it? That's what the playoffs are all about.
Dynasty.
As,
Sorry.
Threw that one in there.
I had some hopium stuck in there.
Yeah. Let's talk about what's going on here as well. I kind of want to highlight some of the stuff happening on the support line because I think Animo and Sumajid had a great map on Kings Row that we just saw. Sumajid in particular, his performance over both UV and his own teammate RuPaul has been staggering. It does still drive a bit of question in my mind of okay, well, what was the sort of the point of substitution with RuPaul in for the Jung map? Sumajid comes in. Obviously a bit of a difference in the maps. I think Kings Row generally probably goes a bit longer. It was a pretty quick 2-0 on Lee Jung, all things considered, so RuPaul didn't get as much time per se. But Majid comes in and deals 3 times as much as damage as what RuPaul had on Lee Jung. Again, different map, but just want to point that out. But even in terms of how that's looking across the board with his healing as well, something that's really interesting about Kariko is people think of her as this really high damaging support, and she can certainly hit some shots, but she is still kind of like the main healer for the team and usually will do the majority of the healing. And you'll probably be surprised, but Lucio players have a very similar amount of damage done, if not sometimes more damage done than even the Kariko players, because you need to farm up these Kitsuna rushes, and you do that very quickly off the back of just mainly healing. But the fact that Majid's being able to do a ton of damage on top of the healing is what is setting him apart.
Alrighty, well, Junkertown needs to be the staging ground for the Atlanta Reign as they look to pull off a reverse sweep. So far, we have had nothing but 3-0s here in our first day of the playoffs. Can Atlanta be the difference makers, even just for one map? For God's sakes, just let me see somebody fight back. That is what I'm hoping for here, as we will jump into this one and see if they're able to get it done.
And I think the reason you'll get it is because this is a smart map choice for the Atlanta Reign. It allows Hawk to play the Sigma. If you want a positive tank matchup for the Reign, this is probably going to be the one. He's currently hovering over the Winston, but let's keep our eye out. I would be interested to see if that remains to be the case. There is still a position and a possibility for Sigma on Circuit Royale, and also this particular map with Junkertown to be a great pick. And right now, someone is clearly, I don't want to say he's the better Winston, but he's the far more practiced Winston. He has so much more time on this hero. And Hawk has been mainly an off-tank player who's played primarily, I think, Doom this season. So for the Atlanta Reign, if there's a time to pull through something a little bit different, this would be a great map to do so. We saw the Orisa on King's Row that had some success, but eventually fell out of the capability of finishing that map. And as gates open for Kilios, I think for now, yeah, Hawk's going to stay on. We'll see what happens on the defense, though.
Keeping with it. Sky just looks to poke and broad around this high ground. Gets a good amount of damage in. Try to build up that rail shot. Touch on across for just a brief little moment. It's a window of opportunity to maybe find a pick. Orbit wants to hold on to this right click. Sends it out. Someone getting tagged low. He's in too deep. Should be taken down, and he is. Hawk will find the kill. First blood there on the map. Florida Mayhem now are going to have to give up a considerable amount of space as they wait for their main tank to go ahead and rejoin them.
I mean, what a shot from Kai, though. The burst damage.
The one tank.
Yeah, well, still is a bit of a main... Yeah, well, if you're the one tank, you are also the main tank in this sort of situation as well. But Atlanta Reign, using that 5v4 advantage to great success. Someone rejoins only now.
Trying to poke and prod around the back. Sees Kai on that flank, so he gets himself up over towards the card. To split some attention, but instead it's just dealt with. Nero able to get on top of him, finds that elimination. Kai still safe, still chunking down members as Checkmate goes down to a sliver of HP. Stays alive for now as we go ahead and just do get out of the death room. And Namo will not be able to survive. OG whips him with the Cheerios in the face, finds the kills, and Nero is just continuing to push forward here, fearlessly trying to build up towards that first Death Blossom.
And it'll be the cap coming up through as well.
So now, just over 5 minutes.
And Atlanta don't have the ult for that at all. They didn't have to use anything for that. I think you'd be at a situation where Mayhem actually got a counter trade somewhere. UV would be forced to ult. He would be pressured to do so. But Atlanta Reign, after, you know, you still see Kai and Nero in particular getting those kills in there. Atlanta Reign just say, hold it, we're good. And a very, I think, straightforward cap. A little bit of resistance from Mayhem, but otherwise, with someone dying in the very early seconds of the game, having to play this 5v4, before Mayhem losing a bunch of space. Yeah, they get someone back, but so hard for them to reclaim space on the map, and Reign are pushing the entire way through. They are the first ones to ultimates for the majority of ultimates.
He also finds himself in about a 20% deficit as well, underneath the Hawk towards that Primal Rage. So rely on the rest of the team to do some work here with their ultimates. Rush B Rush going to be coming through. OG does pop that sound barrier in response, and Checkmate just take it down now. Might have as well falling someone. Down to about 5 HP, up onto the high ground. He grabs a health pack somewhere and is going to try to go ahead and escape. They continue to pursue in. Hawk looking to zap him down. Looks like he will be allowed to stay alive, but Atlanta Reign are just steamrolling their way through this map. Second point about to be snatched up.
Florida Mayhem have 4 ultimates, so they got to get this retake in quickly. It's got to be a bloody one. Both teams got to be ulting pretty big here. Someone's got to climb up. There it is.
The clock first. Yep, Primal does get popped.
I think Animo's beat on
one of his own. Nero wrapping around the back. Death Blossom's going to be held, but Checkmate actually does find the elimination here onto Hawk. Doesn't commit his ult to this, so seems like Atlanta Reign are more than happy to go for the reset here. Nero's going to try to escape and actually almost takes down someone. Does narrowly survive and offer up a good amount of ult charge here for his supports.
I think
that's some semblance of control is found.
This could be a potential mistake from the Reign as well, because they give up map control now. I think it's fine to disengage out of the situation, but disengaging and just kind of, I don't know if they want to say opting to lose there, but certainly they weren't keen to commit. Hawk doesn't primal, right? Like that was one of the key things. Now it's Kai just sniping Animo. Reign could definitely go in. Probably still have to ult a little bit here, but maybe they can save some.
But now they're still taking their time. Cart inching forward. Hawk jumping across the opposite way, drops down, knocks someone away, and into Nero's welcoming arms. They find that elimination. Checkmate just tries to buy a little bit of time as much as they possibly can, but it's moved to the side, pops the Death Blossom, and doesn't get a damn thing for it. 2 quick kills there for Kai as well with the overclock and all of the chaos. The cap comes in, and it's over 4 minutes for the side of the Atlanta Reign to get ready to push into the final stretch.
That's got to be one of the more depressing Death Blossom you see out of Checkmate. Well, anyone really, it just, his entire team's already dead. I think there's like 2 people left, just him and one other. And then it's just him, and he gets booped away by Hawk, just batting with the big gorilla arms on the Winston Primal, and Checkmate goes for the Death Blossom anyway, it just does nothing. That's one ultimate that Mayhem will want back, but the Jet's going to have the early Katsuna rush here. We'll need to use it to regain space. Pretty low HP though on someone.
This is it now. And Reign just don't play towards it.
If Hawk live here, I mean, UV can just counter ult and this is good for Reign. Yeah, I mean, similar to what we saw in King's Row with Mayhem disengaging, Reign kind of just get out of the Katsuna rush and doesn't do a lot.
Nero pushing forward, Death Blossom dropped in, Checkmate immediately taken down, and Amo into the back. He'll stay safe, but now good boop, does keep Hawk at an arm's distance, but he's got the zap. Starts at the right click, snipes him down. Another shot across on the Hydrant here. Now we can go ahead and continue to try to get this cart rolling. Goes into the back line, looks to contest, just zapping away, chipping down the HP bars here of Hydrant and Sermajan. He's got that overclock pop. Someone does dive in, managing to find 2 eliminations here for himself as it's a very bloody brawl back and forth here. Someone trying to stay alive, but eventually will be felt. Nero finding that elimination, but he himself as well is going to get dropped. And I guess at the end of it all, somehow the Florida Mayhem successfully do get the hold.
Well, Nero died at the start of the fight, right? You see Nero dying here again. That's because he just respawned, so he kind of dies twice in the same fight. And Florida Mayhem also get a lot of value on someone's Primal. Again, he's a very experienced Winston player. This is one of his top picks. He's been getting successes on that Primal. The Atlanta Reign, now Hawk's going to have to prove he can do the same thing with his own Primal coming up online. They get some good distance, I mean. I think for UV, it wasn't the worst Rico ult. Has reasonable value, but they definitely wanted more out of the kills afterwards.
DP up through top. We're going to keep Hawk honest right now. Nero goes up to match. Amount taken. Primal Rage now going to be popped by Hawk. Sound barrier in response from an Amo. Everybody shielded up. Stuff comes on here onto the high ground. Checkmate does get knocked down low, but
Kai's got ult here.
Has that Death Blossom, which could be monstrous.
Kai needs to set the pace right now. Reign need to take control of this space. They currently don't have this high ground control either. Nero slowly pushing. Kai still holding. Legit is ult now.
Yeah, but he's also going to get taken down. He uses it. Checkmate's going to be good for one, but then the overclock comes in from Kai, finds the kill, catches Hydra, trying to push up onto that left side flank. Puts him down to size. They're going to be eliminated. Kai under fire. 65 HP remaining for him, and there's not much else that he can do. Someone kind of botches the jump forward, so he's not going to be able to get the punish here for the added stagger. Kai
but anyway,
his way out to safety, but they still managed to hold this, and it's going to be Hawk who's actually traded on the back end.
And that's probably even better there as well, because it's a later kill than where Kai would have been.
Yeah.
Someone gets two regardless. I think even with the Kai getting away, even if they don't kill Hawk, someone killing two there. Once again, this time without a primal, by the way. It is so huge for the team. Majed dies popping down the Katsuna Rush, but the team still gets to use it. Despite Checkmate and Hydra getting shut down, that was a reasonable ultimate from Kai. He got a lot of work done, but they couldn't convert that further. They couldn't clean up the rest of the members, and someone has been a huge problem. And now he's got the primal again.
Keep off the high ground. Death Blossom held. He's gonna rush out from Ultraviolet. Some kills, someone staying alive.
Nero has no targets.
Fire despite the primal HP there, and yeah, I mean, Nero's desperately trying to find somebody, but everybody's flying quite far away. He decides to go in, pops the ultimate. Checkmate, Wraith walking away, but two kills are going to be found. Traded back as Kai does get dropped. The cart just 2.5 meters left to go now as Checkmate tries to keep this one contested. The dive comes back in. Somebody just pumping heals forward into this Reaper, trying to keep him alive. Use the cleanse as well. Hawk going to be taken down. They find the eliminations down the sound barrier, going to be dropped in desperation from the side of OG. He gets the right click kill. Checkmate now going to be taken out. Florida Mayhem, someone swaps over Autumn Zarya, tries to get back in here.
But just gonna vault.
Nearly the ult online, but they just barely get pushed off of the cart. The C9 calls come through from the side of the rain. And that was looking damn holdable
4 seconds
for the Florida Mayhem.
They had ultimate. Majed comes back. He's got a Katsuna Rush. He was at 99%.
They nearly had a barrier too.
Yeah, Animo had the ult as well. That was so holdable. I think Mayhem will be left wanting. Majed says awesome.
Awesome.
It's one way to look at it. Yeah, well, it's, to be fair, the silver lining there for Mayhem is still like, what was the time bank for Rain after capping B? About 4 minutes, right? 4 minutes plus. So Mayhem still bring that one right down to 4.2, which is okay, but they would have loved to have held that instead because it was well within their grasp, but it slips through their fingers instead. Someone's still getting a number of frags there. Checkmate and Majed staying alive for so long, by the way. 2 invulnerabilities there. Checkmate's got the Wraith form. Majed drops down the Suzu. And then Reaper just does not die. So now, once again, as we head to the defense of the Rain, we look at the comps. Hawk is not going to go for the Sigma. So maybe Circuit Royale will be the pick. Junkertown certainly isn't. Let's take a look at the C9 here again. So here comes all the members coming up through. Pay attention, Animo, Majed have a lot of ultimates, and then Nero pushes in. Someone tries to go onto the payload. Animo's off. There just wasn't anyone there. No one even got booped off. There just wasn't anyone there. Maybe Florida felt like someone was closer than he was, but he just wasn't. He was on a Zarya, not a Winston. He couldn't jump on.
Well, this is a bit of a different look here as we have a very forward hold from the side of the Atlanta Rain. Granted, they have a lot of people who can disconnect from this position with relative ease. Well, with the jump, the TP, the slide. They're going to be looking to play around the backside of the shed for now. Checking around the flank, trying to make sure that Nero isn't going to be coming in from behind. Kai just getting a big punish onto an Ama, but Hawkins taken down as well. So yeah,
a better trade for Mayhem. Much better trade for Mayhem, even though Nero getting the kill. Yeah, Majed trading Ultraviolet. That's going to help Majed get the ultimate later on. Very back and forth, but you have to remember Mayhem have the closest spawns here. Rain have a big long run back. So these remaining players have to leave before they get staggered. If they get staggered here, that becomes much worse for the Rain. So pretty iffy initial hold.
In the choke though.
I think if Hawk doesn't die, that would be an acceptable hold. But with Hawk just getting rolled by Checkmate, who just runs up to him, a few shotgun blasts to the face. Now Rain are forced to hold the same position. I think the silver lining here with the Rain is that at least they still get this choke point.
Yeah, for sure. Our pressure into the back. Kai goes sliding to the side. Keeps himself elusive for now to build up that next rail. Break down the bubbles. Hawk makes his exit. Low HP there for the Winston. Good top back up.
OG1.
More ults. Lead gonna be found there. Yeah, he goes low. Narrowly manages to survive it right now. The HP bars from the side of the Rain. Not looking all too great. Kai getting jumped on yet again. This time Checkmate will be able to do him in. Finds that kill. Hawk going to be under fire. Ends up falling. And it's going to be a fairly quick capture for the side of the Florida Mayhem as they just clean up the few remaining members of the Rain.
I think the thing there as well is, like, you know, I mentioned that Rain at least still had the choke point to play with, that sort of kill box before we get to the open area. But the other issue is Mayhem already have sort of some high ground to play through there as well. They're first to that area, and Rain are kind of trying to find some positioning. one kind of cool thing we do see there with Rain losing, despite the losing, is the fact that UV keeps up with Majid despite UV dying. UV actually had a death, Majid did not, and both Rico still find the ult at the same time, so Ultraviolet's been doing a lot to get these very fast ultimates. Flora Mayhem currently sit on 4, nearly 5. Rain drop down.
Okay, rushes popped on either side. The overclock there for Hydrant. Violet going to be the first one to get taken down.
Anima holding.
Out of the corner on him. Kai now getting jumped on. Grabs that Mega Pack to try to stay alive for a little bit longer, but someone's got the juggle on him and he manages to take him down at the end. Nero finds one for his trouble, but it will get cleaned up here in the end as someone narrowly survives. Additional stagger found as OG will get dropped, and Florida Mayhem can get this cart rolling.
Risky but very patient and rewarding timing there for Animo. He held onto the sound barrier for quite a long time. UV and OG dropped fairly consistently together. Majid responds. Well, Majid actually had his own Kiriko Kachino rush, but it's Animo with a slightly later beat that allows for Mayhem to get super aggressive with someone with a fantastic corner track on the Kai. Removing Kai from the equation is a huge deal. Now setting up for the potential of a Death Blossom. Checkmate has been found. Rain are aware of the positioning. We see Majid get rid of TP in as well.
So aggressive. Blossom held. Overclock pop by Kai off screen. Spots him here in the hallway, but everybody disengages back. Break line of sight, making sure that they don't get their heads clicked on here. As Hawk just looks to hold the top of the stairs. Florida Mayhem now very much contained into the back spots here of this map. They need to be able to break free, and Hawk is going to be looking to dive in.
Hydron
here onto somebody, but now that's going to be Hydron getting the headshot. Nero taken down. Kai is well low on HP. Continues to get chipped away, and there's the Death Blossom. Dropped in by Checkmate. Finds 2. Ultraviolet joining him in the grave. The cleanup comes through, and it's again a 4+ minute time bank here as the Florida Mayhem look at the storm their way to the end of the map.
And Rain have to have a great C-hole just like Mayhem did. What a way to sort of out-rotate Hawk, though. You see Hawk forced to primal in. Hawk tries to find some quarter traps, tries to find some members inside the small halls. For the Florida Mayhem, they just walk out, they go back over towards the point. Hydron finds a shot to Nero, and then Checkmate gets the Death Blossom on the actual point itself. Lands a Rain, no answer for it. Hawk super low HP, Nero as well. They can't even take space. Mayhem have the turntable on the top high ground. They have the payload pushing. Someone's about to find ultimate. Magetta's the first Kitsuna rush. Mayhem are in position to get a lot of value here. They can just free push, and they don't have to ult unless Rain respond.
Nade finding some good value, slows them up, trying to push around the front side, get some damage through as well.
How does he get that?
Taking down someone. Yeah, off the back of it. Gets that kill. Major opening here as Hawk drops down. He's trying to keep this thing contested, but someone, I mean, he's got that ult in his back pocket. He's ready to pop it at a given moment. Rush going to be used on either side. Hydra does get taken down. Hawk able to find that kill first and foremost. Sound barrier now going to be coming in late second here from Anamo, but he continues to get worked lower and lower, and Nero will find the elimination in the end. So despite the sound barrier investment, they just have no way of fighting back. They all get taken down to the rain, now have control of the cart.
There's a big investment from the Florida Mayhem, and someone realizes it's over, doesn't burn the primal. Good choice to make. Really, it was a kill to Hydron, right? We talk about the fact that someone jumps in, we're like, man, how has he just managed to find a pick? Hawk kind of does the same thing, drops on top of Hydron, and that is the key pick, I think, in that fight that allows Rain to win, because otherwise, Hydron's damage might have made that difference.
Now, 2.5 minutes remaining. Florida Mayhem still in a position to have a very superior time bank if they can get to the end. We saw how much time they were able to chew up against the Rain attack. Rain can do Hawk the same, and it's going to be pretty damn even up. But yeah, Hawk going to be taken down, doesn't get to use the Primal Rage. And that's going to have to be the go button. Jump into the back, someone not going to be able to get the stomp damage coming through. Turns his sights over to OG for a brief little moment. Now looks towards Ultraviolet, who can just TP out of this position. Someone now pops the Primal Rage, knocks him back away. Looks for some eliminations, and Checkmate with the Death Blossom will find 3. Cleans up both the supports, gets Kai to boot, and Hawk just doesn't stand a chance. Just under 2 minutes now, going to be bumped up to just under 3 as they complete the map.
And that pick on the Hawk is so huge as well. I think he was on about 200. He was less than half HP, but still had ample opportunity, I feel, to maybe have gone for that primal, but he gets taken down very quickly from below half. Doesn't respect the damage up from the Florida Mayhem. And because he goes down, landed down to 4 members, they can't hold on. Someone gets super aggressive. He was cleaving 3 members towards the Rain base, the spawn, for quite some time. Instantly goes primal, pops somebody down. With the primal, just instantly deletes somebody. Hawk eventually comes out for the primal, but it's too late. I think you already lost that fight. Checkmate has the Death Blossom on the point. They're already camping. You want to touch, you're going to run into Death Blossom. Perfect opportunity for the Florida Mayhem. And off the back of one fantastic kill onto Hawk, they're going to get a brilliant time at 2:53 versus 1 minute.
Major advantage, but we have seen teams push out from, you know, these positions many times in the past. You can see it's just in front of the spawn doors, just checkmate.
Didn't even have to sit on the payload. Just ran up to the spawn and press Q. That works.
Yep. No zoning ultimates here. This is fully for the aggression. Someone, you had an early death last time. Let's see if you can avoid that. It's only a minute that they have to work through, but dying this close up would be pretty devastating. Sends out a couple zaps, and we'll just go ahead and leap up over onto the opposite high ground.
I think he definitely knows that his death was probably the impetus of Atlanta Reign's initial A-point cap, so has to be careful this time, as you sort of mentioned. But Majed able to farm up a decent amount of ult charge off of the damage done to someone so far. Also can't afford, Real Mayhem, you can't afford for Kai just to land any shots, so that first rail will go a little bit awry.
30 seconds remaining.
All right, here's the contest under the initial bridge. They keep this one locked in place. All members of the Florida Mayhem playing here onto the low ground. Looks like Hydra might be going to rotate back around, but no, he's actually just playing right there inside of the choke. Going to get whatever
getting really far ahead
he possibly can. And I'm taking low, someone nearly dead. The pumping heals out as quickly as they possibly can, but he still will fall. It's going to be the cost of Hydra as he and Kai find a kill apiece.
Got to come down to Majid's ultimate.
Overtime, and
I think they're going to reset.
Escape.
I think they're going to reset. They need someone back, and Namo probably back as well. But look at the 86% for Majid. Even if the payload gets to the end of A, and there will be enough time for the Mayhem to come back in, they pop the Kitsuna Rush, and that is a major win condition. OG does also have a sound barrier coming online, though. So it'll be that connection between those two ultimates, one per side.
Okay, they wait out the grenade just for a little bit longer. Someone now jumping forward, keeps it contested. There's the rush. Jet popping that. Trying to keep them in this. The sound
Anamo next.
From OG. Ultraviolet nearly with that next one. Now Anamo going to be using the shielding as well. They're pushed away there on De Niro. They managed to tag back in for a brief little moment, but De Niro gives his life for it. OG now going to be taken down. The cleanup is coming through. Hawk will find one, but as he leaps away from the cart, that will be the end of this assault. Atlanta Reign can't quite make it to point A.
Yep.
Hold that position at 2 minutes and 53 seconds if they want to be able to take this map.
Bit of exchange in the chat there. Majed says not going to say it. I think he's talking about the C9. Guy says do it. What I want to mention there is as well is
it
that
really wasn't.
I think, and absolutely wasn't. But nowadays, I think players just throw it in there at all times. I'm going to talk about the fact that there was that one fadeaway kill they got into Ultraviolet on, I think, the first fight as well. And I sort of mentioned Majid was ahead by about 20% on the Kitsuna Rush. That ends up being a defining factor because Ultraviolet, Atlanta Reign, end that 8-point push on about 98, 99 towards the Kitsuna Rush. So that one death on Ultraviolet, slowing them down from finding the Kitsuna Rush, when previously, I mean, it's sort of mentioned, but even not just this map, but the other maps as well. Ultraviolet's timing for the Kitsuna Rush has been really good, whether he's alive or dead, but here, because he doesn't get that extra time to find the damage and couldn't respond, so you have both support ultimates for Mayhem. OG had the sound barrier, which is great. That's that shot into Ultraviolet, by the way. Getting him down, that basically will slow him down from being able to respond with his own Kitsuna Rush, and that could have been the difference maker. I think that would have actually been the difference maker.
Here we go, again with a forward hold up on top, and they need this to be an absolute bunker for the Reign if they want to be able to hold this off and take us.
Oh my god!
Fourth map!
Come on, guys!
He does it again! He just starts off with the Widowmaker, and they just do not see it coming at all. OG instantly taken down, and the rest of the Reign have to displace. They have to scatter as quickly as humanly possible, but getting out of this position now is going to prove to be difficult, if not impossible. Dude, the cleanup comes through and put a fork in it. This is looking very well done.
I mean, there will still be contested. There will still be another opportunity for the Atlanta Reign. And to be fair, that's not nearly as bad as the, Violet Bap jumping on King's Road, Kai sniping him in, playoffs of years past. Ironically, it's the Reign now popping the end of that sniper rifle. And Hawk's back on a Doomfist. Oh, this is going to be really rough. I think he would have had time to come back to Winston, but he trusts his Doomfist here. They don't have much to work through. This has to be a very good neutral for the Reign.
Needs to go absolutely nuclear here, but he's instantly chunked down to half HP and dives in. Decent seismic slam off. The heals come forward, just trying to keep him alive as much as they possibly can. Fists go up, trying to mitigate. Someone down to half, Hydrant dead. Kai finds the opening kill. That's the first step. Someone as well getting focus fired, stunned up, pushed into the side. The water tank gets taken down. It seems like for now, Hawk is absolutely destroying with the Doom. It's up with a couple kills and they will be able to hold this cart position, but it's just 2.6 meters away with 1:25 left to go.
We definitely survived. I think Mayhem also played that one very safe as well. They didn't really want to get engaged directly on top of Mayhem. Sorry, Rain rather. And they couldn't sort of force these ultimates to come through as well. It looked like they wanted to play patiently for the ultimates because they knew they were ahead, but because they lose that fight, Rain catch up, and Hawk in particular gets himself an ultimate in that one fight.
Okay, Rush v Rush, the beat still held by Anamo. He's going to go ahead and drop that one in. OG 10% away from having one of his own, but Kai and Nero instantly get taken down. Hydron up onto the high ground, manages to snipe out one. And that is it. They zone Hawk back. The push comes through. The Florida Mayhem will be able to make it happen here in the extra innings. And we do not have a series on our hands. It is yet another instance of 3 Overwatch as the Florida Mayhem will keep themselves here in the upper bracket. Atlanta Reign now going to have to duke it out down in 30 in the lowers.
And it's the Florida Mayhem in the 10th seed, a play-ins team that takes down the Atlanta Reign coming in at the 7th seed as well. And if you're really 900 AQ, if you're really big brain, you're probably thinking, well, I guess Atlanta Reign, lower bracket, right? That makes a lot of sense. This is where they're strong. Maybe they just lost on purpose. Achilles got to get sent down the lower bracket early so they can just make the powerful run through. It's like the 2021 playoffs all over again. They got to the finals from being dropped to the lower bracket last year. Maybe they could do it again, but I still got to say, I think this is an upset. From all we gather from the Florida Mayhem, look, they're a good team. They're a great team, but they were underprepared coming into playoffs, given they had to play the play-ins patch instead. Very limited scrims, as said, from their team. And they come through and they 3-0 the Atlanta Reign. Hydron has a fantastic game. Someone is all amazing on that Winston. On the Atlanta Reign, they tried some different stuff. We saw some Orisa coming through from Hawk. We saw the Bastion as well. We saw the Ryan at one stage. But they end up not winning any of that. They don't take any rounds on Lee Jung. A couple of potential mistakes there from my POV, I think on Guarded specifically. And then the other maps, I mean, close affairs. You got to say for Junkertown at least, we get to a time bank, but even when you look at the difference in the time bank, it's about 3 minutes to the 1 minute. The Florida Mayhem have just so much more extra they can work through. They're allowed to lose more fights on that 8-point time bank, and they do, but they can come back in, have another shot, and that shot gets the victory.
Well, I said it before, there was one man who really kind of put the team on his back, especially in those first 2 maps, even though the rest of the team was playing absolutely incredibly. He just went above and beyond. That is our player of the match, Hydron, who just had an absolute whale of a time playing the Sojourn the whole way throughout.
And 10,000 damage per 10 over the course of the 3 maps. And I think on specifically
10 final blows per 10.
King's Row, he had 13,000 damage per 10. So that particular map was so damn good. We talked about Lee Jung already, had the 73% charge shot accuracy on that one. 10 final blows per 10, by the way, is a really good benchmark for a player. That means obviously that you had a lot to work through. And that stat line specifically as well. I mean, last year, we looked over the course of the entire season, only one player averaged 10 out of 10 final blows per 10. That was Levy, he was the MVP. That's obviously over the course of the entire season though, but really sets the stage as a bit of a standard that if you can get that in a single map, then you're kind of hitting that level. That's the level that you want to be at as a DPS player. But I think we saw the impact there. You even saw it on the Widowmaker, by the way, as well. C-point defense, Junkertown Widowmaker. You also saw it in the A-point attack. Instant headshot into OG. Atlanta Reign didn't respect the possibility of a Widowmaker. They got punished for that. But how much impact? I mean, look the first bloods. I think multiple times on King's Row we saw first blood coming up through.
Yeah, at every twist and turn, I mean, there was times where it seemed like Atlanta Reign had great positioning. It seemed like they had things under control, and then all of a sudden, Hydron just came down off the top rope out of nowhere, just dropped in with an overclock, dropped in with a rail shot, and was able to start really turning the tides of these fights. Kai just didn't quite get heated up into the Kai that we know he can be on that Sojourn play. It was a little bit rougher around the edges for him and for the rest of the Atlanta Reign. So very well done here from the side of the Florida Mayhem. But Reign will have to keep an eye on them. Like you said, maybe this is that intentional loss for them to be able to have that strong lower bracket run as they often do. But a lot of questions. How are they going to look moving forward into their future series? Are they going to continue to run Hawk here in every single situation, or will we see Gator? Because we had that question at the beginning of this match, and at the end of it all, he was, Gator was not found today, or NFT for short, whichever one you want to use. But we'll have to see if they're going to be bringing him out in the future.
Yeah, I'll look forward to it. Great job by the Florida Mayhem. A second upset of the day.
That it is, and yet again, another 3-0. But we have one more match to try to stop that from happening. Maybe we can actually have a series. Maybe we can see some back and forth brawling. We'll have to just wait and see what happens as we get ready to go into that fourth and final one of the evening. But we're going to go to a quick little break, and then the desk will break down this third match for you when we return, so don't go anywhere.
Do my punch, careful. Lucio.
리퍼 키리 야미
Just like that.
야미타 하이드론 피었지 하이드론 my bad sorry
The Overwatch League is brought to you by Butterfinger. Crispity, crunchity, peanut buttery. No one lays a finger on your Butterfinger.
Welcome to our game break, one and all. Joining us now for a quick word after their match is Surma Jet from Florida Mayhem. First of all, of course, congratulations to you and your team. A convincing 3-0 victory for the Mayhem in their very first match. Now, please fill us in and tell us, how did you get it done? What gave your team the edge today?
Thank you. I mean, I don't know, we're just like really good in this meta and we just pulled it out.
Just really good, man.
Pull it out. Okay,
really good.
Well, I want to know, like, were you expecting Atlanta to throw some of these strange picks at you? Obviously, they came out and played a Reinhardt Bastion on one of the rounds. How did you deal with that?
I mean, I didn't play that map, but like our team just like adapted, I guess.
Right? So some clean adaptation.
Yeah, we're just gonna adapt for the team.
All right. So asking more about Kiriko then, because you did play some Kiriko in this series. Of course. I mean, we should ask a couple of questions about this hero in general now. You're known for being a bit of an aggressive player. So first off, I just want to ask, does your team ever tell you to like heal more?
No, like they just let me play the game and do my stuff.
Yeah.
That's
Okay.
it. I just hit my shots and go away.
All right.
Well, how comfortable are you feeling on the hero? Obviously, very limited practice heading into this tournament. How do you personally feel it? Do you think you're quite good at it?
I mean, I played like ranked like 20 hours in the hero and I've been grinding a lot. Well, I like the team playing in play-ins, and the hero like really fits my play style since like I play aggressive.
Yeah, and it shows. And it worked out for you and your team, so we're gonna let you get back to celebrate and prepare for your matches tomorrow. Thank you so much for joining us and good luck in your next match.
Thank you for having me.
Of course. Now let's break the action down. He didn't even break a sweat. He seems so casual.
I was like, I played 20 hours of ranked.
Just
Showed up.
grinded for 20 hours, you know. Great for them. I mean, that bodes well for the rest of the playoffs.
Great.
The other team's hard grinding, going into so much strategy and so much. I was like, yeah, I just played her a little bit. She's pretty good.
You know, one morning I just woke up and then I was a really good Kiriko
Then I chose violence, and here we are.
Violence, exactly. That's how it goes. Let's discuss this match, though. Actually, let's start with something you just mentioned in the interview. Atlanta did throw a few more questionable picks maybe at them. Were they just like desperation picks, or was there, you think, strategy involved?
Well, we posed this question heading into this match of what are the Atlanta Reign going to play, because they've been wanting to lean on Hawk, but Gator is that Winston player for them. So we get the answer that they are going to play Hawk on that Winston, but at certain times he's trying to do something a little different to throw the opposition off guard. You know, they played that Reinhardt Bastion. We even saw a little bit of Doomfist, a little bit of Orisa from Hawk as well, but someone just really had his number in terms of quickly adapting to deal with that. Hawk had some good moments. I don't think it was a big just main tank difference in this matchup, but Florida Mayhem looking very comfortable in this meta with, once again, Hydron stepping up to an even higher level.
Oh yeah, I mean, Hydron was absolutely popping off in this series as well. We did hype up the Kai versus Hydron matchup as the matchup to look out for in this series in particular, because we respect the Atlanta Reign. When it comes to their damage players, we saw Speedly in the mix, of course, and Nero here on the Reaper as well, but also the backline, Ultraviolet and OG, that's one of the best backlines in the game. But the big question mark was the tank player, Hawk, now playing Winston, formerly known as a diva player, Doomfist, stuff like that, right? How are they going to adapt? But Hydron, he stepped up when it came to the damage roll as well, giving Florida Mayhem an additional win condition that they so desperately need when they face top teams like the Atlanta Reign, for example. Someone on the Winston, I thought he was spectacular. This is what he's really known for. This is his best hero. He's had a breakout rookie season for the Florida Mayhem. If you take a look at the stats in this matchup, 8.1 final blows per 10 minutes as a Winston. Like, are you kidding me? 8.1. 4.6 primal rage kills per 10 minutes as well. You know, a bit of a Gushue blade kind of primal blade thing going on.
You're just going to keep saying that, aren't you?
It's just the energy of this place, you know, like
the energy. Anaheim is just channeling primal blades. Yeah, I love it. But this could really be the tournament where we go that someone is just like, you know, an average, above average kind of tank player to like actually like a great, fantastic tank player, being able to contest with some of the best tank players around the league. Maybe not Smurf and Fearless and Hanbin level,
you're
but
a doubter.
Doubter, maybe I'm a doubter. I'm just saying, someone on his best hero on Winston here in this tournament, he could really make a name for himself, so I'm keeping my eyes on the Florida Mayhem and someone to really elevate their play and make a name for themselves throughout this week.
Yeah, I'm excited to see more from that team. Now, if we're looking at the Atlanta Reign, though, moving forward, do you guys feel like leaving Hawk in as picking up that Winston role is the right move to do? Because, yeah, it allows them more flexibility if they want to switch to other tanks, but does that make sense in what we suspect to be the meta, or would you rather have Gator, who is a very a very good Winston.
In my opinion, it's too late to switch to Gator. If they've already made that decision to play Hawk, that means that they've played a lot of their scrims with him being in the lineup. Maybe they just move away from Hawk trying to play a lot of different wacky things like Speedily on that Bastion, him on that Reinhardt, and just stick to the Winston. It's not that bad. It is definitely not going to be their winning factor, but if he can just at least go even with some of these other guys, it could be a good thing. And at the end of the day, let's remember, it's the Atlanta Reign. You know, Atlanta Reign loves to go on these long runs through the lower bracket. They've done it this season. They did it last season through the lower bracket to make it to the grand final. So, you know, never count them out.
Absolutely, and we certainly hope to see that happening. Or I certainly hope. I'm not going to speak for everyone. I'm still an Atlanta fan, even though I didn't predict them for this one. You did, however, so you were wrong.
Well,
congratulations.
We're playing 3-0 Overwatch, and I am currently 0-3 on the desk, so I'm just sticking with theme, honestly.
No, I love the commitment. Commit to the bits. That's what Costa is known for. I do want to preview our last match of the day. Houston Outlaws will face off against the Toronto Defiant. And first, I want to take a look at who needs to level it up, and leveling up presented by Butterfinger. Who you got your eyes on?
I have to look at Dante because once again, this man is going to have to level up for the Houston Outlaws, because if they are going to rely on him to be their tank player, which, you know, he has been a staple in the same way that Hawk is, he's going to have to learn another hero. So Dante, you've been collecting the Infinity Gauntlet of tank heroes. We saw him earlier on in the season picking up the new Doomfist, playing very well, and we're like, oh, you know, he was a DPS player. Of course he knows how to play Doomfist. But then we had Junker Queen come out. He played incredibly on that Junker Queen as well for them in the Summer Showdown. He played some Zarya in the Countdown Cup as well. Like, just look at these stack cards. He's very good at what he does, but this is a completely different beast in the Winston. Johnny, you are a tank player. You've played a lot of Winston. Do you genuinely think Dante could come into this lineup in the playoffs, play the Winston, and play it at the level he needs to play?
There's nothing Dante can't do. We've seen Taimu on this hero. We've seen Rijay Hong play Winston. Why can't Dante come out and play Winston? Like, he could literally play Winston. Is it going to be world-beating? I don't know about that. But I'm just saying, if Dante comes out and play Winston, I wouldn't be surprised.
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay. All right, I hear that there's some faith.
I dodged that question heavily.
That was skirted around that very professionally.
That was the most awkward skirting around the question ever. Yeah.
I don't know. I somehow felt like there is a tiny little spark of faith in a Dante Winston.
Yeah, the tiny sparkle. Look, he played Diva the other day and looked great. People were clowning on him for his Diva during Goats meta, and Dante, he looked good in the Sombra. So if he come out to Winston, you know, do a little bit of leaping, napping, raging, punching, you know, zapping. You know what I'm talking about.
Very easy to play. It's like everyone can play Winston.
Yeah, come on, just do the jump thing. I'll say this.
What do the numbers say though?
The numbers?
Yeah, what do the numbers say map-wise?
Map-wise,
hear all about
it. My papers here.
What you got for us?
This is a fun fact for you.
And
I didn't know this going into this
that.
Houston Outlaws is the best team we have in the league on control maps.
Really?
Yeah, 70% win rate on control maps. That is the Houston Outlaws for you.
And
so
you guys know why that is funny? Because they used to be that used to be their kryptonite.
Yeah, I cannot tell you how many of those are in map 5, but
no, last season didn't they lose every single control map? Wasn't there something? There was a weird stat like that. Was that last season or the season before?
That's probably Shock you're thinking. They're always like, oh, we lose on control, but then you're like, well,
no,
Shock, you have a positive
was
winner.
Houston.
Okay,
someone help me out.
Zoe is changing history. That's already happened.
No, I'm like almost certain. Oh man, why did I say that?
Yeah, but
wasn't it control?
I can't back you up, Zoe. All I can say is Houston Outlaws today in this series, that's about to happen.
I'm
in the
sure
future,
there are some stats which will back
you
up
need
what
to
I'm
do
saying.
well on control, okay? If you can get to map 5, statistically you're good on control, all right? So in many ways, you know, in our Butterfinger segment, I could say that it's their bread and butter.
Ew.
So make it
Get
to
us out of here.
map 5.
Anyway, let's take a look at our Preds to get out of that one. Danny picking Toronto, that's great.
It's on brand, honestly.
Yeah, that is on brand.
It's Johnny, okay, you defend this Toronto Defiant pick because they should be more comfortable in this meta with Muse coming back into the line.
Look, I've just abandoned all like prior like results. Like if you're a great team in like 2020, I'm like, I don't care anymore. Like, I really don't care. Are you good today, this week? Well, Toronto Defiant, they have Muse. I'd argue that he's almost like a top 5, top 6 Winston when it comes to the lineup we have here in this week. So yeah, I think Muse is going to do fantastic for this team. I'm looking forward to see Toronto be a bit more comfortable in a Winston dive meta. Hisu on the Sojourn maybe. So yes, Houston Outlaws, they've had the better season so far, but in this meta, on Winston, I'm going with Toronto.
All right. No, I'm looking out for that Winster or Dunstan.
No, stop! Just
we're trying. We're trying.
Leave!
Always just making things up in this game, Break.
Get into the game.
Good, fine. Just for you, Jonathan, let's get that last match going. And once more, we're going to toss over to our casters, Avril and Kilios.
Thank you very much, Zoe, and the desk once more. I like this. It feels weird because this is probably the closest that we've had to face-to-face communication in years at this point. But it's good to see everybody there on site in Anaheim. Wish we could do the same, but we're going to be doing our best from our little remote setup that we got going on here. We hope that you guys have been enjoying the games as much as myself and Avril have been. But we would enjoy things a little bit more if we could have some close series. And perhaps this one here, the Defiant versus the Outlaws, can be the difference maker. Maybe now we can stop this 3 Overwatch shenaniganry that we've been seeing.
I mean, we're already 3-0 on 3-0, so, you know, why don't we just push it a little bit further here? Who's going to get the 3-0, though? I mean, why don't we just call it after the first map, because then you know the rest of the map 2 and 3 will probably go the same way, right? Who knows at this stage? It's been a wild day so far. Some really interesting results that I think most people didn't predict. I'd be interested now if Sean could update everyone maybe on his Twitter or whatever, like how many out of the 20 remaining people who had a perfect bracket after the Shanghai Spark game, how many of those 20 people left still have a perfect bracket? Does anybody have a perfect bracket? Will anybody still have a perfect bracket after today? Is it already over? I mean, that could be the case.
I mean, there's still a pricing, right, for the people who have the closest to perfect brackets at the end of it all. So whoever has the mathematically closest,
it'll be one of those 20 people.
Some money that way. So
they can split it 20 ways.
It's got to be somebody out of those 20. So if you weren't in that 20 remaining, I think all of us are out of the cash. So
yeah.
It's too late.
It's not me.
But it is what it is. I've only gotten one prediction correct so far as the match winner is concerned.
I'll tell you right as well, by the way.
The end of it all.
Bad Pachimari, the prolific cursor of the predictions, he's gotten all 3 wrong so far. So everyone that he thought was going to win ended up losing, and he thinks Houston is going to win. So I think Houston might be in trouble here.
Well, we'll have to just wait and see what happens, but first we'll go ahead and introduce the other team that is going to be in this series, and that is the Toronto Defiant. They will make their way out onto the stage and take their seats and get ready to do battle.
Yeah, Toronto Defiant here to battle their way through play-ins, much like the Florida Mayhem, who just came out with a huge victory, so, you know, maybe a bit of lack of playtime on the patch, but certainly didn't affect Florida versus Atlanta in their match. Will it affect the Toronto Defiant now versus the Houston Outlaws? This is a team that had to get past teams like Boston Uprising and Washington Justice. They did that pretty comfortably. And now as we head into the Winston patch, Muse comes back in, and look at play rates between Muse and Hopper. It's been about 70% Muse. Sorry, 70% Hopper, 30% Muse so far this year. So not that much Muse, all things considered. I think he played early on the Kickoff Flash. Didn't get that much game time the rest of the year because we started to move into more of an off-tank meta. But the main talking point has to be Hisu, because I think today it's very likely going to be a Hisu versus Merit showdown. 2 fantastic Sojin plays.
All right, well, on the opposite side of the stage, it's the people looking to upset the bad Pachimari curse. Perhaps it's the Houston Outlaws. Let's see if they can keep themselves in the upper bracket by taking down the Defiant.
Houston have had a bit of an up and down journey so far this year, but all things considered, coming through 6th seed. Pretty successful season for the Houston Outlaws when you look at their 5-year history. Led mostly, I think, as a, I don't know if you would say a surprise standout, but Dante on the tank, I would say maybe surprised the fact that everyone expected him to have a DPS year, and he comes out as the tank player. This does answer another question as well, right? Is Doe going to be coming in? Because he is also a tank player who has that Winston hero pool, but it's going to be Dante. I think Doe gets actually in Anaheim as well. What does Dante play, though? Because we needed to ask this question of Hawk from Atlanta just 1 match ago. Is Hawk going to be the guy playing the Winston? And here, I think Dante's going to have to play the Winston, because if he doesn't, Doom, I don't think it's going to be a good enough hero to break through. You're not playing the Jungle Queen, obviously. So Dante's hero pool is pretty limited. I think the Zarya is out of the question here as well. So that's going to be the biggest challenge for me. I also am very keen for this backline challenge as well between the Kariko players. But the key matchup for me, at the end of the day, is still going to be this sort of Merit versus Hisu battle. I think potentially the top 2 players on both teams have had such great results, specifically on Sojin. Hisu has been such a hard carry for Toronto Defiant in some of their worst moments. He's been the North Star.
see what happens as we get ready to go into this, as well as what the map set is going to be. As per usual, will be the highest seed having to select for the initial control map, and then from there the loser will pick. And so far, that has not been a boon for any of the teams who have lost the first map because of the 3-0s that we have seen. So perhaps that will be a little bit different this time around. We can see Busan will be kicking things off for us, and then from there it is just all up to fate. Who is able to, win this.
And so far the trend has been, this is maybe debatable, but to me at least the trend has been a little bit of the, or not just the map, I was going to mention in terms of Winston performances. Generally speaking, so far today, the team with the more experienced Winston play, or you could even argue the better Winston player, has also come out on top. That definitely seemed pretty clear in the last matchup between someone and Hawk, where someone's had a ton of experience on the Winston, one of his main heroes. And Hawk just doesn't have that same experience. Dante's very much in the same boat as Hawk, and he's going up against Muse, who's played this hero for years, right, at the professional level. Despite Muse not having had a lot of game time on his team this year compared to his teammate in Hopper, that's maybe the only downside, right? Someone had, as he's been starting the entire time, Adam didn't see a lick of game time, whereas on the Defiant side, they've been trading tank positions, mostly favoring Hopper. So could there be a downside to now swapping tanks late in the season and having the team sort of re-gel with a different tank player compared to the one that they're playing 70% of the time? That might be something that Toronto have to work through. But aside from that, I think Muse could back himself mechanically. That's important.
Pressure mounting here for these players as they get ready to jump into the action. So we already saw Busan going to be kicking things off. We'll see if there's going to be any variance, but just thinking about pretty much all three of those intermaps or those sub-maps, the Winston likely going to be seen. So I don't think we're going to see any differentiation in that regard. But then again, I also was not anticipating to see the Ryan Bastion. So
Mecha Base,
other people have some crazy
stuff
you gotta,
up. I think maybe hold your breath a little bit for Mecha Base. Possibility of something like an Orisa coming on through. Orisa's kind of like the, I wouldn't say she's one-to-one with Zarya, but if you want to try something more of a Zarya style, she's probably close. Possibility of a Ryan, but I would only see Toronto playing the Ryan. I don't know if Dante would really do that. So because Dante's hero pool's a little bit more limited in that kind of way, because Hawks at least played a bit more of the tank role. I mean, we'll see. Dante has been, again, a surprisingly strong factor for the team, given that he's not previously really a tank player. I know he played D.Va like a million years ago, but we're talking about like recent pro game time. That is still going to be an important factor. I'm also looking towards Creative, the new member of the Outlaws, as some of the criticism laid towards Creative is that he's mostly an Ana player, right? What does the rest of his hero pool look like? Does it really match up? So now we're in the very heavy Kiriko meta. What does Creative's Kiriko look like? Because we know Twilight is an extremely experienced player, so that Twilight versus Creative matchup could be interesting as well.
It's all going to be interesting, but we're going to have to wait a little bit longer to get into it. As you can see, you've got an admin out on stage, something to take care of on the side of the Toronto Defiant, I do think. So we're going to have a quick little break, and then when we come back, we should be able to jump into the action. So don't go anywhere, guys. Just a quick little one. We'll see you in just a few.
I'm back strong. strong.
And we are back and should hopefully be getting things underway here in just a brief little moment. See, Evan's exiting the stage. Everything should be prepared as we get ready to kick off our final series of the first day of the playoffs. And it's already been a very interesting one, given the one-sidedness that we have seen in all of the series so far. I mean, a couple teams being able to fight back, but no one being able to take maps away from the inevitable winners. Here's just a brief little reminder that we will be kicking things off on Busan, and then from there, the loser will be selecting for Hybrid.
Match history between these two teams so far, as well as they've played 5 times over the 2022 season, and the record stands at 3-2 in favor of Toronto. But most interestingly, 2 out of those wins came somewhat recently. One of them was Toronto literally knocking out Houston from Toronto's own event in the Summer Showdown. And then there was the, I believe, for the final match in the regular season for the Countdown Cup, was a 3-1 victory for Toronto. So they have that to work through, which makes things very competitive for me. I think, you know, you would most likely look at this as a Houston-favored matchup, but given that Toronto has beaten them fairly recently, it becomes hard to say.
Well, it is going to be Mecha Base to kick things off for us. So, you're mentioning maybe we see something a little bit different here on this particular sub-map. We'll have to just wait and see as the gates get ready to open. For now, Dante going to be hovering over on that Orisa.
So week 24 game, 3-1 for Defiant. Pretty much the same play as a Minus Muse plus Hotba. Different meta. We were seeing a little Sombra from Hisu back then as well, but still mostly the Hisu Sojin. Zarya meta back then. Dante had a fantastic Zarya, even outplayed the Fuel and outplayed Hanbin at one stage. He's hovered over the Orisa, and that's something to talk about, right? I could once again kind of like tease the possibility of that Mechabase could have some flexibility for different picks, and that one of the picks that could come through is actually going to be the Orisa. It seems like Dante wants to bring that through, and it's also creative on a BAP, so a Lucio BAP comp, which is actually similar to what we saw in the last patch. Just instead of the Zarya, you have the Orisa, because that was Lucio BAP as well, plus the extra Reaper, which is great into the Winston. But we used to see Zarya Reaper in a composition. You can't sort of bubble Pelican here, but you can still do a lot of other stuff to get aggressive, build space for Pelican. That will make a lot of sense here. So, yeah, Toronto's going to have to work this one out very quickly when they see it.
A lot of things that can happen once we get things ready, which the readies are coming out into the chat right now. So, seems like a quick little turnaround, a little just stutter step, pump the brakes on that pause, and then now we can go back into it, or go into it, I should say, since we haven't really done anything at all. The doors are about to open as this timer will go ahead and count down, and we finally get to jump into the action. So there is some difference here as, yeah, Creative goes out the gate with the battle.
Just to prolong Dante's life, the longevity there, super important. You can play the Kuriku here as well, but Creative's choice is to go towards that bat finale, and who's taking a bit of damage early on.
Gets stunned up there by the spear as well for a brief little moment. He is down to half HP. Torong and Twilight do their damage, trying to keep everybody alive, but Hisu was able to find first blood. Good real headshot across. Takes down Pelican. Dante will find Torong for his troubles, though, so it's going to be a DPS in exchange for a support at the end of it all. You can see now Dante Defiant trying to escape as quickly as they possibly can, but they don't have that Lucio there to heal them. They don't have that speed boost either. They will still be able to successfully lock down the point first and foremost, however.
Yeah, Dante getting that kill. Houston being able to get themselves out of spawn, so important there. You don't want to get spawn camp by Winston. And Houston with another shot. That's back-to-back, by the way. 2 rail headshots in a row, and Twilight's about to find the ultimate.
Yep, just gorgeous from him. You can see the slowdown. Plays that one out patiently after he builds it up to 100%. Gets the headshot across on the last row. Toronto Defiant now firmly in control, pushing very far forward. They should see that this is going to be
okay, so
flank angle from the Houston Outlaws, now pushing out of main.
Yeah, they're just going to push in with a Kitsuna Rush. It's hard to tell how far they can go. The Grave drops down the Ant Matrix. Trying to push back the Defiant.
Now, they clear that one up. No one's getting taken out, despite the fact that Creative was taken down to about a sliver of HP, but does stay alive here for now. Dante is under fire. And it's going to be the sound barrier dropped in Toronto, trying to keep them in this. Muse down low, 8% away from having that Primal Rage up, but it gets claimed in the end. Toronto will die as well, so it seems like after cresting 50%, the Houston Outlaws should be able to get this flip into their favor as they go ahead and gain control here.
I actually think it's dangerous for Toronto to get aggressive like that because you're pushing into very small angles there. But I was going to try and save the day with the Death Blossom, but it's just too little too late here. They needed Muse still alive, and he just didn't have the Primal like you sort of mentioned there. If you're the Toronto Defiant, you have no risk of being sort of counter-altered by a Kitsuna Rush on the other side. Creative's playing BAP, right, and the window doesn't have the same value. You also need space to work through to get value in the window. So Toronto Defiant could have probably played that super patiently, allow the Houston Outlaws to come out, and then use a Kitsuna Rush once Outlaws actually committed. There, they just jump in and they instantly have to back out.
Good move. That Blossom, good move comes through, and it's actually going to be Dante left by him on his lonesome. Ends up falling. Cleanup is there. On Pelican as well to boot. Merritt using his own overclock. It's instantly shut down. Hisu claims him in the end. Cleanup is there, back into control. Toronto Defiant regain control of the point. They don't even lose the lead for it. Now at 60%.
We're talking about the Hisu versus Merritt battle, but it's been one-sided so far. Hisu's had some insane value. Merritt cannot get his ultimate off the ground. Creative's in another position to use Amp Matrix, but again, because you're on a bad pad, you have to find windows of, you know, angles to play through. You can't get that without map control. They don't have any map control.
They do not. 100% now built up. Twilight with the rush, buying even more time. Oh, wow! He's going on a flank, and he's taking down Pelican! Twilight the madman gets himself into the back line, and he still has the TP to get out should he need it, and there it is. He takes it out to success, but while he's busy, Muse does get cut down. They find the tank, they find Finale. Now, this is going to be the Houston Outlaws maybe find themselves with a flip here in the last few seconds. So
Twilight again!
Make sure that they don't, yeah, okay. I was going to say to make sure they don't see 9 the point, but now Laster's going to be taken out. That's a sound barrier eliminated. Toronto Defiant can get back in here as a full 5. They might just be able to get this flip and the win on the round, but Chorong does get cut down to size. A good rail shot across from Merritt keeps the Houston Outlaws in this for at least a little bit longer. The flip's still not there, but now they will be able to get it. Dante pops the ult. Won't find anything for his trouble, but I think they'll be more than happy just to get control of this point for now.
Yeah, the pressure coming on through though. Dante forced to use an extra ultimate there. Outlaws ended up paying quite a bit. I think if Muse doesn't, Chorong doesn't die there, Toronto Defiant just went off a Twilight's pick because he got Lastro down. No sound barrier for the Houston Outlaws. If the Defiant just pull trigger, Chorong just used the beat. That's a 5v4 with the beat. I mean, Toronto can just get the 100. Incredible counter trade. Merritt's rail shot coming on through to equalize. If that doesn't happen, this map is over.
He barely escapes there. Now he's going to back on the offensive. Houston stuck in the corner, needs to get some peel, goes down to 15 HP. Sound barrier is used, but he does not receive it, and Merritt is able to pursue to get the elimination in the end. Sound barrier now out from Houston Outlaws, just looking to stave off the few remaining members of the Toronto Defiant. It's going to work a treat for them. Maybe a bit of an overcommitment in the end, but either way they win the fight, and now they're looking to take the round.
It's getting sloppy for Toronto now because they're not getting full values on the sound barriers. You have Hisu getting caught out as well. 99% about to be found for Outlaws, and they can hold these chokes so effectively. Can't Toronto even touch?
They're going to try to, but looks like they do barely manage to make it happen. Hisu finding one, take it down. Now the damage dealer's out of the fight for the side of Toronto. Muse eliminated, just 5% away from that Primal Rage. Houston Outlaws firm on the retake, will be able to maintain control of this one as the OT bleeds down. There is no further hope found here. Even with Twilight alive, doing things on the Kiriko, he's not going to be able to drag them back from this position. So it's 100 to 99% as Outlaws take Mecca base for themselves.
And I think for Outlaws as well, they play well to their win conditions. It was something that the Orisa does really well in the Mecca bases. Once you have map control, and they didn't have that for a very long time, as we get into another pause here, is okay, Dante does spin the extra Terror Surge. They do get that cap, but then they get to sort of hold chokes, and you can see how hard it is for Toronto to break out of those chokeholds. It's much easier for Dante on the Orisa from the Houston Outlaws side to break out when it's Toronto sort of camping those chokes, but the opposite becomes very difficult for Toronto. And a very awkward fight from that stage as well, where Hisu gets low, Merritt chases him down, and Toronto still dropping sound barriers. They still try and break out. Lastro responds, and they just have more to work through. Some really good stuff coming through from Twilight. That flank that we saw getting Pelican down was so good. However, the issue with that is Muse dies. That would have been really good for Toronto if Muse doesn't also get traded, because then Toronto get to hold the lead there. Twilight should have probably have TP back a little bit sooner. He tries to duel Lastro when you're the main source of healing. You need to keep Muse up, and Toronto can't do that on his own. So Twilight, he does a good job doing damage, but he got greedy there.
And just a bit. Well, again, quick little thing to take care of, and now we're back into it once more. We'll take a replay. Take a look at a replay, I should say. Dante on the Battle Cattle. We're sure if we were going to see it, but we get it in the Yan, and oh yeah.
Oh, okay, that's insane.
Shutting down that Death Blossom rather quickly. Great little reaction from him.
I will not die.
Yeah, that was a brilliant play.
Huge play to deny the value.
Seeing some very impressive stuff coming through so far. Okay, that is a legitimate hog, and that is going to be another answer from the Houston Outlaws in terms of what they are going to end up playing. Now, we have heard some rumblings of the strength of what is the combo Kariko hog, right? Usually that's the kind of, you know, alleviate what an Ana would do to a hog, but there's no Ana in this meta currently, so you don't have that. But you still can do a lot to save Dante here. He's going to need to be really good on this hog as well.
Hisu taken down first and foremost. You're talking about the Tracer, whether or not we're going to see it. We saw a little bit of it on Lijiang in the first map, but that was for time buying. This is just straight up being played, and Pelican gets value out of it immediately. First lockdown of the point is found. Houston Outlaws in control.
Fly's looking to play really close to the chest here with the DPS. Try and push away Pelican. That 120 damage headshot on the kunai, by the way, really messes up Tracer gameplay, so Pelican has to watch out for that. And while it has had some reasonable accuracy so far, nearly has a pulse bomb here. But it will be countered by Suzu.
Oh, 1 for 1. One support for the other, but Pelican again comes up big, takes down Muse. Pulse bomb, not really needed, but still build one up rather quickly, it would seem. Gets another to boot on the back end, just making sure that Turon cannot get out of there with his life intact.
I mean, this is huge from Pelican so far. He's built up an ult, threw that one in there, still gets killed, doesn't matter that it didn't hit. The Houston Outlaws, they have the cap. They hold strongly with the fact that if you want to dive in, you're diving into Dante here. Meanwhile, you're going to be splitting up your team a little bit with Pelican harassing you in the backline. So it's been rough for the Toronto to find an entry here. Now we have Kitsuna Rush available on both sides, just about.
Taking a breather, keeps himself alive, pushes up, tries to get Muse, and he will. There's the hook. It's the pull on the Torong, but cannot find the execution, so he's still going to be alive for now, but Pelican again comes up big. Takes down Hisu, and the Houston Outlaws are flying so far forward, just keeping the Defiant locked back into the spawn room doors.
That's why I think it was about 10% off there, so couldn't quite respond in time. Muse obviously doesn't have a prime on Chorong, doesn't have the sound barrier, so Defiant had no real ability to counteract that creative Kitsuna Rush. The timing of it was just brilliant from the Outlaws. And no matter what, I mean, Outlaws are going to be heading towards the 90s at this stage. It's difficult for Defiant to walk in. Waiting for Lastra's beat.
Rush comes out, the beat gets dropped, gets everybody on his team, and Muse goes down. Dante just whole hogging, just helps set up for the kill. But Winston ends up falling, takes another breather. Okay, yeah, sudden flip. The hairline one there as they step off the point for just a brief little moment. So Toronto Defiant do get themselves a bit of a forward posture position, but for how long can they hold it? Oh, wow. Question. It seems like not long at all. Marin with a great headshot. Takes out Hisu. He gets Twilight to boot. And that will be it. They get the reflip back into their favor. The respawn still waiting, but Muse is going to be an extended little stagger. And that should be them ticking up to 100 with no one else able to touch. 115%, a dominant showing here on Sanctuary. Houston Outlaws kick things off with a bang, a 2-0 victory as they take Busan.
I think there was some regrets there in the mecha base from the Toronto side, but from the, you know, when you look at Sanctuary, that was just all the Houston Outlaws 100% of the way. Pelican starting out in the early game, Creative coming into the mid game around the 60% mark with the Kitsuna Rush that will win you a fight, and then you look towards Dante, Lastra, and the rest of them countering Toronto Defiant's one good push at the 80-something, 80 to 90% mark on the actual cap itself. And the one sort of interaction you have to remember is when you Kitsuna Rush in as Twilight and the Toronto Defiant, Dante pops the whole hog, and that just pushes everyone away, so it kind of messes up with your ability to actually engage that fight properly. And the fact that there's the extra sound barrier there from Lastro, because Toronto never got a chance to force any of these ultimates out, I mean, that's just huge. You had two members on Toronto at the end of that map, at the end of that round of Sanctuary, who never got an ultimate. Finale and Muse never got to use their ultimate the entire round.
I mean, well, it just continues to deliver right now, the playoffs, as far as the picks in the meta that we are seeing. We've got a actual use of the Roadhog, and it works a treat for the side of the Houston Outlaws. So another one checked off the list, but a big win for them. They kick things off nicely with a map win on Busan. It's going to be map pick now for Toronto to find. We'll see where they want to take us as we get ready to go into hybrid. We've been seeing a hell of a lot of Kings Row here today. Maybe let's spruce it up a little bit, but we'll find out when we come back from the break.
Please don't let me in.
Please don't let me into my zone. I just need some time on my own. All these people trying to get a conversation. You can conversate to that tone. My gut eyes on that throne, yeah. So I'm never alone, yeah. All these people trying to box me in. I'm at whether it's on, yeah. Now they ask where I'm at. Making hits that line back. I'm MJ, I'm 2-3, man. I just need some time back. I'm zoned in like defense. My life gone, no recess. But I live my best one, so I got no regrets. So I'm gone. Finally back in my home. I'm working like so much. They swear I had me a clone. Can't answer my phone now. Just leave it there, that tone. Ballin' can't beat me up, cause I'm back in my zone now. Cause I'm back in my zone now.
And we are back and ready to go into our second map here in our final series of the evening. Houston Outlaws currently leading 1-0 after a 2-0 victory there on Busan. We saw the Roadhog come out on Sanctuary, and it worked a treat for them. Toronto Defiant now needing to play off the back foot and see if they can tie things up 1-1 with their upcoming map pick on Hybrid.
And I just went ahead and checked some of the pick'ems on the Overwatch League app, by the way. Make sure you get that. And it actually tells you how many perfect brackets remain. Apparently 6. So out of 20 that we had previously, 6 remain in terms of perfect brackets. We will see how many of those 6 are still remaining after this particular matchup. How many people have got... I think a lot of people probably do have Houston winning this one, but by what scoreline? We've had a 3-0 day for every other game. It's just going to be another 3-0 matchup. One of the questions that still is yet to be answered for me here, Achilleos, is are we going to see any Winston from Dante today? So far, he's only played the Orisa and the Hog. He hasn't played any Winston. Maybe he hasn't had to play Winston. We didn't go to City Center. Maybe on City Center he would have been forced to. We'll have to find out on map 2 if that ends up being the case.
That we will. See where they want to take us as well to kick things off, and then maybe get a better idea as far as what we can anticipate from the picks, because already we've been shocked, we've been surprised.
So tell you what,
ISO for our hybrid map.
And on Paraiso, I think you're going to have to think about a Winston here because of the high ground, low ground verticality. It's a very vertical map on that A point especially.
Yeah.
Maybe on the defense, Dante could get away with playing a bit of Hog, something like Orisa, because I think defensively you start on the high ground right. But attacking-wise, I just don't think that would really work for you. So this is going to probably push Houston a little bit. Great map choice coming through from Toronto.
Alrighty, let's see if it's going to be enough to drag it out of them, or if Houston have something else up their sleeve that they want to try to surprise them with. Let's see what happens though as we do jump into this very colorful map.
Fun fact about
see if they have some colorful gameplay to back it up.
One fun stat line that I have about Busan, by the way, as we move into map 2. Dante and Creative only had 1 death on that entire map, so both players only died 1 time on the entire Busan map across both rounds combined. So
that's kind of crazy.
Well, I think Dante didn't die a single time on Sanctuary, right? I don't think Creative died either. They both would have died once on Mechabase. And that's it.
Yeah.
So great game.
That's a pretty good performance. Oh, I mean, you heard the desk coming into this saying that Dante needs to be one of the ones to really level up for Houston if they want to walk away victorious, and so far he has been looking good, and so far he is going to be showing us that Winston. He's got it hovered there in the spawn room. And with limited time, I don't think we're going to be seeing a swap off.
5, 4, 3.
Yeah, on the last patch, you'd get away with Zarya or Diva here. Here, I think you kind of just have to play the Winston. Here it comes. The Danton. I don't know what out the gate call that would be, but we'll figure one out.
Dunstan. Dunstan checks in.
Is it done?
For any 90s kids out there?
This Winston's so done.
Okay, jump up. Back across.
First blood.
Dante is going to be able to find the first kill. Yep, Isu going to be taken down, and Chorong in a really bad spot, gets zoned out. Doesn't lose his life, but still, he's going to be out of position now. Cleanup continues to come through, and Houston looks damn good here on the first attack. Should be the lockdown to the point as Chorong will fall.
That was so quick. That was incredibly fast. Toronto just lost all ground. They started losing members. No ability to trade. Significantly behind in some cases. Well, not significantly, but a reasonable amount behind in ult charge for some players. Good to see that Twilight's kept up, despite losing the first fight. Twilight keeping up with Creative means that they can at least have some counterplay versus the Kitsuna rush coming on through. But the Houston Outlaws time bank so far after capping A is looking pretty monstrous. That was not at all contested by Toronto.
No, very much looked absent there on the point. Well, now, cart moving with a monstrous time bank of over 5 minutes. Let's see if Toronto Defiant are going to be able to come up the works at all here for them. And yeah, Dante is low, will get punished, and now finally, Toronto Defiant should be able to buy a little bit of space, but even then playing this far forward can come at risk, as you see. Finale nearly losing his life.
What does Twilight do here? That's the question, right? He holds the ultimate currently. Last row is a hit of Chorong though, so if this goes a little bit longer and Houston just kind of wait for the sound barrier to be up, they will have that as an advantage. We'll see if they've read what Chorong's on. Oh my god, you can't afford to have Dante go down again though.
No, you cannot. Now Laster going to be joining him in the Graves finale. He's able to scoop up 2 kills very quickly. Second shot from Merit will be able to go ahead and get a punish on a Hisu with a faster response, closer response. Houston Outlaws should be able to get some position back onto this cart and break through, stop this forward defensive hold. As Twilight, okay, TP'd into a bad position, but they don't really have anybody there to try to punish. But Chorong puts himself into a really precarious spot. Ooh,
You gotta see those on Toronto have so much respect for the fact that Hisu dying means they have to pull back. Now the Kitsuna Rush coming through from Creative. Chorong responds, Lastra goes as well.
Oh, just a push coming in. Muse getting into the back lines there. Pelican trying to displace them off this cart, so they continue to inch forward here off the back of the Sound Barrier shield. That Blossom out now from Finale, but he doesn't find anything for it. Dante with a primal of his own will go ahead, cleave down Twilight. Pelican drops the Blossom in, finds two. Both the damage dealers gone to the side of the Defiant. Muse is nowhere to go. Gets taken down by the overclock in the end, and still with a monstrous time bank. Houston Outlaws will continue the push, rounding the final corner.
Can Muse respawn in time? It's not looking likely here. Chorong's not there for the speed boost either. If Toronto want to touch this one, they gotta go in right about now. Muse is trying to get there. And Finale will TP for it. Okay, work. Houston's got the ult.
Last throw dealt with. 3 meters left to go here for the Outlaws. That's going to slow them up just a bit. So some more time bought. Defending from Hero would be damn impressive from the Toronto Defiant.
Very defendable both.
Trying to regain control over some of this high ground. Yeah.
Consider that all the ultimates are gone. It's Twilight's Kitsuna Rush is coming up next. It was very expensive for the Houston Outlaws 2 fights ago. 5 ultimates spent, and I would have said that was 100% worth if they got the cap, but trying to manage to touch in time, and they hold in time as well. Twilight will save himself with the Suzu. They'll get rid of the Kitsuna Rush.
Coming through, there's the rush. They go on the aggressive, trying to just get these shots across there on a Creative. He does manage to dodge the majority of them, but that's from Pelican. Still get gunned down at the end. Finale finding both of those limbs. The cart now rolling back, 2.5 minutes remaining here for the Houston Outlaws. That beat's still going to be fairly respectable, but the late little cleanup here as Finale gets himself around the back and off the side of the map. And TP is there, of course, to try to stay safe.
I got to mention this as well, but Chorong holding the Sound Barrier is huge for the Toronto Defiant because now when Creative drops down its own Kitsuna Rush, Toronto actually have a counter available. They actually have resources to play through. Very different story if Chorong had to actually use that. So we talk about how likely is it for Defiant to actually hold B. I mean, again, this position is very defendable. Chorong now popping that Sound Barrier.
That it does. It's looking a little bit risky there for a moment, but he managed to stay alive. Get the shielding down. Death Blossom going to get popped. The Finale ends up falling in the end. Merit finding a second kill with the overclock now rolling. Helps clean up Muse, and with a team kill, that will be them pushing through to point B. So 1.5 minutes going to be out to the time bank. Still a decent amount of time to work with here, as they have just over 3 minutes to get to the final stretch.
Take a look at Creative here. This is just him TPing out safety. Oh, never mind. We're actually team fight going on. So I believe this is actually live now.
Yeah, we'll drop the replay, a little overlay, and get back into it. Chorong going to be taken down.
I can tell you, Creative TP, he lived. I mean, that's the end of that. Finale dies here, though.
It's a neat little play, but yeah, for now, this little poke and prod from the side of the Outlaws, finding one kill after the other. Just chaining these together is good for them to be able to get themselves into a nice position in the final stretch.
Houston walk into this point with 3 ultimates up because they didn't actually have to spend that much. I think Finale felt like he was going to get more value in the Death Blossom than he actually got. He doesn't get anything done on that B point defense, so Toronto didn't get to really hold that B point. In fact, they don't even really get to burn a resource out of Houston Outlaws, who get to spend a primal for a team fight win. Now let's go to live versus this rush. Lastra still holding ultimate.
And he's going to be heading for the hills. Sits out the side door. Muse pushing forward. He will be able to find Merit on the end for a little bit of additional staggers. So now they take the time bank below 2 minutes. Rush ultimates needed to be committed to that fight. The Outlaws are ready to stack up 4 of their own.
You have to consider that just Toronto winning that fight, though, gives them so much map control. Now Houston have to sort of re-push for that. Houston also putting the pressure on as well.
Continue to push quite far forward. Pelican gets himself into the back. Will find Twilight for his troubles. Chorong down low as well. Hughes going to be using the primal. Keeps himself alive. Find much else off the back end of it. We'll have to just wait and see. But Lastra now going to be dropping the beat. They want to get the punish. They want to get this push going through.
He's out.
Just have 1.5 minutes remaining. His body Hisu up here onto the high ground. He tries to slide out of there, but slides to his demise. Merit gets the kill. Finale going down. Good amount of space going to be bought here for the side of the Houston Outlaws. They should be able to get just about to the final corner.
Yeah, and a late death onto Twilight as well. That's actually gigantic from Dante. A perfect pick. As the Houston Outlaws now will have some unmitigated free push. Toronto can't do much about this until they have all 5 alive. And look at where the payload is. Creative can just finish this one off for the rush.
Gonna go for this touch. Nice boot. Pushes Muse away for just a brief little moment. The sound barrier going to be dropped in by Chorong. Finale holds onto the Death Blossom. Now tries to use it, but he instantly gets his head taken off. Marin snipes him down. Finds Muse as well. Playing off the back of the Kitsune rush beautifully. And they will be able to get this push in the end with time in the bank. 45 seconds remaining for the Houston Outlaws. Really good time buying by the Toronto Defiant, considering how things started on point A. It took them a little bit, but they found their footing, but they cannot deny a time bank.
And most of that was actually done in B, right? The good defense portion of Toronto was done in that B point defense. However, for Houston, I think after they won that very critical fight on B, retaining 3 ultimates, they had some reasonably good snowball. It was slowed down by the fact that Toronto throw in some extra ultimates. But when we start coming back in, Toronto want to get aggressive with Hisu on the overclock, you see Pelican going for this gigantic flank with the Death Blossom, and it works a treat. Houston just out-rotate Toronto, and off the back of that flank from Pelican, they're able to push through that payload a large distance. It was a very slow loss for Toronto as well, which meant they never got to regroup properly. And at the end of all of that, Twilight gets taken down at a very late time by Dante. Must have been a long-range zap on the right click. And that is a back-breaking kill for the Toronto Defiant, because if that hadn't happened, I think Toronto can have fight. Now you just see this final fight here where it's like, you know, Houston have so much to work through. Merritt gets that gigantic shutdown onto Finale as well. Then he gets further kills after that shutdown. Houston play the final portions of that C attack so well.
Yeah. I mean, Finale was a thorn in their side for that B defense. Just continuously picking up kills, but so Merritt getting that shutdown must feel pretty damn good at the end of it all. So 45 seconds, something
by the way,
rely on there for Houston Outlaws should this go to extra innings.
You know, we talk about the Hisu versus Merit battle, and that didn't look very good for Merit on Mecha Base. Eventually, Outlaws and Merit started catching up. Here, it's Merit on 11 final blows, Hisu on 1. Toronto getting very aggressive right off the cuff.
Merit was taking a lot of damage, but does manage to survive. So getting a bit of reply. As good deny on that high ground access. Master gets the boom. Hughes hits the ground, has to make his exit, jumps back over to the side, gets some healing. Looks to go again. Wraith Walk as well, going to be burned by Finale.
So hard for Toronto to walk up here. Okay, they take some high ground finally. Houston respected. Houston actually give up a lot of ground here. This is now Defiant's potential to start walking up. Merit in trouble.
Yeah, Solo, but Creative in a hell of a lot more of it. Now Lastro going to be taken down. There's no support that Merit and Pelican have no HP, but they're still managing to fight back. Merit, yeah, gets the outplay, gets that elimination, but can they do more? I don't think so. He's now just going to be completely surrounded, can't even slide out, so that will be the cap coming through here for Toronto Defiant. Yeah. Took him just over a minute, so the time bank is still going to be huge.
And so much of that is Toronto Defiant just kind of taking that initial high ground to our right side of the camera here, and then you see the TP from Finale onto that sort of blue area where Hisu is now as well, so they just take all of the high ground around the point. Merit despite outplaying Finale in that 1v1, they still lose the team fight because, well, the rest of the team, including Chorong, who got active in the kill feed, found those kills, and now you look at Chorong and Twilight, they have the first support ultimates. Toronto can play very aggressive here, and they probably should before Outlaws can respond. Now they lose one.
Okay, rush out here from Twilight, but Hisu instantly taken down. There with another great headshot, finds that punish. Just mitigate the value of that Kiriko ultimate. Both supports tagged below. Forces him to think twice about stepping forward here.
Failure of an ultimate,
Primal's going to be expiring from Dante, but Houston nearly have 4 more ultimates as soon as Pelican has this Death Blossom online.
And Creative's going to ult now. You can see how much Toronto wants to hold because he wants to hold versus this rush coming on through.
Oh, but he can just continue to hold it. Find a kill. Dante taken down. Didn't have the bailout ultimate anymore. Already had expired. Pelican down to a sliver of HP. Just locked the card in position as long as he possibly can, but inevitably does die. And now Defiant can gain quite a bit of distance.
I mean, that's both teams kind of failing their own Kitsune rushes because they lose one at the top of the fight, right? They're playing 4v5. They lack a damage deal. They lack just the damage output. And for the Toronto Defiant, Hisu just starts killing members inside the Kitsune rush from Creative. And Chorong, like you said, doesn't even need to end up using an ultimate.
Lastro dropped in, sound barrier out from both sides. Yeah, Lastro gonna be grateful that that one managed to hit the floor. Pelican now goes in with a Death Blossom of his own. We'll find Hisu, gets Twilight to boot. Twilight maybe teleported into that one, either way. The kills are found, and Houston Outlaws will gain control, and we saw how much time the Toronto Defiant were able to chew up.
And by the way,
very same position.
But it's not even the same position because the Houston Outlaws are going to play a lot more aggressively here. Let's take a look at their Death Blossom again. Dropping on down. Yeah, in the small room.
Pushed it, found him.
Brilliant stuff, and that's also off the back of the fact that Lastra does land that beat right. If he doesn't get the sound barrier, it could be a very different fight. You see Toronto Defiant get very aggressive. Toronto dropping the beat. Lastra felt the pressure to respond, but he also doesn't want to Ajax. Now Twilight's got that rush coming through, and there's no response from Outlaws. They're low HP.
Aaron nearly picked off, still under fire. Pelican as well. Healers have their work cut out for him right now on the side of the Outlaws. Muse just tries to keep the first corner here contested. And Lastra, where are you? Way into the back line, sends him getting taken down. That alone could just be the push coming into B. Creative pops the rush just to try to turn the tide to this fight. Lastra now respawns, looks to join back in as quickly as he can, but the Pelican's going to be taken down. So as one respawns, another goes right back into the respawn room. Overclock rolling, Hisu for a target. Find him, lives yet. He's so damn close, goes right over the head of Creative, but Finale will get on top of him in the end. Finds the kills, and there's the cap. 3 minutes and 40 seconds now to work through for the side of the Houston Outlaws.
Yeah. And I think Dante knows the fight's lost, so he doesn't really want a primal. He would have to instantly primal if he wants to anyway. And there's just not a lot of players left there. Like you said, the shots coming on through Lastra, it begins with him, right? And the Toronto Defiant keep on going forward. They need to now snowball, and they are doing so. Dante dead off the cuff. How does that happen?
And did just 3-man push up the side, a support, 2 DPS. They kill off the tank. Finale trying to TP across, break line of sight, makes his way through to safety. He has some questionable positioning here from Lastra and Dante. His last 2 exchanges. 3 minutes remaining as the contest on the cart comes in. Dante dropping down. Knows that he does have that primal. Try to play through, but so many ults. Still fighting online here with the Toronto Defiant.
Has to be Finale.
Pelican's dead. He's going to use it. Pops it off screen. Doesn't find too much value there. Lastra holds on to the sound barrier for a little bit longer, but everybody's just going to be taken down, it would seem. So there's the extended team kill. Cart again pushing forward. The last corner is right here. It's going to be dire straits for them to try to get this recontest. 3 ults still held by the, or 2 ults still held here by the Defiant.
And look at the time as well. Twilight has the same ultimate as Creative did, but Houston were pushing. Creative might be able to get this in time as well.
Okay, touch. Any touchers? Okay. Get back onto the cart. 1.29 meters left to go. Merritt with the overclock will find Showroom. That buys them a little bit more space, but they have to keep this thing contested. The rush comes out from Creative.
It's interesting.
Like Defiant will go ahead and pull back around the corner and disengage.
I don't know that Creative needed to do that. Defiant was slowly losing that fight anyway, but Houston wanted to confirm. And with that, Defiant will back on out, but very little members actually died there. Defiant actually disengaged away, and because they received the extra rush, I mean, that actually is not bad for Defiant. They still have enough time to get a bit of time back than the Houston Outlaws. They just need to keep Hisu and Finale alive.
Pelican, he's sneaking his way into the back lines, and as soon as he pops and he gets his head taken off, Hisu gets the shutdown, has the overclock, finds Creative on the back end as well. Merritt now dead, the cart rolls in, and it's going to be a minute and 49 seconds to just a minute as we go into extra innings.
That was so good from Hisu. Turns around, finds Pelican. That was the move for the Houston Outlaws. That was what they were relying on to defend one more time, bring that time back down. And 2 shots from Hisu will send Toronto Defiant into a 49-second surplus on the time bank compared to what Houston Outlaws have. So we may very well indeed
sneaky beaky like
be looking forward to maybe a 1-1 scoreline here if Toronto can confirm this 49-second lead into maybe a cap on towards A or just whatever Houston Outlaws set, if they set anything at all. I think Houston Outlaws will need at least like 2 ticks for this to be defendable.
This first point is going to be a major decider. We haven't seen either team find too much success on their defensive holds here so far. The team that can hold this for the longest is likely going to be the one that's able to take it in the end. But if you storm your way through, if both teams are able to storm their way through, who knows? It'll all come down to that Streets phase, but you can see Pelican thinking like, yep, I've got the jump on him. But Hisu turns around at the perfect moment, gets the headshot, instant pop onto the ult, and then from there, a great shot on the Creative midair.
Yeah, I mean, just the damage on Dante
done.
as well. There's only 3 members left, you know it's over. I mean, it's also going to be interesting is this going to be a slow A take, because so far for the teams, you know, I think both teams were sure Houston kind of got it fast, but at the same time, you know, they had to push in off this high ground. They have to get Toronto off this high ground first. You have to work that. It does take a lot of time to do.
Pelican eliminated. Great opening kill found. 30 seconds about to be in the time bank here for Houston as they continue to suffer some losses.
Oh, Hisu
Punish on abuse would be good, but yeah, I mean, Hisu. The Hisus lease, as they say.
Last chance, less than 20 seconds now, and the Houston Outlaws still have not been able to remove the Toronto Defiant from this high ground. And at this point, they have to go for the touch spot. I mean, who can even go for it? Dante or Pelican would have to dive. They got to skip the high ground, go underneath, but this is where Toronto can strike. Houston are in the open.
Shot doesn't connect. Touch is there. Pelican down to below half HP. The healing starts coming through, trying to keep this Reaper alive. Dante and Merritt both falling low. First kill does come through. Pelican scoops up a second. Muse take it down, and maybe there's still yet hope here for the side of the Houston Outlaws, as long as they can keep themselves on
3v3.
TP away from Twilight. The rush nearly online. The first pick about to be garnered.
Creative as ult. Waiting for Twilight. They'll both at the Kitsuna rush here. Could be very interesting. Hisu's not looking at overclock.
But Chorong dead. Goes over into the side room, ends up getting taken down. Creative puts the kunai into the back of Hisu's skull. To find that kill, Merritt gets the headshot on the Twilight. This is not done yet, it would seem. You should get cleaned up. He will find one for his troubles, but that is going to be the lockdown coming through here on point A. Houston Outlaws, they get the push past the initial point.
And it's a 3v3 initiated by Pelican, responded to by some of the Defiant members. However, it's also a respawn distance difference. Houston have a closer respawn. They can play that 3v3 effectively. We trade ultimates on the Kitsuna rush, and the Houston Outlaws have so much more to work through. But this is already great for 1 minute. I mean, whatever distance they get now is far more than Toronto Defiant can afford to lose.
Inching forward, they get themselves through the initial archway. Muse goes up, high ground.
Last
as they drop down around the back, the Death Blossom is there as well, and Lastro gets taken down, absolutely assassinated by the Death Blossom. If the rest of the team can buy some time, he's going to be coming back in with a sound barrier, and that could be absolutely monstrous for their odds of getting us push going further. Chorong now, the shielding expires. Merritt finds that kill. That cuts down the healing considerably as Twilight now going to be the lone support available for their team. Sound barrier does come through. Houston Outlaws continue to gain distance. Card contested for now. TP over to the side somehow, some way.
Defiant is staggered. Defiant is staggered right now. Even with Finale getting away, I mean, he's in no man's land. He's completely out of the fight. Toronto is still waiting for Hisu. This amount of distance for Outlaws right now is insane. That was a must-win fight for the Defiant. They still only have 149, by the way. Houston Outlaws about to get to the end of E.
Yeah, that 149 is entirely defendable. Houston Outlaws continuing to push. Pelican, the Death Blossom nearly there. Creative trying to catch up as Twilight will have that rush available. Could be the stopping point here. They can execute off the back of it. There you go. Creative gets his online, answers back. Pelican going low, gets some healing in the Wraith walk form. Now Creative going to be the first one to fall. Finale finds the kill. The Death Blossom online. He pops it instantly. He's looking for some kills, but it's going to be his team that is dying around him rather than his enemies. He looks for one. He will not get it. The OT will bleed down, but with just a minute to start, this was probably more than they could have hoped for the side of the Outlaws.
It was more than they could have hoped for just from the A cap alone, and then some tiny amount of distance on A. The fact that there was another fight win on A that allowed the Houston Outlaws to get all the way to this little bridge section. Toronto Defiant had potentially just lost the map off that alone. I mean, with 149...
After Lastro died, too.
And that's the other thing. It was an actual 5v4, and Lastro hasn't... There was enough time bought by Houston that Lastro comes back in after dying, drops a sound barrier, and they win off that sound barrier. That's how much extra time the Houston Outlaws actually bought off that 4v5. And they couldn't leave the payload. They were forced to play payload in the overtime. So Toronto Defiant, they heavily needed to win that fight, that specific fight. They had the 5v4 with Lastro dying, but they did not win that. And that is probably the defining the fight loss, and we'll see if it is, because Toronto Defiant still need to cap A, but that's only the start of their issues. 149 is probably not enough time, it absolutely is not enough time to get the kind of distance that Outlaws set. Despite Outlaws having less time to play through, they got way more than they bargained for.
Well, now on the attack with 1 minute and 49 seconds. Let's see if Toronto Defiant can recreate a bit of the magic that Houston Outlaws showed us on that OT push. It's what they absolutely need to do if they want to tie this up and finally give us, you know, a non-3-0 series. Otherwise, Houston Outlaws will be moving up 2-0. Match point will be in their hands.
Looks good for Houston right now.
Oh, then maybe the pick to... Oh, go ahead.
I was just going to say, it looks good for Houston right now in terms of denying that one-to-one record. They want to keep the 3-0s going today. Toronto will have to have a very smooth A to have any shot at camping through B as well. There's a lot of fights they have to win here in a row as well. That's a good start.
The opposite side of the bubble, Merritt stays safe, but Pelican does get left out the dry, ends up falling. L shot through, Muse taken low, jumps up onto the high ground, and that's going to be Lastro taken down. Seems like Defiant getting that ball rolling towards this A cap. Down to about a sliver of HP. Dante trying to hold out, but Kisu will find him in the end. The single kill.
That's
Outlaws. This finale will be looking to rejoin.
Potentially the first check mark done. However, hold that thought as Dante being alive now. Is there going to be any shot for Houston Outlaws? No, Dante's still too far away. I think if Dante was closer, if he died earlier, respawned earlier, etc., if he just was available there, they could have gone for the retake, but there is also inherent risk for the retake for Outlaws. If they go for it and they fail, they could lose the map off that, but they're going to get aggressive now.
Yep, very aggressive push coming in. Creative down low. Lastro finds the kill, takes out Muse, and now Pelican going to fall. Houston with a headshot rail. Takes him out now. Merritt dead as well. Could be three members gone. Side of the Houston Outlaws, Dante the last one standing, trying to stay alive, pops the bubble. TP forward. They look for the elimination, but it seems like he's not going to get staggered. But they've broken through the initial choke point.
The problem with that fight now for Houston Outlaws is they've given away a lot of ult charge towards Defiant. So when we talk about these OT fights and Defiant needing to snowball, they're going to get that through. The only ultimate that Outlaws will have is Creative. The fact that Creative has more ultimate on the rush is so huge in comparison to Twilight.
Pelican, one playing forward there for just a brief moment. The rush can be online very quickly.
Creative's holding.
Twilight looks to build up that final 7%. The corner going to be held. There's the overclock first from Hisu, looking for some targets. Sends one through, catches Lastro in the chest. Down barrier now online for him. Hasn't dropped it yet. Now goes the match. Double support ults coming through. Overclock rolling from Merritt. Couple shots across on Muse. Takes him a little bit lower.
Shutdown!
Loses his head. They shut down the Death Blossom. That might just be enough. Dante finds Muse as well. They will clear them off the cart. And the Houston Outlaws, after the miraculous push, they give quite a bit of distance here to the Toronto Defiant, but they managed to shut them down in the last few moments. They stop the push, they get the win. They're now up 2-0. Match point is theirs.
Yeah, that's amazing. I mean, again, you look at that overtime push from the Houston Outlaws on 1 minute. They nearly clear B, and it's just too much distance. Toronto Defiant with having more than, they have a 49-second advantage there. They can afford to lose an extra fight, and they get a really good push themselves, but Hisu does not get the value on that overclock that he was looking for. The smile on Pelican's face there as well. Houston Outlaws, they know how well they played on Paraíso, and Merritt shuts down Finale. The one Death Blossom that could maybe still save the day for the Toronto Defiant is not going to be there. It's not going to be good enough, and the Houston Outlaws now lead 2-0, and they are looking for that 3-0 finish to round out an entire day's worth of potential 3-0s.
That they are, and right now they're just looking so damn good. We weren't sure whether or not we were going to be able to see the Winston. I mean, like we said, we liked the shot. We liked the map pick of Paraíso to try to make the Outlaws, try to make Dante a little bit more uncomfortable playing that Winston, but honestly, he piloted it pretty damn well in the end. So they get the win, a 2-0 lead now for the Houston Outlaws. Can they complete another game of 3 Overwatch, or will the Defiant be able to fight back? We'll have to just wait and see. They have one more map pick to try to make it happen on Escort. We'll see where they decide to take us and whether or not they can get that win to extend this series when we come back from the break.
민서 보여. 여기다 보여.
아무것도?
대박 하이드 맞아
솔저비야. I'm dead. 자 이제 우리 오픈 마이크 나가다니까 빨리 친한 척하자. 친한 척 해야지 빨리.
미안한데 친한 척해도 난 너랑 친한 척을 하고 싶지 않아, 홍규야. 메인이네 자꾸 말 걸어 짜증나게.
Spark his neck till it was black.
I mean, do you wanna keep it?
Until we lose. We do have a 100% win rate with it.
That's true.
Fact,
You go first? You go first? No?
Universe?
Universe?
Going in.
We're going in.
Oh, you guys baited me.
Dude, I'm
going in. All the OBS people seem like they're always enjoying themselves, Full cap everything.
It's always passion.
What if they pick their own names? If they could have signed it, I think they have to pick it, right? Like, if you got a signed Junkrat, I would not be happy, right?
I mean,
think
people love Junkrat, bro.
Yeah.
Casuals love Junkrat. Yeah. I mean, I love Junkrat.
Oh,
It's like Moira, like the casuals love like Moira. I love Moira as well. We should play Moira Junk actually, yeah, on this one.
Your family watch Overwatch League?
Yeah.
Yeah?
You too? Yeah, you too?
YouTube?
Yeah. Whole Saudi watch. Big
Whole Saudi watch?
Yes.
Only you? Because you?
Yes. Only Overwatch League player.
Yeah, agree.
왜 한숨 쉬지?
시작을 안 해서요. 딱 봐도 이거겠다. 나일. 그럼 힐 좀 잘 주든가.
남지영 마이크 안 들리는데?
But I need more baby wipes.
Keep
Second
cutting
general.
me. I'm the one that choose baby wipes all the time.
Your baby.
Yeah.
I
I'm
need to
your
take care
baby.
of you.
너무 추워요. 아, 추워. 일단 손을 좀 따뜻하게 해야지. 잡아줄까? 추워.
Hand warmers are OP. Are your hands actually cold? Yeah, not anymore. Not anymore. No, they're warm now. That's what the hand warmer does. It warms up your cold hands. I didn't know that. Yeah, it's in the name, but yeah, I can see where you got like confused about it. It's like kind of easy to misunderstand sometimes. Yeah.
And welcome back. Right now, Outlaws in the lead, but before that, let's talk about some skins yet again. We already talked about Clockwork Zenyatta. This time, let's talk about the legendary Lion skin and Gladiators. It's on sale. You have till November 15th to buy it. Limited time release once again. So go ahead, spend your Overwatch League tokens. It's just 200 for this one. Make sure you guys snatch it up while you still can.
And they get 2 skins this year.
But also,
because they've won.
But also buy the Dynasty one.
And Dynasty also have a skin. So yeah, we got a Tiger one and a Lion one. That's actually kind of cool if you think about it. It's a Tiger one and a Lion one.
But no bears. No oh my.
Here's something else that's cool. Looking over some stats for that last map, I did mention that Hisu had a bit of a slow start. He did eventually catch up. At one stage, I think when we swapped sides so at the end of the first half, it was Merit on 11 final blows, Hisu on 1, I believe. But at the end, it's Merit on 17, Hisu on 18. However, aside from that, this is where Merit's gap starts to be shown. Beyond just the actual final blows, the damage output was a pretty significant gap here. Merit was the only player in the entire lobby who hit more than 20,000 damage a game. He landed at 22,610, Hisu at 18,668. And then also damage per 10, Merit was the only player on 5 digits. So he had 11,537 damage per 10. Every other player in the lobby had below 2,000. So in that regard, despite having 1 less final blow than Hisu, the raw damage output across the board was so insane for Merit.
Well, looks like it's going to be Dorado with the final map pick coming through here for the side of Toronto Defiant. See if they can go ahead and pick up a W to extend this series. But of course, if they do, that's going to just be the start of a necessary reverse sweep. It also means that Houston Outlaws would have map pick from then on out. So, they, it's very much working against them right now this series, not being able to get a win earlier on. I think
I'll tell you what,
a reverse sweep would be a very huge shutdown.
I'm going to once again, despite Toronto also losing Paraiso, I still think, that was a smart pick for them. This is again a smart pick for Toronto to find in terms of where their strengths are. They are trying to maybe widen or create a gap between Muse and Dante. So why Dorado? This is a very Winston-heavy map, very dive-heavy map, right? Fantastic for Winston's skill expression. Now, the thing about that is, that would be great for Muse if it wasn't for the fact that Dante's been pretty reasonable on that Winston. Maybe Johnny wasn't too far off by saying that Dante could just pick it up because, he does pick it up. Looked good. Certainly didn't look like a liability for the team. I mean, I think one time maybe he kind of gets killed out of nowhere. But for the most part, yeah, Dante's been holding his own on this hero. That's super impressive for Houston. It allows them to have some real contention for the playoffs.
Yeah, I think it was just that one little positioning when he was left side of the final stretch of the map with Define on the attack there, trying to push through into C. Did get caught up on the high ground, was melted down, but other than that, it has been very well piloted by him. And it looks like it is very much going to continue as the gates open up. Teleport set up here onto the high ground. It's a big boop, denied. Well set up and well predicted there by Churong. Denies the position.
And we'll see what Houston can do in the low ground. They should have some attempts here. Okay, that's a big pick off right away. And that's kind of the advantage of Defiant starting on high ground. They, knock Houston Outlaws down to the low ground, and they just find that opening straight away to create it. Which also has the impact of allowing Twice to get very far ahead in ult charge.
And Twilight will definitely take that. We saw him clicking some heads, especially on Busan. Not as much on that second map, but the Sojourners will go down on either side. Lasso, however, gets traded out after finding the elimination, and it's just okay, everybody's just gonna die. Just an explosion of death here over in the side room as Pelican put on the second map and then killed off midair by Chorong, who is just going out of control. Denies the high ground access and then just rips people to shreds.
Alright, so gets two final blows in that fight.
Up, given the closer respawns.
I think it's important, by the way, that Chorong does get the kill to Creative because that stops Creative from catching up to Twilight. There is still a little bit of a gap in terms of the Kitsuna Rush building. Finale's also been playing Tracer, has a pulse one available. So this is where they can build some space back up with that. That's a stick. Wow!
Yeah,
Dante
not going to do
Lastro
damage to protect you. Now they are just hugging fearfully as Finale goes ahead and slips out the last little.
Was there no Suzu?
Of their lives.
Creative not to have Suzu?
Apparently not.
Okay.
That would have been position for
that definitely would have saved them. So I mean, yeah, I don't know. That's you see the stick on a Dante, and he does. Did he not? I guess he didn't have jump available because he was just stuck next to Lastro, and they both die hand in hand. That's hashtag Valley on the pulse bomb.
That it is. I mean, considering that we haven't been seeing too much Tracer here today.
Okay.
Good amount of value to be found. Merritt taken down. Izu with a great headshot. Houston Outlaws just can't really seem to get 5 players together on this card. You can see they're very much split apart right now. Dante left out all of Lonesome. Primal is going to be held on to. Definitely would have been just not worth it to go ahead and commit it to the fight. They need a full
one kill.
It's not something that they've really had.
I mean, they win the fight. They get the ground, so you take those in terms of small victories, but only one kill for the Kitsuna Rush. I think I would have wanted a little bit more, some staggered deaths there. Houston Outlaws now push from the underpass or the sort of tunnel side, go straight for the archway, and they can play their own rush.
Yeah, they're trying to get themselves over to the cart. Pelican going to be forced into the Wraith Walk here. Nice and early. Overclock rolling. Trying to weave through these shots, but so far isn't finding too many connections. Dante just keeping him occupied. So doesn't have that full charge, sends one out. We'll go ahead and whip on that. Sound Barrier, however, going to be dropped in. Chorong looking to keep the rest of the team protected.
All the
Primal's rolling from Muse, but the focus fire is just looking so damn good from the side of the Outlaws. They managed to take him down. Finale as well going to fall Creative with a great little kunai headshot. Takes him out. And with these eliminations, that will be the cap eventually coming through here onto point A. So Houston Outlaws now 3 minutes, 20 seconds to work with, but it's not too much here for the second stretch of this map.
So one lie, that wasn't all the ultimates. There was Pelican's death blossom, but he built that one, I think, towards the back end when Houston were already winning. So a big expenditure from both sides. That was like, what, about 9 ultimates being spent, roughly, something like that. Quite much damage in there, including a headshot.
Okay. Gets one, gives a slide forward. Can't make it out. And okay, Pelican using the Death Blossom just to really try to open up this high ground for the rest of his squad. Allow them to get that cart rolling.
Double supports. So, well, he got one of the two supports after Twilight already got taken down, so should be some free push, some easy push for the Houston Outlaws now. We're building up towards Twilight's Kitsune rushes. You head into this underpass, and once you sort of round the corner here, you've got a great lane to drop in that Kitsune rush, and also a little bit of, not quite spawn camp, certainly controlling the choke.
He's trying to leap his way out onto this high ground. Eventually has to drop down because Dante's there to match the pressure, and Pelican is just charging his way into the bag. Tagged about half HP, but now the rush is going to be used by Twilight. We're going to try to win out the fight. Dante in a really bad spot. Kind of gets bogged down right there in the corner of the room. Ends up falling in the end with the low HP bars. Like there may yet still be some additional staggers. Pulse Bomb at the ready. Finale holding on to it for now. Dashes in, gets the stick. Merritt going to be taken down. Creative unable to save once more. The Pulse Bomb finds some value. Dips back, grabs the Mega. The cart still inches forward, getting closer to rounding the final corner. But inevitably, the Outlaws will have to back away and reset.
And with a late death on, well, not quite a death, but a death on Dante as they reset. Hoping for no further deaths. So Toronto Defiant getting very aggressive in the bank there, just rush the entire thing. Dante's the target. They have the 5v4. And Houston Outlaws still wanted to respond. Creative dropped in his own rush. The damage output sadly was not there from the Houston Outlaws. A minute 20 remaining now roughly. So they can definitely cat B off the back of this one. Payload positioning is good, but this high ground control from Toronto Defiant, it's going to be a bit rough. Muse gets aggressive.
Time bank, however, is not good. Chorong does get sniped. Good shot from Merritt. Sound barrier out from Lastro, trying to make this, take this fight a bit more aggressively here, and Merritt will be able to find all three of the eliminations that come through so far. Chorong going to be running back. Sound barrier at the ready, but with a late kill on a Finale. The contest is going to be pretty bare bones if he can even get one. He jumps forward, gives his life, and that is just going to be the cap coming through. So just over 2 minutes now remaining for the Houston Outlaws in the final stretch.
I mean, Chorong dying there was everything, right? Because Lastro ends up using a sound barrier. Toronto Defiant don't have that in response to Chorong being sniped out. Merritt doing so much work, didn't even have overclock him, he didn't use it, so that was just raw, neutral play. Can they finish the map though? Because this is still quite a bit of work to do, despite the 2 minutes being there. Blossom about to be online. Merritt should look to overclock pretty soon here as well.
Merritt waiting for it. Overclock out from Pisu first. Merritt still holding on to one of his own. Pelican taken low, and the final shot will go ahead through the chest. Finds that elimination. So the rest of the team tries to escape. Finale will lose his head at the very end, but I don't think he's going to be too bothered by it. And that the rest of the Defiant are able to hold the door and hold the cart in position.
So Houston Outlaws have read that Toronto Defiant had a lot of ultimates there, so I guess the game plan was to just kind of shove the payload in, see when Toronto were going to respond, because they would have to respond eventually. And once they throw in ultimates, Outlaws back out, they save, and they build towards a win condition here as Creative looks towards the next rush. Merritt still has that, pops overclock now.
He does, finds Muse, finds Twilight, 2 quick kills for Merritt. The Pulse Bomb this time around from Finale, not going to be able to find a damn thing. In fact, all he finds is death as Pelican gets on top of him. Merritt throws down the nade. Pushes off Chorong there in the back lines. The card again going to be pushing forward for the side of the Outlaws. 2 ults still going to be banked by them as Finale now swaps off the Tracer over to the Reaper to try to match.
I mean, Chorong didn't even use the sound barrier there. They were more concerned about the Kitsune rush, and he held it. He's going to have to use it now because the rush comes through. That's what Chorong's been waiting for.
Ooh. Muse is going lower and lower, so Chorong just decide to go ahead and use it. The back of that rush as well. Death Blossom layered in, finds Chorong, gets the kill. Muse going to be taken down, and there's no one to contest the card. So somehow, some way, Houston Outlaws, despite the limited time banks that they were working with, both at A and B, they managed to get to the end of Dorado with time. But I think it's 28 seconds remaining for them.
I think it's that final, second to last push there with the Merritt overclock. That's what gets the value there. The fact that he finds 3 kills in that, so huge. And Toronto Defiant, you know, it's a pretty difficult situation for Toronto to be in, because if you pop the sound barrier there, you know you don't have it to defend against the Kitsune rush from Creative later on. So Houston Outlaws they were required to win 2 fights, and they got both fights in there, off both of the important ultimates that they needed. And sound barrier, even with Chorong versus Creative's Kitsune rush, didn't end up being enough when Pelican could just rock up with the Death Blossom inside of that rush, find value, put Muse down to 1, take him down as well. No defenders, no one can really touch. There's still with 28 seconds left to go. They get it done. So, decent showing from Houston. And so, like you mentioned as well, slow on A, but B and C were much quicker, especially C was actually well played. the play.
Sure.
This is that 3K.
Yep. Goes for the pop, the shield gets broken, and Muse just has no retreat whatsoever. Great little quick shot through on Twilight. Very nicely done by Merit. Has been very much, I'd say, the brightest spark here.
And by the way,
Houston Outlaws so far in the series.
It's not even just that sequence of kills coming through Merit. It's the fact that Toronto couldn't get a counter trade, because at least they got a counter trade off the back of that. And by the way, this is Houston Outlaws preparing for the same TP punish, but way more effective because they actually get a kill. Toronto fighting not getting a trade at the end there means that Houston get to walk up as 5 and they don't have to play slowly and wait for a respawner from their own side. So that was another factor for Houston Outlaws capping, and straight away on the first defense, up neutral. Some success from the Outlaws as well.
Creative jumping up over the top, was trying to fish for a couple tags there on a Creative, or on the Twilight rather, I should say. Doesn't find any. Pelican gets taken low. Go ahead. Pop that as Volt for a brief little moment.
Another good move.
Everybody can make their way out safely.
And really putting pressure on the Muse here. He's been struggling to really get into position for a dive. Jump on any high ground. That being said, though, with the payload still moving in, Outlaws have been pushing up and Muse has denied again.
Down about half. Should be okay for the time being. The rest of the team trying to hold forward. Get tagged lower and lower, but with Muse flopping, that means that the rest of the Outlaws can storm up. And yeah, just try to gain control of this card. Merit down to 1. Twilight able to get it with a headshot at the end to get the finishing blow. And suddenly, that's a turn of the tides where Toronto Defiant now have the advantage to get themselves back over the cart.
Twice has been doing some crazy damage today. Houston now will convert onto Dante. That's actually really critical because Outlaws are about to win. They were going to win when they had the ultimates, but now they're just going to get picked apart. I mean, look at Dante, 86 compared to Muse's 54. Dante lives there and Houston can stall that one. They get ultimates, support ultimates, they have primal. So much to work through. And Toronto Defiant will break on in. It starts with Twilight getting that initial pickoff as well. I believe it was onto Merit, right?
Yeah, flew a little too close to the sun there. Did the Outlaws with that forward defense. Now it's going to be the rush. Twilight looking to make this a very aggressive push. Wants to open up an immense amount of space because the cart is being brought forward and Merit is going to fall under the pressure. And only down to 15 HP, gets finished off. Pelican able to find that elimination. Dante now jumping into the back. Gets the corner here onto Hisu, who should die, but actually he manages to slide away and the healing comes in from Twilight to keep him topped up. His life intact for a little bit longer, but then eventually finds himself in yet another corner, and that time there's no escape. He dies for a little bit of additional stagger. Houston Outlaws will be able to actually establish a bit of control off the back of that fight, but Twilight again opens things up.
Look at the turn and burn from the Houston Outlaws as well, right? They back out, disengage when Twilight's Kasuno rush, and Creative drops one of his own in. The Houston Outlaws will push back, but as that happens, they lose a player. Toronto Defiant regroup, they start moving the payload. The only downside of all of that for the Defiant is that the payload wasn't really moving the whole way through. Should be Death Blossom coming in for Pelican. He's looking for it.
Pelican and Finale both holding on to this. There's an immense amount of ults on either side. 3 for the Outlaws, 4 for the Defiant. Primal Rage is going to be used first. Now the overclock from Hisu as well. TP up over the top, and Merit, okay, uses the overclock of his own. Finds Hisu, gets the kill, puts a good amount of damage in on the Muse. Finish off the Winston. That should be them holding the cart. He's got a sliver. Will be finished off in the end. Finale tries to escape through the bank, but just too many people to try to pursue.
Yep.
Cleanup comes in. Once more, Houston Outlaws. They have an opportunity to try to buy some time off this time bank. Twilight harassing around the back. Just wait for the TP out, and there it is.
And I gotta say as well, when we look at the performances of individual members, I think Twilight has had a potentially better game than Creative, right? Nearly double Creative's damage output. But that being said, Merit's just had so much better of a Soja performance on this map as well. It felt like that was kind of the case already on part of Hisu, but here it's 16 final blows from Merit, 4 for Hisu. And Merit also shut down Hisu's overclock just before, so I mean, if this Death Blossom doesn't work out for either side, Finale really needs to hit something. He does.
Okay, there's the Blossom from both sides, and Pelican's going to be able to find 2, but it gets traded back as Pelican and Merit both go down, so now no damage dealers left in the fight for the Houston Outlaws. Creative falling as well. Hisu. No wrong in Twilight, though. They are bringing the card forward because Houston Outlaws have kind of gotten themselves split apart. Dante, 6%, 4% now away from that primal.
Trying to disengage.
Defiant saying, yeah, we need to get grouped back up, so they managed to disengage successfully and group back up as 5.
Yeah, a lot of respect being shown there as obviously Houston weren't trying to stop the payload. They knew they had respawners. You see Toronto Defiant as well. Not trying to just back up there because they also knew that Houston had respawners. So both sides want to reset for the 5v5, so a lot of time burnt. By the time Toronto cap, if they cap at all, they're going to be working with pretty similar time to what Houston had on C.
Pelican holding the card. Under 2 minutes now remaining for the Defiant. So they look to get this minute and a half bump up to the final stretch. Dante taking it a little bit low, but he's well into the back lines, has that primal pop. Just looking to get the hit there onto Hisu, but doesn't manage to play elusively enough to keep himself safe. Primal widely, not going to get too much done. Buys a little bit of extra time, then expires.
Has to be mirrored again, nearly on the overclock. We're seeing the save of the day. Chorong nearly has the sound barrier. Must pop it in response. You have to. Oh my god. It doesn't even matter.
Twilight just swings right back out. Merritt snatches up the opportunity. Finds the kill. Holds onto the overclock. Sound barrier going to be dropped in by Lastro. Making sure that they can go ahead and win out the rest of this fight. And they will. Cleanup comes through. On to 4. Chorong, I mean, he's trying to escape through the bank, but they know exactly what his escape routes are. They cut him off, and that's some extended stagger.
And the thing is like, Chorong knows what the game plan is. He understands, like, at this time, cannot allow Merit to get value. The overclock must pop the sound barrier in response. However, Merit didn't load the overclock. That was just, again, raw neutral damage from Merit. Finds the pick of the Twilight, and Chorong's freaking out, so he pops the sound barrier to 4, because they gotta live. They gotta try and win something here. And now Houston Outlaws bring the time bank down below a minute. They're looking towards good win conditions now. Merit still has the overclock. Hisu has to match. If Hisu can't kill Merit here, and if he dies to Merit again, I think it's over.
Merit in a risky position. Now the overclock comes through. He's trying to catch him in the toes. Goes down below half HP. He'll start going his way, but Hisu hits him with a rail. The headshot goes across, but he's going to be training it out. They shut down the rest of that. Oh, Pelican finds it, drops the Death Blossom in. Finale hightailing it out as quickly as he possibly can. 15 seconds remaining as Twilight jumps over to Chorong. Dante, however, quick on the pursuit. Finale finds one. The support's now gone. Pelican taken down. The staggers start coming in. Houston Outlaws unable to reset, unable to play together as a full 5, but as Merit rejoins, he finds the shot. The touch is there. They force out the OT. Dante jumping back through the primal. Expire. Can't try to smack anybody off this clock. Sound barrier end up dying. Sound barrier dropped in by Chorong to keep everybody else protected. Creative going to fall. Lastro under fire. Should get dropped here. Pelican rejoins here on the Soldier 76. He's desperately trying to get this kill onto Hisu, and he will, but he gives his life for it. And the cap is there all the same. A minute and 20 seconds now remaining for the Toronto Defiance at cap B.
I gotta say that Chorong finding a second sound barrier in record time is huge. Did not expect that to happen. I don't think Outlaws expected it either. If it wasn't for the sound barrier, very defendable for the Houston Outlaws. What is that, like one sound barrier after one fight? Incredible timing.
Yeah.
But do they have enough time now to finish the map? They're definitely not gonna match the 28 seconds. That's for sure. But can they cap at all? They're looking for an OT push, and they can only afford to reset one time. Outlaws about to hit some timings here themselves. No, they're not. Hisu finds a shot.
Oh. Yeah, he's hitting headshots is what he's hitting. Gets a follow-up kill. Pelican now taken down. The rail narrowly misses.
Huge fight.
The cleanup is coming through, and this is monstrous for the Toronto Defiance, snowballing right now, and they very well could end up matching this time bank if they can continue to find these individual picks.
I think
Sound barrier, however, should slow them up.
Well, the sound barrier is going to be there to stop Hisu from overclocking, but it will come down to overclock versus overclock again. Remember, Hisu did kill Merit in the last exchange. He dies himself, but at least they got Merit down. Early primal now.
Drop in, Fuse looking to try to push them all away from the card. Merit, the overclock rolling, finds Finale despite the fact that he's getting juggled around. He also gets Chorong for his troubles before dying. He's able to find that elimination.
All up to Hisu.
They have to stay glued to this card, but they're just getting zoned back away. Pelican goes up onto the high ground, needs some healing, but as he drops down, this could be damn dangerous for the rest of the Defiant. The rush, Fuse, bubble drop, Fuse trying to stay protected. Lastro, the first one to fall. Hisu with a headshot, looking good, but Merit now finds Fuse, the main tank, the one they really need to stay glued to this. It's taken down, the Blossom comes in. Pelican cleans up two. Hisu, he tries to fight back, he gets Merit, but he ends up getting dropped, and in the end, the cart will not be able to get to the finish of the map. Houston Outlaws will successfully defend, despite some close moments, despite some nail biters there throughout Dorado. They will hold strong, and they will not divert from the script. It is another 3-0 series as they keep themselves here in the upper bracket.
Absolutely. And amazingly well played as well. You looked at how Paraíso went, you're thinking, man, there's just no way. Houston Outlaws in 1 minute versus 149. I mean, Toronto can lock this up. Surely it doesn't happen. Insane push on the time bank in the overtime. Look over towards this map as well on Dorado. The B defense drops Toronto down to an OT. And Toronto start to make some real waves in that final push. Hisu's starting to come alive, but once the respawners get in there, it's Merit again popping off. Pelican with a final nail in the coffin. A Death Blossom to send Toronto Defiant down into the lower bracket as Houston Outlaws will continue forward. And the team that I think most people would have predicted to have won do indeed win, and they do so in a 3-0 fashion as well without dropping a single map. And you know, we'll have to get another update on how many perfect brackets remain, but I think at least this one was probably a little bit more easy to predict. A few upsets today, but Houston Outlaws, they're not going to get upset at all.
I'm gonna guess 0 perfect brackets remaining, just because things haven't been wild, and I think that most people probably would have anticipated this series to maybe be a little bit more scrappy as well. But not having any maps taken by the losing team is quite a statement to be made by all the teams who have successfully kept themselves in the upper bracket. So very nicely done by all 4 of these squads that walk away victorious, that walk away with perfect victories. But somebody who looked damn near perfect throughout this series on the side of Houston, that is going to be our player of the match, and that is Merit, who continues to just look damn good. The Sojourn players just slurping up the player of the match wins, it would seem, but it's very well deserved at the end.
Yeah, very strong performance on a strong hero. I mean, it starts out on our first map of Busan, and really it didn't end right. And this was, by the way, you could probably consider Busan to have been his most quiet map, and even then you're seeing some good highlights. It really was for me on Paraíso, like I mentioned, the 22,600 overall damage, 11,500 damage per 10. Monstrous performance, shutting down players as well. I mean, look at that shot to Finale. Finale didn't even get to really play much of the game. He never really got to drop down a death loss because Merit was there to deny him time and time again. Yeah, just
jumped down twice on the same map, because there was also that one, you know, on that final push, he gets the headshot on the Finale, just cutting him down to size.
Yeah.
So it was very, very well done by Merit, by all of the Houston Outlaws. I mean, somebody else who very much we should give a shout out to is Dante, who we weren't sure how it was going to look picking up the Winston. We gave props to the Defiant for their map picks, trying to force him into a bit of an uncomfortable position, but Dante seemed very well at home. Very few mistakes made as he brings out that tank pick. So I'd say, you know, runner-up,
by the way,
if not co-player of the match.
We talked about the fact that, you know, Hydron with 10 final blows out of 10 was great. How about 11.1? So even one further per 10, just to go to show, you know, Merit's got the 1 in his name, right? So that's where the extra 1 kill comes from. Yeah, just to show how much extra he can be on top of what was an insane performance by Hydron in our previous series as well. But Houston Outlaws looking dangerous, and maybe the one quote-unquote potential weakness for the team doesn't look that weak, at least not yet. Dante will still be tested versus other Winston players, I'm sure, but right now, like I said, he just needs to not be a liability, and he actually looked like a reasonable force to be reckoned with at times as well. Some decent charge times of the Primal Rage, and allowing space and time for Pelican and Merit to have their moments. And, you know, Pelican closed the series, Merit had a fantastic series all around. Houston Outlaws are looking like a dangerous team.
That they are. I mean, all of the teams right now that are keeping themselves in the upper bracket are teams to be feared. I mean, a lot of results that we didn't necessarily anticipate. I mean, the 3-0 score lines aside, I mean, the Hangzhou Spark being able to come out and look as strong as they did, it has just been a wild, wacky day. It's not for us to break down, however, we luckily have the desk to do all of that and recap everything that we got to see here today on the first day of playoffs. But that does it for myself and Avril. We'll see you guys again tomorrow for some more matches. But make sure you stay tuned, because the desk will be breaking things down in just a few minutes.
야, 내일만 해야 돼, 내일만 해야 돼.
루시오.
다 잡을게. 소전.
태민아 둘 딴 거 지렸다?
그러니까 드리블 하는데 씨발 루시오 땄다.
그러니까 루시오 땄나요?
I'm not sure if you're 악수하러 가야 돼.
The Overwatch League is brought to you by Butterfinger. Crispity, crunchity, peanut buttery. No one lays a finger on your Butterfinger.
back strong. At him, I'm back strong.
Welcome to the Watchpoint Post Show. We're back here on our Watchpoint Analyst Desk. We're ready to wrap up the day, but first things first, we do have an interview ready on the stage with no other than Pelican from the Houston Outlaws. And we got Jake joining us as our translator. So thank you guys so much for taking the time. Congratulations, 3-0. We continue to the stroll through Sweep City. So let's dive into our questions. Jake, we would really like to know from Pelican which team he hopes will be picking the Houston Outlaws tonight when they do the selection.
오케이, 펠리컨 첫 번째 문제이니까 내일 만나고 싶은 팀 있습니까?
서울 만나고 싶고요.
So Pelly says he'd like to meet Seoul Dynasty tomorrow. Hopefully, he hopes that they pick us.
Could you ask him why that is?
왜 그런 팀 만나고 싶습니까?
왜냐하면 딱히 이유는 없는데 동부팀과 한번 경기를 해보고 싶어요. 아시아 팀과?
네네네. So Pelly'd like to meet one of the APAC teams in the playoffs, and I guess only Dynasty is of the top 4 seeds, so he prefer to play the H team.
All right, I love that. Yeah, seeing Prophet and Smurf as well. That's gonna be great. I'd like to ask about the current meta. You know, we've seen pretty much just Winston, Sojourn, Kiriko pretty much all day here. What teams does Pelican think are going to benefit the most from the current meta we have?
오케이, 두 번째 질문인데 이 메타에 무슨 팀 제일 잘할 수 있습니까?
일단 댈러스가.
Dallas Pelly thinks that Dallas is one of the strongest teams this meta, and I have to agree.
Yeah, everyone agrees.
We all agree.
Yeah, absolutely.
Agreed.
Yeah, thank you so much.
Also, Jake, you're coming for every single job here. I think the only thing you haven't done yet is hosting. Now he's our translator as well. Like, what are you doing for our job security there, Jake?
I'm so nervous. This is the first time doing any kind of Korean translation on broadcast, so thank you guys for bearing with me.
We don't speak Korean, but we think you nailed it. So
that
thank you
awesome.
so much.
That was awesome, Jake. Great
I'm
job.
impressed.
Yeah.
We are very impressed, and we hope to see much more of you and your team. Thank you so much, and good luck in your next game.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
I feel so inadequate.
I know.
We give props to the Korean players when they come and talk English in the interviews. We had Jake talk Korean.
all this time.
I mean, that was sick. Great job, Jake.
I mean, he's been on the desk as an analyst to fill in as a guest. He's been doing casting. He's a player. He's a coach.
Now
a coach
cast
and a
in
player.
Korean.
Now he's a translator. The only thing he hasn't come for is my job. Can't have it.
Looking forward to 2023, Soy. We're going to miss you.
Jake will be hosting the Overwatch. Why not? You know what? He can probably really do it very well. So,
You're gonna go coach the Outlaws, make them
I
take
will.
control.
Yes, that is my goal.
The control issue that the Houston Outlaws have been having.
2020.
Yeah, we looked it up, by the way, and I was right. And
You
that's
were
really
right.
important to me that everyone knows that.
I forgot
But
about
also
2020,
it's
so,
important.
yeah.
That's okay. We all kind of blocked that out of our memory, except from that one thing. Now, I do want to talk about the match, because Toronto Defiant unfortunately fell 3-0, which is all we got on day one. Apparently, every team just decided that's going to be our end result. So Sweep City lives on, but I want to know how the Houston Outlaws got it done.
Well, it was kind of funny because we got into the first map and I'm like, oh, Houston Outlaws. This is what we're going to do in the playoffs. Dante comes out on the Orisa in the first round, and then in the second round, unironically, goes the Roadhog. And actually has a lot of success with it. You can understand where this pick is coming from. But I was a little worried about the longevity of that on different maps. You can play a little silly on control because it's so linear, but Dante actually went over to the Winston on the later maps, in Dorado, and he actually looked quite serviceable. I'm not going to say that he was an exceptional Winston, but he, went toe-to-toe with Hughes and did a pretty good job. So Dante can keep that up. That's a big boon for the Houston Outlaws because he has more synergy with the rest of the team.
Yeah, he didn't drag his team down. He didn't go in there in-thing and just gave Toronto Defiant an advantage inherently in these fights. No, he did a good job, positioned his bubbles adequately and then bought time and space for Pelican and Merit in many ways to just pop off. Like Merit, when Merit plays Sojourn, he's
incredible.
top 5 Sojourn. Yeah, arguably like a top 3 Sojourn in the league, right? Being able to take it to some of the top teams around the league. And Pelican as well. We know that Tracer perhaps isn't really his comfort hero, so having the meta shift towards the Reaper instead, that's a big boon for the Houston Outlaws. So overall, stepping away from individual as well, I think Houston Outlaws as a team, they played really well when it came to positioning, ebb and flow within these fights as well, engaging with these casino rushes, for example, disengaging at the right time. So overall, I think the Houston Outlaws had a really good performance here, being able to change things up too.
Yeah, funnily enough, the more I watch this meta, the more it kind of reminds me of the 2021 kind of what we coined the zombie comp with the Winston, the Lucio, and the Moira, but now you have that Kiriko, and it just sort of ups the speed of the Reaper, and that enables him to do so much. Pelican does a great job. He is a very smart player and was able to utilize that. While on the other hand, I think Toronto Defiant just a little too slow off the mark with a couple of things. I liked the look of the finale Tracer, something that we might see a little bit more from them, but unfortunately wasn't enough to even get a map from the Outlaws.
Now, I do want to go a little bit more into that. You were just mentioning Houston's engages and also the disengages, and you wanted to share more insight on how Houston is doing it.
Yeah, I predicted Toronto Defiant. So
Sure,
I'm
you did do
disappointed in my boys, Come on, I got a pred rung because of you guys. So part of it, I think that Toronto Defiant, I wasn't quite satisfied with the ultimate value they got from their team when it came to playing these ebbs and flows, right? Whether it's, Death Blossom with Reaper, or in this case, Kitsune Rush, It's a huge momentum ability. Phase from the LA Gladiators, the coach of LA Gladiators said that Kitsune Rush might be the best ability in the game. But look at Twilight, just unleashing the Kitsune Rush. There's no green in sight! They're all gone! And then they re-engage when Kitsune Rush is gone, right? And this happened a couple times here on Point B Esperanza. It happens once more here. Kitsune Rush being used. Outlaws, we're out. We're gone. And so this is a great job by the Houston Outlaws to disengage from these very important abilities and recognizing that we're not going to try to win this fight. We're going to step away because you have the advantage. But similarly, I'm a bit disappointed Toronto Defiant, those Kitsune Rush abilities, not the greatest placements.
Yeah.
They didn't really optimize the placement of that ability to allow your team to chase, because the enemy team is going to disengage, right? It's so powerful. So put it in a place where you can capitalize on it. And so I was a bit disappointed in Twilight, who's a legendary flex support player. Maybe they can utilize that a bit better tomorrow.
As I said, I don't have it. He summarized it very well. Kitsune Rush is one of the strongest ultimates in the game. If you try and fight into it without, a response of ultimate of either Kitsune Rush or a different ultimate, you will just get run over. That is the whole point that, Kiriko was almost played to a point. So I'm excited to see how that sort of evolves and adapts, because there were teams that were utilizing it better than others. I think the Houston Outlaws did a good job with their own, but they did a better job of recognizing Toronto Defiance weaknesses.
Yeah, and like seeing that again being played out and talking about it so specifically, that bodes really, really well for every Houston Outlaws fan. Should be excited right now, because this shows really good team communication and awareness, and that is exactly what you need in a meta like that, where those disengages are so very crucial. Now, we did have 4 matches today, and there were 3-0s. However, a lot happened. And that means a lot of movement in our bingo boards as well. So Costa will do us the honor of crossing through what we saw. Okay, the first we
can't do the broadcast.
We can't hear you. I can hear you though. Yeah? Okay. But it was really interesting what you just said. No, so I don't think the desk made the unanimous prediction run. That didn't happen. Ajax did happen.
Ajax did happen.
The sweep, that very much happened.
4 of them, to be precise. Yeah.
Then.
Yeah.
Charles
Cloud, C9. Yep.
Orisa, we got Orisa
Bottom
pick.
left.
There we go. Orisa. Was the Rotok pick unironically?
Yes.
Right next to Orisa.
The Rotok was picked unironically by Dante, and they won the round. So that was great. Well, Fusion got 2nd place in their match. Does that count?
No, that does not count.
Okay, all right. Jinx's team?
Yeah, but Pachimari did jinx their team.
Someone mispronounced Esperanza. I know we didn't.
You just
I know we didn't. Well,
you certainly just did.
maybe it was me. Maybe I did it just now.
There we go.
Yeah. Desk makes an unanonymous prediction.
That didn't happen.
Hangzhou Spark.
Oh, that did happen.
Yeah, Hangzhou Spark. Yeah, we all. Yep.
Yeah.
Tactical crouching after a kill. Hadi.
Okay, yeah. Tactical. My. Yeah, we need a second.
There you
board,
go.
I think,
is that all of them?
Houston, I still don't think we actually made sure what that means. Deadlift, Hydron got close but not quiet. Yeah, I think it was like 3 kills off. So yeah, I think that's it for day 1. I think that was a productive day 1. That was a very productive day 1.
Yeah,
wasn't it?
I think there was also like almost a deadlift, but not quite. So we'll save the deadlift one. Great job there, Costa, walking away without your microphone and then talking. You were on.
It only goes so far. It's not a wireless microphone, Johnny. So I can't really do much with that. I was just.
I much prefer like the logic laps of just
me talking. Well, here's why, as I have no way of communicating with the audience. But we are following along with the Overwatch League Twitter as well, so make sure to check that out. They are the official up and down. We don't actually.
You ready for a quick guessing game? Guess how many perfect brackets are still alive?
4.
2.
It's 2.
Oh, you're so smart.
Wow, I am. Is that a prediction point?
No, absolutely not.
Okay, all right. Fair enough. All right.
All right, well, it is time for Best of the Day. The games were quick, but quite a lot of action happened. And one thing that stood out for me was Gushue's return to glory. Seeing him once again on that Winston, fueled by the rages of the past in the Anaheim Convention Center.
The spirits of Anaheim.
Yeah, the spirits of Anaheim, Winston, something. Ghost stories. I don't know, it's Halloween weekend, but I felt it. Yeah. And so did Gushue. And the Primal Blade awoke in Anaheim once again. This is just so much fun to watch, honestly.
I've missed Primal Blade.
It feels right, not the Primal Blade thing. The Gushue on Winston and popping off. He's like a staple of the league, and it feels like it's been so long since we've really seen him come back. It would be awesome to see him have this playoff performance and keep putting up these numbers, because the Spark are really a dark horse the further they go into this tournament, because they looked very good on the back of Gushue's.
I mean, I know that there was a specific someone who called out Gushue throughout the season and questioned whether he.
Yeah, but you abandoned that. I'm going to cut you off. You abandoned that
names. I'm not going to name names, but they might be around here somewhere.
No, you sold all your stonks on them. Okay, so let me do my best of the day, because the Shanghai Dragons, someone had to do it. Someone had to be the first in the league and in these playoffs to C9 in the playoffs. And the Shanghai Dragons getting hit with a change to the way that the control works. They thought they had touched it, but in the overtime right now with 99, you have to stay on the point, and they just don't get there. And honestly, the Hangzhou Spark team is just laughing.
I mean, they're on there and then they step off.
Yeah, but you can't do that anymore, John.
Yeah.
That's the rules. Them's the rules.
Oh, bad.
There is some muscle memory, though. That's probably the issue here, right? There is some muscle memory where you just used to a certain way as a player when it comes to OT.
We don't make the rules. It was just, I think it's poetic that it happened to the Shanghai Dragons. You know, they've had so many great Shang 9s throughout the years.
If anyone can
Anaheim.
do it, it's them.
The spirit of the 2019 Shanghai Dragons.
We can't just keep yelling Anaheim every time.
I love it. It's great.
So do I. Jonathan, what tickled your fancy today?
Today, I mean, we had a lot of Winston, but a lot of
True.
Sojourn, a lot of Reaper, Lucio, Kiriko, I named them all. But we also got a taste, just like some cherries on top. Bastion?
Oh no.
Orisa? Are you kidding me? I mean, I love to see this from the Atlanta Reign. We were like, can Hawk play Winston? Brings out the Rhine. Who expected this speedily as well on the Bastion? And he actually, you know, had quite a few moments like this one, for example, you know, lob it out. Bloop. It looked good. There it goes.
Yep.
That's the sound effect right
You
there.
sound just like him.
Yeah. RuPaul is like, what is this? I've never seen this ability before. Unbelievable. So yeah, it didn't work out, and then Hawk like went Doom or something, and then you know, the Orisa for someone. The Orisa for someone. We didn't get the Roadhog in there, but Dante played Roadhog as well on the running.
True.
Yeah.
And Gushui for like 2 seconds, but you know.
And it worked for the Outlaws.
Yeah, some good cheese. Not cheese. Well,
it's kind of cheesy at this point.
Cheese. Yeah, sure. I feel bad because like off-tank players around the world, they're like, that's not cheese,
No,
that's
it's not
my
cheese.
hero.
It's not cheese, but it's like yogurt, right? Like it's almost cheese. Like
It's cultured.
Yeah, it's like somewhere along the lines. It's heading towards cheese.
Okay, on the way.
It's cultured.
It's culture. Speaking of culture, bracket, I don't know, horrible transition, but I do want to take a look at the bracket. Whoa, thanks for getting my
favorite segment.
This is
Whoa,
our
actually, unironically.
bracket. All right, Dallas, of course, got the first pick, and they did, drum roll, pick the Hangzhou Spark.
That is a surprising pick from me.
My bracket is broken. I did not have Dallas picking the Hangzhou Spark.
Well, I didn't have any of these 4 teams pretty much being at this point, if I'm being honest. But there's so many interesting matches to come out here. The San Francisco Shock versus the Outlaws, that's a matchup that we've seen a lot throughout this year.
And Coach Junkbuck, formerly part of Coach Krusty and 9K, of course, historically, winning some championships. So a bit of a coach rivalry there between Outlaws and Shock.
And we love a good rivalry, which we just make up on the desk as we go, because the players and the coaches don't really care. But we do.
It's like the talent takedown, but for coaches. The coach takedown.
Nice. We love that. Now, here is, of course, tomorrow's schedule, or he was tomorrow's schedule. I'm just very slow. But yeah, you got a quick glance at the schedule, so we have more games coming your way tomorrow. Same place, same time. But that's it for us here at the analyst desk. Gentlemen, it's been an absolute pleasure once again. Tomorrow, maybe we get some pick'ems right.
No.
I got 1.
Wow.
I also got 1. 1 out of 4 is not
us.
bad considering the day that we had.
Actually,
everyone
true.
I got 2.
It's adding up. Crazy how that works. But yeah, no, we're done. We're getting some rest. You at home, get some rest as well, so we can see you again tomorrow, bright and early. At 2 p.m. That's not really bright and early, is it? No, 2 p.m. 2 p.m. though. Can't wait to see you all again. Goodbye.
It's always bright and early somewhere.
Anaheim!
Anaheim!